Chapter 248. Seeing this, Master Lu was not surprised. He called out, "Xiaolan, don't serve the dishes. Sit next to the emissary." Xiaolan was not bashful at all. She put down the plate and moved closer to the emissary. The emissary waved his hand repeatedly and said, "Master Lu is overthinking. I'm just having fun." Master Lu laughed and said, "Like I said, why did the emissary's taste suddenly change?" "Well, Xiaolan, you can leave." Xiaolan was a little disappointed. She saluted and left. Master Lu said, "Emissary, please have some wine. I have already found you a pretty girl from a humble family in the VIP room in the back hall. I guarantee that you will like her." The emissary raised his eyebrows and said, "Is that so? Master Lu is so courteous that I feel ashamed to receive you. Come, Master Lu. Let's have a toast." Master Lu quickly raised his cup. When Zhang Xiaohua heard about the VIP room in the back hall, he frowned. The pretty girl from a humble family must be Li Yinfeng. So when Zhang Xiaohua was about to get up and rush to the back of the hall, he heard the emissary's words again, "Master Lu, I've been here for half a day. I heard that the thing in the Shaolin Temple has been obtained by your brothers. When can you show it to me? This time, I came here especially for you." Master Lu laughed and said, "Emissary has just arrived today. We haven't received you yet. Let's just talk about the wind and moon today. We can talk about other things tomorrow." In Zhang Xiaohua's ears, these words were like passing wind. He did not pay attention to them at all. His figure did not stop at all. He drew a trace in the night and went straight to the backyard. It had to be said that the ethereal steps was magical. Zhang Xiaohua was just a beginner, but he was able to enter the Shitsui mountain as if there was no one there. And just as Zhang Xiaohua entered the darkness of the backyard, Emissary Ying spoke again in the hall, "Master Lu, don't worry. The divine sect will not delay any of the conditions that they promised you. Moreover, in order to show that they value you, the divine sect has sent an important person here. I'm just a scout." Really? Stockade Master Lu's hand trembled, and the fine wine spilled from the wine cup. He looked pleasantly surprised. "May I know when your esteemed one will arrive?" When Emissary Ying heard this, he frowned slightly and said unhappily, "How can we know the whereabouts of the big shots? Perhaps he has already arrived, perhaps tonight, perhaps tomorrow, who knows?" I know. I'm sorry for my rudeness. I really want to see the glory of a senior in the martial arts world," Stockade Master Lu answered awkwardly. "Senior martial artist?" Envoy Ying did not express his opinion. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua had already entered the rear courtyard. She spread out her divine sense and scanned the surroundings. The rear courtyard was quite large and very quiet. There were only a few dim lights. Zhang Xiaohua's figure didn't stop at all. With a few leaps, she scanned all the places with lights. She didn't see Li Yinfeng's shadow. At this time, two maidservants came out from a room with lanterns in their hands. As they walked, they said, "What a pity. She's as beautiful as a flower and as exquisite as jade. She hasn't even enjoyed life and is about to leave this world." "What nonsense are you talking about? Sister, weren't we like this in the past? Once you get used to it, you'll be fine." Stockade Master Lu is not very lecherous at all. Perhaps he will take her into his room? "Sister, you're wrong. This time, she doesn't serve people from the stockade. I heard that she is from some divine sect. I heard from the stockade people that this divine sect is the best at gathering yin to nourish yang. After tonight, she will be a skeleton." So powerful. Alas, this morning, I was ordered by the stockade master to persuade her in the embroidery house in the garden. It's a pity that such a pure and beautiful body is wasted. If only she was given to me. The two maidservants walked away while talking. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he used his spiritual awareness to scan the distance. Sure enough, there was a garden in the southwest corner. There was no light. He immediately used his lightness skill to fly over. When he was near, he scanned the small buildings. There was really a person lying there quietly on the building in the middle. It must be her that the maidservant mentioned. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be careless. He stopped on the building and used his spiritual awareness to scan it carefully. After confirming that there was only that woman lying there, he turned over and walked into the room quietly. The person on the bed in the room heard someone enter the room and could not help but move. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the bed, took out a fire starter, and casually lit it. When he looked at the bed, he saw a girl lying there. She was tied up tightly with her back to him and was struggling with all her strength. Zhang Xiaohua walked forward and called in a low voice, "Li Yinfeng? Sister Li?" The girl was struggling. When she heard his voice, her body immediately stiffened. Zhang Xiaohua went forward and flipped the girl over. He held the fire starter close to her and saw the tear stains on Li Yinfeng's face, and her mouth was stuffed with something. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua's face, her eyes were filled with joy. Zhang Xiaohua whispered again, "Sister Li, I'm Li Jinfeng's brother Li's friend. I'm here to save you. Don't say anything." When he finished speaking, he reached out and took out the thing in Li Yinfeng's mouth. Li Yinfeng took a few deep breaths and was a little surprised. She sobbed and asked, "Aren't you a lay disciple of the Dalan temple? How do you know my brother?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Don't ask so many questions first. I know Brother Li in Pingyang City. However, now is not the time to talk. Let me get you out of here first. We can talk about how to get out of here." Li Yinfeng nodded vigorously. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the rope that Li Yinfeng was tied up with. It was not a good time to find a knot. She took out a small sword from her chest and channeled her vital energy into it. She used the small sword to gently cut the rope, and the rope broke. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the small sword with satisfaction. It did not seem to be sharpened and kept it in her chest. Li Yinfeng's hands and feet were free. She wanted to stand up, but she had been tied up for a long time and her blood vessels were blocked. She struggled twice and did not succeed. Zhang Xiaohua went forward to help her up. After moving a few times, she heard Li Yinfeng ask, "That, little brother, my parents?" she asked very hesitantly. Zhang Xiaohua said softly, "Don't worry, I will go and save your parents immediately. You wait here for a while. After I save them, I will bring them here and we will go out together." "Oh right, Sister Li, my name is Zhang Xiaohua." Li Yinfeng heard and looked around fearfully. She took half a step forward to be closer to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, I am very scared here. Instead of you bringing my parents here, why don't I go with you? Before this afternoon, I was with them. I roughly know where they are and I can show you the way." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "Okay, Sister Li, you go with me. Anyway, I will bring your parents here later. Why don't I bring you there now?" "Oh right, tell me the rough location first," Li Yinfeng said in a low voice. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "Okay, I have a rough idea." After that, she blew out the fire and said, "Sister Li, don't talk on the way." Li Yinfeng was a little surprised and thought, "If I don't talk, how can I show you the way?" However, she still whispered an "okay" and followed Zhang Xiaohua out of the room. When she was about to go to the stairs, she heard Zhang Xiaohua whisper, "Sister Li, don't move and don't talk." Then she felt a small hand grab her shoulder and her body immediately rose into the air and went straight to the roof. Li Yinfeng was shocked and almost cried out. At this time, she suddenly remembered that when she first saw this young man, didn't he fly like a big bird from a horse? Could this be the Qinggong that was mentioned in the book? Before Li Yinfeng could think of a second idea, she had already followed Zhang Xiaohua to the roof. She stopped for a while and went straight to the place that she had just mentioned. Li Yinfeng was dressed in plain clothes and was very eye-catching in the night. However, in this mountain stronghold that was tight on the outside but loose on the inside, who would pay attention to her? Along the way, Li Yinfeng kept her mouth shut, afraid that she would make any noise and alert the bandits. Her body was also tense and she did not dare to move, afraid that she would disturb Zhang Xiaohua's qinggong. After a while, the two of them climbed over many houses and corridors and stopped in front of a row of dilapidated houses. Zhang Xiaohua stopped for a while and then jumped down with Li Yinfeng. She pointed to a house that was lit and said, "Sister Li, is this the place?" Li Yinfeng had long recognized that this was the house that they had stayed in before. She was secretly shocked. She had just roughly described it, how did this young man know it so clearly? If he had not saved her before, she would have suspected that he was one of the bandits. Li Yinfeng nodded vigorously. Zhang Xiaohua pushed the door and entered. The house was very empty. The floor was covered with straw and two old men were sitting there, crying secretly. When they saw someone push the door and enter, they looked up angrily. When they saw that it was an ordinary young man, they were very surprised. When did this bandit become a young man? Moreover, his expression was also warm and not as fierce as before. What was he selling in the gourd? Without waiting for the two elders to speak, a girl immediately ran out from behind the young man. Crying, she called out, "Daddy, Mommy." Wasn't that his daughter, Li Yinfeng? What was going on? The young man closed the door and said, "Sister Li, now is not the time to cry. It won't be too late to suffer after we go down the mountain." Shopkeeper Li was overjoyed when he heard the unfamiliar young man call out so intimately. Could it be that this was his hero? Then, he immediately recalled that his daughter had been saved by a young lay disciple. Could it be this person? He didn't go back to the Dalan temple. When Li Yinfeng heard this, she quickly wiped her tears and said, "Father, Mother, this is my big brother's good friend. His name is Zhang Xiaohua. He came to save us. Let's go with him." The two old men naturally knew the importance of this matter. Without asking anything, they prepared to get up and leave. However, Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, "That. Uncle, Auntie, please wait a moment. I have to think about how to take you out." Manager Li was taken aback and blurted out, "Virtuous nephew, you walk in front, and we'll just follow behind you?" Chapter 249. Li Yinfeng whispered, "Father, don't talk. Listen to Zhang Xiaohua's arrangement." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Sister Li, I'll carry you on my back later, okay?" Li Yinfeng blushed and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Shopkeeper Li was still a little puzzled. His daughter could walk well, so why did she need him to carry her? This young man was thin and not even as tall as his daughter. Could he carry her well? Zhang Xiaohua said again, "Sister Li, you must hold my neck tightly and don't let go." Li Yinfeng blushed even more and nodded slightly. Zhang Xiaohua said to the two old men, "Uncle, Auntie, when I take you out later, you must be careful not to make a sound." The two old men nodded and thought, "Isn't this nonsense? If we make a sound, it will alert the bandits. What can we do?" After that, Zhang Xiaohua pushed the door open and went out. Shopkeeper Li hurriedly grabbed his arm and said anxiously, "Little hero, you have to open the door first to see if there's anyone outside. This is common sense." Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said, "Haha, this is the first time I go into a tiger's den to save someone. I'm not experienced enough. But I know there's no one outside." Shopkeeper Li didn't believe him. He opened the door first and looked around. Sure enough, there was no one outside. Then he opened the door and the four of them came out quietly. Shopkeeper Li pointed in the direction of the gate and said, "Little hero, I remember the gate is over there. But when we came in, I remember there were many people guarding there. We can't go through." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Uncle, it's okay. I'll take you there." Shopkeeper Li was skeptical, but he still said, "Well, let's go. We'll go along the corner. There are shadows there. They can't see us." Zhang Xiaohua said, "No, uncle, auntie, stand still. I'll take you there. We don't have much time. I'm afraid we'll be seen if we walk there." After he finished speaking, he gestured for Li Yinfeng to lie on his back. Then, he used his left and right hands to support the two old men under their armpits. He circulated the true energy in his entire body, and his figure suddenly flew up, heading straight for the roof in front of him. The two old men were still pondering over the sentence, "Stand still, I'll take you there." They thought strangely, if you don't let us walk, if you let us stand still, how are we going to get there? Although it wasn't very high, it was their first time, and they couldn't help but feel dizzy. Before they could wake up, their bodies followed Zhang Xiaohua to the roof. Then, they heard a few people talking and laughing as they walked past them. After waiting for a while, they felt as if they were riding on the clouds, flying from one roof ridge to another. Sometimes they would hide in a corner, and sometimes they would hide in an abandoned house. In short, they would safely avoid the bandits every time. When the two old men's minds gradually became clearer, the four of them had already reached the edge of the house. Zhang Xiaohua put the two old people down and said, "Sister Li, come down and take a breath of relief." Only then did Li Yinfeng let go of the arm that was holding Zhang Xiaohua breathlessly. Her face was crimson red. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and asked, "Sister Li, can you still hold on?" Li Yinfeng moved her arm, shook her teeth, and said, "It's okay. If it was a little longer, I might not be able to hold on." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Sister, now is a dangerous time. It's a temporary measure. If your arm really can't hold on, don't you still have your legs?" Li Yinfeng's face was about to bleed. The two old men next to her turned their heads, pretending not to hear or see. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes didn't pay attention to them. She looked at the distant wall of the village. The distance between the house and the square was too far. Her divine sense could barely reach it, and it was very difficult to clearly determine the position of others. If someone happened to look around the square, wouldn't she be immediately exposed? If she was alone, or if there were only two people, she would be able to free one hand. If she met anyone, she could block them. But there were three people, one in each hand, and one on her back. How could she deal with them? But looking at the time, it was already late. Presumably, the banquet of the village master and the envoy had already begun. When they found out that Li Yinfeng had been rescued by her, the entire village would come to look for her. Even if her qigong was powerful, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to escape. Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth. She would risk it. In any case, they were all looking outside the wall. At this moment, they were probably tired. Who would look back? Then, Zhang Xiaohua said to the three people, "You guys should be ready. This is the last and also the only dangerous place. After passing this place, everything will be easy to talk about." Although the three people felt that it was very strange, there were many torches on the walls of the village. They guessed that there were many bandits patrolling. How could there be no danger? But they still nodded obediently. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense stretched out towards the village wall. She roughly saw a vague outline. Feeling that this was a good opportunity, she immediately carried Li Yinfeng on her back, grabbed the two old people, and flew towards the empty square. Less than half the distance, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could already touch the village wall. At this moment, someone happened to be bored and turned around. Zhang Xiaohua immediately crouched down. That patrolling bandit seemed to have seen a huge black shadow, but it disappeared immediately. He rubbed his eyes hard. When he looked carefully again, he didn't see anything. He pulled the person next to him and asked, "Brother, I just saw a wide and big black shadow in the village. It was in the square. Do you think an outsider came in?" That person laughed and said, "Brother, did you drink too much last night? Our village gate is unprecedentedly tight. Even a fly can't fly in. How could someone come in? Moreover, what did you just say about a wide and big black shadow? A person's shadow is long and narrow. Could it be that you saw wrongly? If you don't, then you must have seen a ghost." That person shrank his neck and shivered. How could a normal person have such a shadow? Could it be that he really saw wrongly? It was better that he saw wrongly. If it was a monster, then it would be troublesome. Thinking of this, that person didn't dare to look any more and hurriedly patrolled elsewhere. Seeing that no one was paying attention, Zhang Xiaohua quickly got up and rushed down the village wall. Only when she entered the shadow of the wall did she breathe a sigh of relief. She put down the two old people in her hands. Li Yinfeng also quickly let go of her hands and feet and jumped down. Well, it wasn't jumping, but straightening up. At this point, Zhang Xiaohua was halfway to success. As long as she jumped over the wall, she could fly freely. However, the other three people didn't understand. They were still nervous. There were bandits constantly passing by above them. How could they get past them? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the movement on the wall. She still picked up a stone from the ground and took the opportunity to throw it to her right. Zhang Xiaohua's strength was now very strong. After a while, she heard the sound of roosters and dogs barking from the other side. The people on the wall naturally ran in that direction. Zhang Xiaohua took the opportunity to take the three people and jumped up the wall. Without hesitation, they flew down and landed in the forest. Behind them, they heard a hoarse voice resounding through the square. "That bastard threw a stone. Does he have any morals? He smashed the back of my head. Who will pay for the medical expenses?" In the forest, Zhang Xiaohu was restless. His brother had been gone for a long time and still hadn't returned. However, the patrols on the village wall were still there. There was no abnormality. Presumably, his brother hadn't been discovered. If it wasn't for his poor lightness skill, Zhang Xiaohu almost wanted to go and take a look himself. Just as Zhang Xiaohu was feeling anxious, he saw a huge shadow appear on the wall and quickly rushed towards him. Zhang Xiaohu was shocked. Where did this monster come from? Just as he was about to dodge, he borrowed the light from the torches on the wall and vaguely saw a few human figures. Only then did he realize. Could it be that Xiaohua had brought people out? When he looked again, it was indeed the case. Both hands were holding two old men. Their eyes were tightly closed. In the darkness, he couldn't see clearly. Both hands were tightly clenched. Why were there two more hands and two legs in front of Xiaohua? When he looked carefully, there was actually a long-haired girl on her back. Zhang Xiaohu was overjoyed. He wanted to go forward to welcome her, but Zhang Xiaohua's speed was extremely fast. Just as Zhang Xiaohu was hesitating, she had already flown into the forest. Zhang Xiaohu whispered, "Xiaohua? Is that you?" "Second brother, it's me." Zhang Xiaohua replied and placed the three people on the ground. Zhang Xiaohu looked at the three people in disbelief and said, "Xiaohua, how did it go so smoothly? Could it be fake?" Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes at him and said, "How difficult did you think it was? This is just a bandit's lair. I am the dignified founder of the Fist of the North Star. Saving people is as easy as flipping my hand." Zhang Xiaohu saw that his younger brother had safely come out. His heart was also relieved. He smiled and said, "You keep bragging. Let's hurry up and leave. If we don't get discovered, all our previous efforts will be wasted. Zhang Xiaohua's heart also trembled. She said, "Second brother is right. But, how do we go down the mountain?" That was because when they arrived, he was carried up by Zhang Xiaohua. When they came out of the stronghold, Zhang Xiaohua had one person in each hand and one on her back. If they were to go down the mountain now, unless Zhang Xiaohua grew a third hand, the path from the stronghold to the outside of the mountain naturally could not be taken. They could only let Zhang Xiaohua carry the 4 people through the forest. If they were to pass through the forest, the mountain was so high. It was probably impossible. When Zhang Xiaohua was at her wit's end, Li Yinfeng said tiredly, "Isn't this big brother Zhang Xiaohua's senior brother? Can't you bring one person?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Miss Li, my name is Zhang Xiaohu. I'm also Li Jinfeng's friend. However, I'm not Xiaohua's senior brother, but her biological brother. I want to bring one person. I have enough strength, but I don't know Qinggong. I can't go up and down the mountain. I can only use my feet step by step on the road down the mountain." Li Yinfeng thought for a while and said, "Then please bring my father and let Zhang Xiaohua bring you. Won't that be fine?" However, Li Yinfeng said in distress, "It's too difficult for Zhang Xiaohua to bring the 4 of us. It's better to do it twice." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she shook her head and said, "Forget it. Don't come twice. Time waits for no one. If you're not careful and get caught by the bandits, it'll be too late to regret. Come on." Everyone was puzzled and asked, "Why?" "Miss Li, come up," Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Chapter 250. Coming out of the village, although Zhang Xiaohua was carrying 3 people, Li Yinfeng and her mother were light as a feather and did not expend much effort. This time, with the addition of Zhang Xiaohu, his weight was equivalent to 2 people. Zhang Xiaohua carried Li Yinfeng on his back, with his right hand supporting Li Yinfeng's mother and his left hand supporting Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu did not have the strength of his younger brother, so he could only ask for forgiveness and use his arms to clamp onto Li Yinfeng's father. He was just using all his strength to clamp onto them, but the one who exerted most of the effort was still Zhang Xiaohua. Carrying 4 living people while displaying his Qinggong, Zhang Xiaohua's strength was not afraid and did not feel strenuous. However, the Jinqi in his body was greatly depleted. Just now when he went in to search for Li Yinfeng, he had already used up some. Bringing the 3 of them out, he had used up several times more. It seemed that the amount of Jinqi consumed when using his Qinggong was related to the weight. Zhang Xiaohua estimated that with the amount of Jinqi in his body, it should not be a problem to bring the 4 of them to the other mountain. Thus, he took a deep breath and secretly activated his Heart Sutra. The Jinqi in his body circulated wildly and with a tap of his foot, he executed the ethereal steps. His body floated up and landed on a treetop. Following that, he released his divine sense to the maximum and quickly rushed down the mountain. Although there were hidden sentries in the forest, it was already late. The entire mountain was only filled with the sound of the wind, the rustling of leaves and the occasional howling of animals. How could the people in the hidden sentries think that someone would pass over their heads? If not for the village chief repeatedly emphasizing the need for militarization and to strengthen the execution, they would have already run back to the village. Why would they be obediently looking at the somewhat white path in a daze? Thus, Zhang Xiaohua very easily led the 4 of them and avoided several hidden sentries. They safely arrived at the place where the date red horse was placed. Seeing that they were about to reach the place, Zhang Xiaohua was about to circulate his Jinqi when he suddenly discovered that his meridians were empty. There was not the slightest bit of Jinqi left. He could not help but be shocked. At this moment, his body was in midair. In a hurry, he said in a low voice, "Second brother, get down." He casually threw Zhang Xiaohu to the ground and his own body fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaohu was also a martial artist and his skills were naturally strong. Being in midair was actually the height of a tree, so of course it was not difficult for him. With a single stride, he jumped to the ground. Although the forest was pitch black, he was able to stand very steadily. At the same time, there was a sound next to Zhang and Zhang also very easily to the ground. Zhang landed on the ground. Zhang Xiaohu asked in a low voice, "Xiaohua, why aren't you walking? Have we arrived at the place?" Zhang Xiaohua bitterly smiled and said, "It's right in front of us. Right now, I don't have any Zhenqi left, so I can't use Qinggong. I can only put you guys down." Li Yinfeng came down from Zhang Xiaohua's back and quickly asked, "Then is your body okay?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "It's okay, big sister Li. After a while, I'll be fine. Let's go, the date red horse is not far ahead. We should quickly leave the mountain." Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously, "The night is pitch black, how do you know that the date red horse is just ahead?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Feeling, second brother. A man's sixth sense." Thus, Li Yinfeng supported her mother and Zhang Xiaohu supported shopkeeper Li. Under Zhang Xiaohua's lead, they walked forward for half an hour before they found the date red horse. 5 people and only 2 horses. This made things a little difficult for Zhang Xiaohu. Manager Li said, "Nephew, this old man knows how to ride a horse. Why don't you let me and my family ride one, and you two ride the other? What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "This place is very far from Lu Town. If the 3 of you ride together, the horse won't be able to withstand it. How about uncle and auntie ride one, and second brother and Li Yinfeng ride the other? Is that okay?" Li Yinfeng was a bit embarrassed. Shopkeeper Li thought for a bit and said, "This matter is urgent and is also forced by the situation. We can only do this. Fenger, let's do as nephew says." Li Yinfeng didn't know if she nodded or shook her head. It was too dark to see clearly, but she didn't say anything. Naturally, she agreed. Shopkeeper Li asked again, "Nephew Zhang Xiaohua, will you ride with us or with your second brother?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I won't ride with you. I know Qinggong. I'll use it to catch up with you." Zhang Xiaohu said strangely, "How can that be? Your body is very light. You can ride the same horse as us. Why do you have to use Qinggong? Besides, you don't have any true qi in your body. How can you use Qinggong?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Second brother, time is tight now. Why are you so wishy-washy? If I ride the horse, it will definitely be slower. Besides, if the people from the mountain village catch up with us, they will definitely catch up with us. Won't I be working in vain tonight? Besides, if I wait here for a while, maybe I can block them and let you run farther. Forget it. Who do you think you are? You're not a real hero. Why do you stay here? Brother Li's family has been rescued. Let's go back together." "It's fine, second brother. I have my own plans. Besides, even if they see me, they won't think that I'm the one who saved them. Also, don't forget that I'm a disciple of the Dalan Temple. How would they dare to touch a single hair on my head? Well, forget it. I won't go. I'll go with you. If I go back like this, I won't be able to explain it to my parents." "Don't, second brother. Sister Li can't ride a horse. Even if she can, the road from here to Lu Town is not very safe. It's late at night. Don't you worry about them traveling alone?" "Well." Zhang Xiaohu was a little hesitant. "Second brother, get on the horse quickly. Listen to me. I'll rest in the woods for a while. When there's no movement in the mountain village, I'll go back tomorrow. If we hesitate for a while, they'll really catch up with us." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu gritted his teeth and said, "Xiaohua, second brother knows that I'm not good at martial arts and can't help you. But you must be careful. When we leave, quickly recover your martial arts and catch up with us with your qin gong. I know, second brother. Don't worry. When has your brother ever suffered a loss? Didn't the little bald donkey from the Dalan temple also fall into my hands? Okay. I'll take them away. Catch up with them as soon as possible. After saying this, Zhang Xiaohu no longer hesitated and got on the horse. Li Yinfeng was also helped by Zhang Xiaohua to sit behind him. Then he helped shopkeeper Li and Li Yinfeng get on the horse. Li Yinfeng's mother, who had been silent all this time, said in a low voice, "Xiaohua, you're a good child. Come back quickly. We'll wait for you in Lu Town." "I know, Auntie. I'll go back tomorrow. It won't be long." After he finished speaking, he gently patted the red date horse's butt. The two horses stomped on the ground and quietly galloped down the mountain. After running for a while, the two horses stopped at the same time. The people on the horses all looked back, but it was dark and they couldn't see anyone. Soon after, they heard the sound of horse hooves. Ta, ta, ta. It gradually went farther and farther away. Slowly, the sound of horse hooves could not be heard. Zhang Xiaohua stood at the edge of the forest at the top of the mountain. She didn't wait for them to go far. She took out the primordial stones from her arms and absorbed them with all her strength. Instantly, a long and vigorous stream of primordial qi rushed from the meridians in her hands to her dantian. Zhang Xiaohua felt her whole body was incomparably comfortable. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Zhang Xiaohua stopped absorbing the primordial qi. She secretly circulated her qi and hurriedly improved her cultivation a little. She used her spiritual sense to examine the two primordial stones. The primordial qi inside did not seem to show any signs of decreasing. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think that her cultivation was really weak. According to the records in the Heart Sutra, this kind of primordial stone would be discarded after being absorbed a few times. She had already absorbed it twice and still hadn't absorbed much. Zhang Xiaohua put the primordial stones away and got up to stretch his body. Looking at the fire in the mountain stronghold in the distance, his pupils shrank slightly and flashed a trace of killing intent. He insisted on staying. On the one hand, it was to slightly resist the pursuers of the mountain stronghold and lead them to another direction. The most important thing was that the bandit named Brother Su had touched his bottom line. He had saved Li Yinfeng, which had already made it clear that he was a disciple of the Dalan temple. This group of people even planned to take Li Yinfeng back to the mountain stronghold. They even robbed the Li family's property and burned their house. It was clear that they didn't treat bean buns as dry food. They didn't give face to him, a disciple of the Dalan temple, and bullied him because he was young and a foreigner. The most hateful thing was that they wanted to go to the Guozhuang house, Balagu and Guanyin temple to search for beautiful women. Thinking of the tragedy of the neighboring village being robbed by Shitsui Mountain, Zhang Xiaohua was furious. He didn't want such a tragedy to happen in his Guozhuang house again. He didn't want the bandits to disturb the peaceful life of his family. For his parents, for his brother and sister-in-law, he had to stay. He had to stay and take the lives of those who had eaten the courage of the leopard. Zhang Xiaohua didn't even intend to let go of the head of the mountain stronghold and the messenger. If it weren't for his limited martial arts, he even wanted to destroy Shitsui Mountain. Of course, he couldn't tell his second brother about his thoughts and words. He knew that his second brother wouldn't let him take the risk alone. Perhaps he would stay, or perhaps he would take him away. However, neither choice was his own. He was more willing to destroy any enemies that threatened his family before they sprouted. With that thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua reached into his bosom and took out the small sword. The feeling of it being his own arm made him feel a sense of pride. He thought to himself, small sword, did you not taste enough blood last time? Today I'm going to make a fortune. Then, with a tap of his toes, his figure floated to the top of a high tree. His divine sense swept forward like an antenna. His figure didn't stay in the forest any longer. Like a wisp of smoke, he rushed to the stronghold of Shichui Mountain. The hidden sentries in the woods were even more slack and almost fell asleep. Zhang Xiaohua came to the bottom of the stronghold wall again. At this time, there were fewer people patrolling on the stronghold wall. Only a few people were wandering back and forth listlessly. Zhang Xiaohua found a chance and climbed up the stronghold wall. This time he didn't rush down, but looked up and looked around. Suddenly, he patted his forehead and laughed in his heart. Habitual thinking kills people. Chapter 251. The wall of the bandit stronghold of Shichui Mountain was a small semicircle. In the middle of the wall, there was a square between the house and the wall. It was easy to be discovered from the square, but the wall was connected to the house. The left and right ends of the wall were built on the mountain rocks, and the houses of the stronghold were built against the mountain. As long as one walked to the end of the wall, one could walk to the house along the shadow. When Zhang Xiaohua went in, she didn't pay attention. In order to save time, she crossed the square at the risk of being discovered. And when she came back, she didn't think much. She just went back from where she came from. She never thought that if she walked to the end of the wall, she wouldn't be discovered by the bandits at all. Thinking that she was almost discovered with 3 people just now, Zhang Xiaohua secretly reminded herself that she should pay more attention in the future and carefully observe the terrain. She should never make such mistakes again. After criticizing and self-criticizing, Zhang Xiaohua didn't intend to find a new route. Anyway, there were no people patrolling. Why should she take a detour? Her genuine qi was painstakingly absorbed from the primordial stone. There was no reason to waste it. Zhang Xiaohua turned over and got down. She still skimmed across the square. Under her divine awareness, she was not discovered by anyone. According to her memory just now, Zhang Xiaohua came to the place where the bandits' brother Su and others were drinking. When the banquet reached the climax, everyone was drunk. She heard old Chao say, "Xiaofan is so scheming. He actually sprinkled the 1,000-mile incense on that girl's car. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to find that girl in a short time." Another voice sounded, "Brother Chao, didn't I tell you not to mention that girl again? She's not ours anymore. It's useless to talk about her. It makes us feel itchy." Old Chao said, "Well, I won't say it. I haven't said it all night. Now I really can't stand it anymore. Alas, how could we be seen by the chieftain? It would be better if we left earlier. Presumably, that bullshit messenger is having fun now." A voice said, "Old Chao, you're drunk. You'd better talk about something else." "That's right, let's talk about Xiaofan's cleverness. Tell me honestly, did you really find the Li family's lass with that 1,000-mile fragrance?" Xiaofan said, "Hee, Brother Su guessed correctly. There are many people in Lu Town, and the smells are mixed. The 1,000-mile fragrance is indeed useful in open areas, but when I'm there, how can I smell it? I don't have a dog's nose." "Ah." Old Chao said, "You actually lied to me and made me envious of your intelligence. Oh right, without the 1,000 miles incense, how did you find the Li family's door?" Xiaofan chuckled and said, "In this world, there are many people who like to gossip. Everyone has a gossipy heart. I only sat in the tea house for a while and casually asked about interesting things in the city. Someone who likes to show off told me about the robbery of the Li family and the Yu family's daughter from 4 trees. It only cost 2 copper coins for the tea. It's a pity that the Yu clan's young lady isn't here, and there's no one at home. Otherwise, we would be able to do something big. Don't worry, they won't run away. We'll just go again another day. Okay, brothers, let's drink, and then we'll go together." Okay, let's drink. Everyone drank a few bowls. Zhang Xiaohua, who was listening on the roof, was angry, but there were 6 people in the room. He didn't have the ability to kill all 6 of them at once. As long as one of them shouted, who knows how many people would hear it in this kind of night. At this time, old Chow said, "You guys drink, I'll go out and waterproof." After saying that, he left the room alone. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and followed him to a corner. Old Chow stood crookedly, whistling while waterproofing. Zhang Xiaohua walked behind him and patted his shoulder. Old Chow ignored him and said, "Wait, I'm not done yet." Zhang Xiaohua continued to pat him. Old Chow anxiously said, "Who's so annoying? Are you looking for a beating?" After saying that, he turned around and saw an unknown young man. Just as he was about to say something, the young man suddenly came forward with something in his left hand. With the help of the light from the window, he saw that the young man was actually holding a toy sword in his hand. Before he could take a second look, the sword was already at his throat. When the small sword reached his throat, it clearly paused, as if it was hesitating. Old Chow felt a wave of fear, but he didn't feel anything sharp at his throat. He immediately understood that it was just a toy, and the tip of the sword hadn't been sharpened. He couldn't help but grin, and said the last sentence of his life, "Where did this little brat come from? How dare you joke with me? Watch how I deal with you." After saying that, he reached out to grab the toy. At this time, another voice sounded from the side, "Brother Chow, who are you talking to?" Then, old Chow felt a chill in his throat. Then, he covered his neck in disbelief and fell to the ground weakly. Even before he died, he didn't understand how this unsharpened toy could pierce his throat. The young man who killed him was Zhang Xiaohua. In fact, when his dagger was at old Chow's throat, he did hesitate. After all, he had never really faced killing before, so he couldn't do it. However, the person behind him had blocked his escape route. If he didn't stab with his dagger, tonight's operation would be ruined. He could escape, but the Li family, Yu family, Guozhuang, and Balagu might suffer. In a situation where there was no way out, he had no choice but to stab with his dagger. When he pulled out the dagger, he saw old Chow lying limp on the ground. His life was so easily dodged by him. He felt a wave of confusion in his heart, but soon after, he felt a wave of relief. So this was how killing people was, how easy it was to kill people. At this time, he was already unable to summarize his experience. There wasn't much time left for him. The person behind him was about to turn the corner. Zhang Xiaohua immediately slid to the side of the wall. The person just happened to lean out half of his body and was still saying, "You didn't drink too much, did you?" His words suddenly stopped. A small sword easily pierced his throat. It was gentle, like a lover's kiss. The only difference was that the lover left a red lipstick mark, while the small sword left a faint red. The people in the room didn't know that something was wrong outside. After drinking for a while, they still didn't see anyone coming back. Brother Su said, "Xiaoshunzi, go with Shaoli and see what happened to old Chow and the other 2. Did they really drink too much? Carry them back. It's still early, so it's not their style." Xiaoshunzi and the other person answered and came out. As soon as they turned the corner, they saw the 2 people lying on the ground. They laughed and said, "Old Chow, oh old Chow, I've never seen you like this. When you wake up tomorrow, how will I scold you?" Before the 2 people could go forward, Zhang Xiaohua descended from the sky. Her left hand held a sword, and her right hand formed a claw. She stabbed the sword into the throat and grabbed it with her other hand. With a slight force, there was a crack sound. Blood seeped out of the corner of the person's mouth and he fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the corpse lying on the ground. It was no longer as agitated and trembling as before. She whispered, "It's better to use a sword. It's clean and nimble." There were only 2 people left in the room, and they were both drunk. How could they be worthy of his attention? Brother Su was still drinking with the other person in the room when he heard a knock on the door. He couldn't help but frown and say, "You don't have hands. Open the door yourself." However, the knocking continued. He was angry. He got up and strode to the door. He opened the door and said, "Who the hell are you?" In front of him was Xiaofan, who had just gone out. His eyes were closed and his head was drooping. Brother Su laughed and said, "Xiaofan, don't tell me you just went out for a while and fell asleep." Unfortunately, Xiaofan didn't reply. Brother Su felt that something was amiss. He was about to call someone over when he saw a short figure emerge from behind Xiaofan. The faintly discernible face was actually very familiar. Brother Su called out, "Dalan Temple." Just as he finished speaking, a small sword pierced his throat. There was no resistance. Brother Su died with remaining grievances as he looked at the young boy in front of him and fell to the ground. There was only one person left in the room. He was drunk when he heard Brother Su call out for the Dalan Temple. He couldn't help but be shocked. When he saw Brother Su fall to the ground and revealed the lay disciple, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. His drunkenness completely disappeared as he shouted, "Help!" Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua rushed in front of him like lightning. The man didn't have time to dodge. He only managed to lean slightly to the side before the small sword pierced his throat and he stopped breathing. When the last person fell to the ground, Zhang Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief. She wiped away the sweat that was about to flow down. She thought to herself, "Lucky." Suddenly, she slapped her forehead and said on the ground, "Oh, I forgot to leave him alive. Ask him where the money is hidden." As she spoke, she used her divine sense to sweep the room. She didn't find anything. Presumably, the money was hidden somewhere else. Zhang Xiaohua didn't stay any longer. She carried the corpses into the room, blew out the light, and walked out. Just as she was about to leave, an idea flashed in her mind. Why not take the opportunity to kill the fort master and let Shichui Mountain be leaderless and peaceful for a few years? Moreover, she didn't get any benefits from this trip. Wouldn't it be a waste of effort? After making up her mind, Zhang Xiaohua floated up the room and sneaked toward the hall. In the hall, the banquet was not over yet. The two of them were talking about something. Zhang Xiaohua was not arrogant just because he had killed a few small fries. Although he did not know how good the martial arts of the head and the messenger were, the head could command the entire Shichui Mountain. How could he control the situation if he did not have some martial arts? Presumably, he was no match for them. If he wanted to kill them, it was better to do it suddenly. And the emissary seemed to be from some divine sect. Such people dared to come out to represent a sect. Which one of them wasn't a master? Zhang Xiaohua didn't think that he could beat them. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua floated to the back of the inner hall. She used her divine sense to sweep around, trying to find a good place to hide. But before her divine sense found a hiding place, she found that there seemed to be a fluctuation of primordial qi under the ground of the back hall. "Please collect, please tip, thank you." Chapter 252. Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to feel the fluctuation of primordial qi underground. He couldn't help but think of the basement in Zhang Chengyue's study in the Misty School. It was estimated that this was the secret room of the master of Shichui Mountain. Then Zhang Xiaohua excitedly looked for the entrance to the secret room. If the entrance was found by others, it might not be easy to find. But under Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, there was nowhere to hide. After several scans, he found the abnormality on the bed in the corner. When he found the mechanism in the corner of the bed, he couldn't help but praise secretly. If he really looked for it with his eyes, he might not find it. It seemed that the things in the secret room were really worth looking forward to. When Zhang Xiaohua lifted the bed and walked into the secret room from the bed, he saw a layer of light in front of him before he laid down the stairs. He couldn't help but be surprised. Was this the luminous pearl recorded in the book? Zhang Xiaohua lit the fire starter. What he saw in front of him made him stunned. In front of him was a space with a radius of 10 feet. On the right was a weapon shelf with some strange weapons. On the left were several big boxes. Looking forward, it was the place where he saw the light just now. There were several tables with a lot of jewelry and jade on them. The strangest thing was that beside the table, there was an incense burner that looked like the incense burner used in temples. There were 3 legs at the bottom and a ball at the top. However, this incense burner had a lid. Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to scan. The fluctuation of primordial qi was coming from this incense burner. He carefully walked forward and touched it with his hand. Then he opened the lid of the incense burner and looked inside. Yes, there were still a lot of burnt ashes in the incense burner. He really didn't know why the bandit brought the incense burner here. Suddenly, he remembered that he had heard the conversation between the messenger and the master on the roof. Was this what the messenger wanted to take? Hey, Zhang Xiaohua sneered. No matter what it was, as long as it was a treasure, why should he hesitate? Then, Zhang Xiaohua took out the money bag and put the incense burner into it. Then, without taking back the money bag, he first came to several big boxes and opened one casually. The lid of the box was opened and the inside was glittering with gold. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were dazzled. To be honest, this guy had never seen gold since he was a child. Even when he heard it, he just heard it from Peng. How could he not be moved by the box full of gold in front of him? Gladly, Zhang Xiaohua put the whole box into the money bag without hesitation. That was, if he put it in bit by bit, it would waste his divine sense. Taking the whole box together, that would be cool. As for the rest of the boxes, Zhang Xiaohua also opened them one by one to satisfy his eyes. Then, he put them into the money bag. These boxes were either filled with gold or jewelry. There was not even silver. Zhang Xiaohua could not help shaking his head. These bandits were so tasteless that they only took hard currency. Why didn't they store some silver notes? The gold and the like really took up too much space in the money bag. How could it be more convenient than silver notes? As for the luminous pearls on the table, there were actually a lot of them in the box. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to waste, let go, or regret, so he put them all in his bag. As for the rare weapons, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't be blamed. He had never seen any weapons, so he didn't know how precious these weapons were. Moreover, these things didn't look as pleasing to the eye as gold and jewelry. Forget it, it's better to leave some for the bandits of Shitsui Mountain. After all, we are all educated people, so it's good to leave something for them to remember. Of course, these thoughts were also made by Zhang Xiaohua after his divine sense swept over the weapon rack. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had faintly understood that only things with primordial qi fluctuations were what he needed. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua remembered that he seemed to have not used his divine sense to scan the small sword. It was easy to forget things around him. Then, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to separate a strand of divine sense to scan the small sword. At this time, he suddenly heard a soft sound above his head. Zhang Xiaohua quickly released his divine sense. Oh, no, Master Lu and Messenger Ying were standing in front of the bed. Even if he thought with his toes, he knew that they were not going to rest. He was blocked by someone. What should he do? Zhang Xiaohua quickly looked at some of the secret rooms that had just been searched by him and seemed to be empty. Where was there a hiding place? Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes and then made up his mind. He put away the fire starter, took out the big handkerchief from his arms, covered his mouth and nose, and floated up with his qing gong. Since he was caught like a turtle in a jar, he might as well fight to the death. Outside the secret room, Master Lu smiled apologetically and said, "Messenger, I have put that thing in the secret room later. I am the only one who knows about this secret room. I have already dealt with the other people who know about it. That thing will be fine if it is placed here." Emissary Ying said with a smile, "Actually, it would be easy for someone from my divine sect to get this thing. However, this kind of thing involves a lot of people. My sect finds it troublesome and the evil tiger gang is not in a good situation. That's why we came to Shitsui Mountain." "Hee, Chief Lu, I've said enough. I think you already know what to do. You must have guessed it." I know. "Messenger, don't worry. I know very well in my heart. The monk Jiao, who was set up by us, has already been dealt with by my men. Even if the monks of the Shaolin Temple come to the mountain, I will refuse to let them find any trace of the divine sect. However, about my small request? Master Lu, don't worry. Didn't I say that a big shot of my divine sect is coming soon? He is one of the 18 disciples of Lord Garuda of my divine sect. He has a prominent status. Your small request can't be any smaller. If he can come, it naturally shows that what you are doing is very important. Since you can complete it well, I will say a few good words in front of him. Isn't your future clear?" "Great, Lord Messenger, I have to ask for more. By the way, my secret room is filled with the inventory of Shitsui Mountain. There are still some things that I like. I hope Lord Messenger can accept some of them later." "Hee, no problem. I don't know what can catch my eye in this remote place. I'm looking forward to it." Immediately, Master Lu opened the mechanism, revealing a secret passage leading to the underground. Master Lu looked at Messenger Ying and said with a smile, "I will lead the way." After that, he lifted his leg to get on the bed and was about to enter the secret passage. In the blink of an eye, just as he was about to step into the secret passage, a thin and weak figure dashed out from the deep secret passage with a whoosh and crashed into Chieftain Lu. Master Lu was calculating his own plan while taking into account the feelings of the messenger behind him. Moreover, he didn't expect that a figure would rush out from the secret passage, so he didn't have any reaction at all. Even if he was prepared, at such a close distance, Zhang Xiaohua had used all her strength. How could he react? When he came to his senses, a cold feeling came from his throat. In an instant, he felt that all the strength in his body flowed out of his body along with this feeling. Before that beautiful future could warm up in his mind, it was pierced by the sudden assassination and disappeared without a trace. Before he died, the only sentence in Master Lu's mind was, "This world is full of surprises." When Zhang Xiaohua saw Master Lu collapsed on the ground, she pushed Master Lu's body towards Messenger Ying and didn't stay any longer. She exerted strength in her legs and soared into the sky, escaping out of the house. She was betting on this little bit of time. She thought that once she appeared, she would be able to catch them off guard and kill the weaker Master Lu. As for that Messenger Ying, even if he reacted, he might not have the time to block her. Moreover, if she could successfully escape out of the house, that messenger would definitely not chase after her because he still had to look into the secret chamber. Sure enough, when the messenger pushed the corpse away, it was already too late to block Zhang Xiaohua. Messenger Ying looked at Zhang Xiaohua's figure that had just escaped and the dark entrance of the secret passage in front of him. He hit his feet and quickly scurried up the bed. After taking a few steps, he quickly lit up the fire starter. Looking at the empty secret chamber, his heart thumped and he knew that it was not good. He saw the figure that had just escaped clearly. It was a slightly weaker figure, like a youth. There seemed to be a dagger in his hand and then there was nothing on him. The incense burner that he wanted was huge and he wouldn't be able to carry it. The messenger looked around the secret chamber worriedly and didn't see any place to hide the incense burner. He quickly scurried out of the secret chamber and with a stretch of his body, he used his lightness skill to rush out of the house. His figure was actually faster than Zhang Xiaohua. The disappearance of the incense burner must have something to do with the youth who came out of the secret chamber. Even if he didn't take it, he must have some clues. The key was that if he didn't chase the youth back, he couldn't explain it to the cult. When he chased out of the house and looked from a high place, the youth had already run far away. But he didn't go in the direction of the fortress wall, instead, he went to the back of the mountain. Could it be that he had reinforcements at the back of the mountain? The messenger gritted his teeth and chased closely. Even if there was an ambush, he had to bite the bullet. At this moment, how could he care so much? The back of the mountain of Shichui Mountain was also a lush forest. But the mountain was too steep and there was no mountain road leading down. So the bandits had always ignored it. Zhang Xiaohua ran to the edge of the cliff in a short time. When he looked back, Messengering had already chased out of the house and was coming in his direction. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and touched the money bag in his arms. The ancient said, "Birds die for food, people die for wealth." They didn't deceive him. Then, he took out a vitality stone from his arms and held it in his right hand. He lowered his head to look at the mountain. With a chuckle, he flew down and landed on the top of a big pine tree by the mountain. The top of the tree sank down and then bounced up. Zhang Xiaohua's body jumped up and flew to another place. "Please collect, please tip, thank you." Chapter 253. Since she couldn't escape the fate of being chased, it was better to face it calmly and make the best preparation. Anyway, her second brother and the people of the Li family had gone far away. The people who robbed the Li family in Lu Town and the head of fort were killed by her. Messengering probably didn't have time or thought to find Li Yinfeng again. Zhang Xiaohua had a sense of heroism. In order not to exhaust the true qi in her body, Zhang Xiaohua had already prepared for a protracted battle. While absorbing the primordial qi from the primordial stone to replenish the true qi in her body, she used her lightness skill and Misty School's lightness skill to move freely in the forest. Although Messenger Ying's lightness skill was faster than Zhang Xiaohua's, Zhang Xiaohua was really cunning. In the beginning, her lightness skill was a little obscure and she was almost caught by him several times. But as time went by, her lightness skill became smoother and her speed increased a lot. She was almost on par with Messenger Ying. Messenger Ying was angry. Wasn't he making fun of him? How could he practice lightness skill in front of him? However, he was not worried. Although the young man's lightness skill was good, he was limited after all. Even if he started practicing internal strength when he was in his mother's womb, he might not be as powerful as him. When he ran out of strength, wouldn't it be easy to catch him? The two people, one chasing and one running, gradually went far away from Shichui Mountain. The distance between them was always kept at 10 feet. It couldn't be widened or shortened. When they were in a stalemate, brilliant fireworks were shot from the direction of Shichui Mountain. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. It was still far away from the New Year's celebration. Who was crazy to set off fireworks so early? Messengering was overjoyed. He also took out something from his arms and threw it into the air. Immediately, it flew high and then exploded with a bang. It was also a firework, which was very similar to the previous one. Even if Zhang Xiaohua didn't know much, she knew that the backup of the messenger had come. Sure enough, there was a clear howl from Shichui Mountain. Before the howl had died down, it had already come to Zhang Xiaohua and the others. In an instant, they felt that it was much closer. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. What a speed! It seemed that her life would be in danger today. With that thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and kept the primordial stones in his arms. The true energy in his body began to circulate wildly and his true energy flickered continuously. His body immediately sped up and in an instant, he managed to pull away from Envoy Ying and quickly escaped into the depths of the valley. Upon seeing this, Envoy Ying did not dare to be negligent. He let out a long whistle from his mouth and did not dare to slow down. The true energy in his body flowed freely to his legs. If he did not show off now, when would he? The martial arts of the people from the divine sect were very high. When the whistling stopped, they were already halfway through the chase. When Zhang Xiaohua took the time to look back, under the moonlight, a faint black dot had already appeared in his field of vision. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. He turned his body and fled to another place where the trees were denser. In fact, she still underestimated the martial arts of that person. As early as she appeared in that person's vision, she had already been locked on by that person's internal strength. As long as Zhang Xiaohua's lightness skill was much higher than that person's, it was almost impossible to escape that person's tracking. Whether it was a dense forest or a plain, it was the same. Not long after Zhang Xiaohua changed direction, she came to a dense forest. The person behind her had already passed Envoy Ying and directly caught up with her. Zhang Xiaohua landed on the crown of a big tree. She wanted to look around to see if there was any place to hide or escape. Suddenly, she felt that her vision turned black and she immediately lost consciousness. Wasn't it midnight now? When Zhang Xiaohua landed on the tree, the person from the divine sect had already caught up to her within 100 feet. When he was about to use his internal strength to chase after her again, he saw Zhang Xiaohua fall straight from the crown of the tree. This change came so suddenly that the person didn't dare to move forward for a while. He waited for a long time before he and Envoy Ying separated into two directions to watch. Under the fallen leaves and accumulated grass under the big tree, Zhang Xiaohua was sleeping soundly. The person frowned and watched for a while. Then he waved his hand to Envoy Ying. Envoy Ying hurried forward and stretched out his hand to grab Zhang Xiaohua's arm. He lifted her up and easily carried Zhang Xiaohua in his hand. Envoy Ying couldn't help but exclaim. The person asked curiously, "Ying Fei, what's wrong?" "Lord Qin, this boy is very light." "Oh? Is he too thin?" "Yes, he's thin, but he's too light." "Yes." Lord Qin didn't comment. Then, the two people used their qin gong and returned to Shichui Mountain. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes. In front of her was a road that was rapidly retreating. She suddenly realized her situation. She immediately closed her eyes again and released her divine sense. It was a bright and sunny morning. The two people from the divine sect were riding their horses and galloping in the same direction. Zhang Xiaohua was facing down in front of Ying's horse. Although Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were closed, his eyeballs kept rolling around. His mind was spinning as he tried to think of a way to deal with this situation. Not long after, the two horses galloped to a fork in the road. Lord Qin's horse wanted to turn left, but Ying Fei fell behind. Just as Ying Fei turned his horse around to follow Lord Qin, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly jumped up from the horse and flew to the right. Ying Fei was caught unprepared. Both of his hands were holding the reins. Before he could let go, he shook the reins and wanted to use the reins to tie Zhang Xiaohua's legs. Although Zhang Xiaohua was in the air with her back to him, she didn't withdraw her divine sense for a moment. How could she not know his intention? She immediately curled up and let go of the reins. Then, she landed on the ground. Without looking at the direction, she tiptoed and ran to the wilderness by the roadside. Before she ran a few steps, she heard a laugh behind her. "Huh, I knew you were awake, but I didn't know you had such ability to escape from Ying Fei." Zhang Xiaohua didn't look back, but her divine sense swept behind her. A young man with a square face and a very kind appearance was chasing her casually. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Was this the person who chased her last night? In a few breaths, the young man had caught up with her. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly changed her direction and turned to the other side. The young man didn't panic and also turned to catch up with her. Zhang Xiaohua then changed her direction several times and suddenly accelerated. She used all the tricks she could think of, but she didn't pull away from the young man at all. So, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly stopped. She stopped very contrary to common sense. She turned around and said, "Big brother." But the young man with gray hair in front of her was rushing towards her. For a moment, she didn't know whether to call him big brother or uncle. The man with gray hair was chasing closely from behind. He didn't expect Zhang Xiaohua to suddenly stop. And she stopped so suddenly, as if she didn't run at all. He couldn't stop in time and was running towards Zhang Xiaohua. How could Zhang Xiaohua let him hit her? She didn't care whether he was big brother or uncle. She first moved to the side. The man with gray hair's qin gong was even better. He also took a breath and his body floated up. He just swept past the place where Zhang Xiaohua was standing and then stopped. Looking at the man with gray hair turning around, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Big brother, why are you chasing me?" The man with gray hair didn't speak. He stared at Zhang Xiaohua for a long time and asked, "Do you want to know? Then tell me first, why are you going to Xichui Mountain?" Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said righteously, "I'm going to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. The bandits of Xichui Mountain are running amok, killing people and setting fires. They are full of evil. As a disciple of the Dalan Temple, of course I have to be merciful and send them to Buddha's paradise." "You? A disciple of the Dalan Temple?" The man with gray hair's serious face suddenly became very funny, as if he saw the funniest thing in the world. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "You actually said in front of me that you are a disciple of the Dalan Temple? Do you know who I am?" Zhang Xiaohua secretly said in her heart, "This is bad. Li Gui has met Li Kue. This time I'm exposed. Could it be that this guy is the real disciple?" Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly cupped her hands and said, "Could it be that this big brother is also a disciple of the Dalan Temple? Pay! A group of baldies from the Dalan Temple, are they worthy of being my master?" The man with gray hair had a face of disdain. "Then, big brother is? Tell me who your master is first." "Master? Hee, didn't I tell big brother already? I am from the Dalan Temple." "Who is your big brother?" "Call me Lord. Also, you are definitely not from the Dalan Temple. It is useless to say this in front of me. Big brother, oh, Lord, this one does not have a master. This one is self-taught." "Self-taught? Hee, your movement technique has the shadow of the ethereal steps, but it is not exactly the same. Could it be that you are related to the Misty School?" The man with gray hair was somewhat suspicious. "Misty School?" Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "You guessed right. I am the direct disciple of the Misty School's leader O Peng. If you don't want to offend the Misty School, quickly let me go." "Ha ha ha." The man seemed to have heard something funny. He laughed and said, "Your movement technique is only 30% similar to the ethereal steps. You actually dare to boast that you are a disciple of the Misty School. Not to mention that you are definitely not a disciple of the Misty School. Even if you were a disciple of the Misty School, if I took you, they would not dare to say a word." "Oh no, where did this big brother come from?" "Right, divine sect. What kind of sect is this divine sect?" Poor Zhang Xiaohua only knew about the Misty School, the Dalan Temple, and the evil tiger gang. The other sects were a blur to her eyes. Naturally, she did not know what this divine sect was. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua did not speak, the man asked again, "I don't care which sect you are from. I just want to know why you went to Xichui Mountain. You killed their chief and 6 small fries. What is the reason?" Zhang Xiaohua quickly waved her hand and said, "Big brother, you misunderstood. I only killed the chief. The others were not killed by me." Chapter 254. Forget it. The gray-haired man's personality seemed to be very kind as he retorted, although my subordinates did not see you kill those 6 bandits, but from the wounds on their throats, I could easily see that you killed them with the small sword in your bosom. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but touch his bosom. Luckily, the small sword and money pouch were still there. The 4 small primeval stones were also still there. Zhang Xiaohua's face was embarrassed from being exposed and said, "So you all know, hee. Quickly tell me, what are you here for? These are 7 lives. A little youth like you is actually so cruel and merciless. Could it be that they have a grudge against you for killing your father?" "Grudge against my father?" Zhang Xiaohua's eyes turned again and said in a sad voice, "Sir, you are absolutely right. I have a grudge against a few bandits for killing my father. Today I am here to take revenge." Immediately after, he sorrowfully made up an awkward story. But, his story had just started when the gray-haired man waved his hand and said, "Don't speak nonsense, I am not willing to listen to your nonsense. How can you have a grudge against the bandits with your skills? I do not care about the lives of those bandits. I only want to ask you one thing, where is the cauldron in the secret room?" "Cauldron?" Zhang Xiaohua was confused and said in a puzzled voice, "Sir, please understand, I did not see any cauldron at all. Moreover, to be honest, I did not know that there was a secret room in that place. I originally wanted to assassinate the chief, but he was always with your people and I did not have a chance. So I thought of hiding in a place in the back hall and making my move. When I saw the secret room, the secret passage was already open. I was also curious, so I went down. In the end, it was empty, there was nothing. Oh, right, there were only some strange weapons." The gray-haired man stared at Zhang Xiaohua, as if trying to distinguish whether he was telling the truth or not. After he finished speaking, he asked, "Which sect are you from? Or which organization are you from? If I'm familiar with it, I'll let you go after I verify it." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I really am a disciple of the Misty School." The white-haired man also smiled and said, "Then do you know the Dragon God sect?" "Dragon God sect?" Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, "I heard from my master, Wenhai, that it's an unremarkable sect." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The gray-haired man laughed as if he had heard a joke. He looked up to the sky and laughed until tears almost came out of his eyes. Then he said, "You are really cunning. I don't know where you heard Wenhai's name, but you actually shamelessly clung to his thigh. Do you still want me to be magnanimous to you on account of the fact that you are O Peng's disciple's disciple? However, since you haven't even heard of the Dragon God sect, how could you possibly be a disciple of the Misty School? Dragon God sect? Is he famous? Should I know?" Zhang Xiaohua had a series of question marks. She secretly muttered in her heart, "Isn't second brother just a disciple of the Misty School? I've never heard him mention the name of the Dragon God sect." Zhang Xiaohua helplessly spread out her hands and said, "Since sir doesn't believe me, then I'll just take it that I'm self-taught." "Self-taught?" The gray-haired man snorted coldly and said, "You are ruthless. You slit their throats with a sword. This is not something an ordinary person can do. If you hadn't undergone strict training, how could I believe it?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was also at a loss. Yes, 7 lives were harvested by her just like that. When she heard that the bandit's brother Su wanted to rob the Guozhuang house, Zhang Xiaohua naturally thought of the tragedy in the neighboring village and how the 3 wolves of Shitsui Mountain treated her so viciously. She remembered that when she stabbed her first sword into that person's throat, she was still hesitant. After that, she saw a little bit of blood in his throat. At that time, her whole body was cold and she even trembled a little. However, she didn't have the slightest fear or regret. Suddenly, a chill rose from Zhang Xiaohua's heart and instantly spread throughout her body. Yes, when she faced 7 bandits, her powerful force made her feel like she was looking at a few weak ants. She could easily kill them without a burial ground. This was the first time she took the initiative to kill someone, but she wasn't afraid at all. Was this still her? Was it because she killed them so gently that she didn't feel guilty because she didn't see a drop of blood? Did their dead bodies make her think that they were really sleeping because they seemed to be asleep? There was a kind of fear in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. This kind of fear was because she didn't understand her past behavior and her nature. The gray-haired man sensitively felt the change in Zhang Xiaohua and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, almost at the same time, an indifferent and unknown flow flowed out of her mind. First, it flowed to her heart, and then it flowed throughout her body. Zhang Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved and a thought came into her mind: if they hurt my family, no matter how far they are, I will kill them. If they are my family, no matter how dangerous it is, I will do it. Once this thought appeared, it gradually became stronger and stronger. In the end, it became tyrannical and filled her entire mind. A sentence also appeared in her heart: if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Zhang Xiaohua's eyes instantly became firm and her state of mind also grew as if she was reborn. The tempering of the state of mind was very mysterious. The gray-haired man didn't know that his provocation actually made Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation advance to another level. When the gray-haired man saw Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, the smile at the corner of his mouth disappeared and he secretly said, "What a pity." He originally wanted to use a psychological attack and use words to test Zhang Xiaohua's psychological bottom line to make her obediently tell him what he wanted to know. Now that he failed, he couldn't help but lose his patience. The gray-haired man said coldly, "You really don't want to tell me where you came from?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Sir, my words are all true. You just don't believe me." The gray-haired man was so angry that he laughed and said, "Good, good." Then, with a flash, he pointed at the acupoint under Zhang Xiaohua's armpit. Zhang Xiaohua, who was close by, didn't even have room to dodge. When the acupoint was hit, an unbearable numbness came from her limbs. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but collapse to the ground and almost moan. However, this feeling came and went quickly. Before Zhang Xiaohua's mouth could open, the numbness disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua stood up softly and asked, "What are you doing?" When the gray-haired man saw this, he was also surprised. If an ordinary person was hit like this, they would have already cried out and lay on the ground. This youth actually only felt a little pain. At this time, the gray-haired man no longer had the warmth from before. He sneered and said, "Since you don't want to cooperate, then don't blame me for being vicious. Divine Sect's 81 methods, let you have a taste of the soul-searching hand." After saying that, he pointed again. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was already prepared. Seeing the finger coming, she quickly dodged and wanted to use ethereal steps to dodge. But no matter how she dodged, the finger followed her like a shadow, getting closer and closer. It was impossible to dodge. Was this the difference between a martial arts master and himself? Zhang Xiaohua asked herself. This gentle finger seemed to be gentler than the previous one. Unfortunately, this finger contained 40% of the gray-haired man's inner strength. Even if Zhang Xiaohua practiced the immortal path cultivation method, under such a huge difference, it was still difficult for her to escape. Her body that had been tested by the two little monks in the Dalan temple, seemed to have been struck by lightning. An indescribable pain came from her four limbs. Her whole body's strength was instantly sucked out. That pain passed through her whole body and drilled straight into her brain. Like a spiritual awl, it fiercely pierced into Zhang Xiaohua's brain. Zhang Xiaohua lay weakly on the ground, her whole body twitching. Large beads of sweat dripped from her head. She couldn't help but moan softly. It was indeed the soul-searching hand. The pain only passed after half an incense's time. Zhang Xiaohua lay on the ground as if she had collapsed. She was too lazy to even move a finger. That pain was very strange. It was so painful that she almost fainted. But even if she wanted to faint, she couldn't. Her heart was abnormally clear. The gray-haired man was still as warm as before. He smiled and asked, "This little hero, now can you tell me where the cauldron is?" Zhang Xiaohua said softly and weakly, "This. Sir, this one has indeed never seen the cauldron. How do you want me to tell you?" The gray-haired man's eyes flashed coldly. He raised his leg and was about to attack again. But he tilted his head and looked at the time. He smiled and said, "Hee, trying to be brave? It's okay. There's plenty of time to let you know. The divine sect has many techniques. I'll let you taste them one by one. I'd like to see how long you can last." After he finished speaking, he stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's acupuncture point. His strength penetrated through her bones. Zhang Xiaohua's body immediately stiffened. She couldn't move at all. She was caught in his hand. At the same time, the gray-haired man was also surprised. Was this young man really a disciple of the Dalan Temple? Did he grow up eating vegetables? On the side of the road, Ying Fei was obediently pulling 2 horses. When he saw Sir Qin return, he smiled and said, "Sir Qin is still the best. No matter how cunning this guy is, he's still not your opponent." Sir Qin frowned and said, "Ying Fei, are you praising me or scolding me?" Ying Fei quickly explained respectfully, "How would I dare? Sir is an elite of the divine sect. I can only admire and respect you. How would I dare to have any other thoughts? But the information about the cauldron." Sir Qin looked at the dispirited Zhang Xiaohua in his hand and said, "I don't know which sect this guy is from." "Oh, right, I haven't even asked for his name." Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth. How could she say anything? Sir Qin's internal energy was very strong. This time, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't even speak. Sir Qin didn't seem to want to ask for his name. He continued, "This guy's mouth is very tight. I can't see where his martial arts come from. If it was something else, it would be fine. If I can't find it, I can just kill him. But this cauldron is something that the sect leader wants. You have to give the sect leader an explanation. Please vote for me. Thank you." Chapter 255. I understand. This is called casting a long line to catch a big fish. Ying Fei said with a smile. Yes. Since we have already caught him, we might as well take him with us. If we beat the small one, how can the big one not come out? There are many powerful techniques in our sect. If we use one every day, I don't believe that we can't make him talk. Lord Qin said fiercely. Although Zhang Xiaohua could not move his body, he could still hear. He had already released his spiritual sense. He could not help but complain in his heart. He was alone. Where did the big one come from? It seemed that he could not escape from the daily torture. Ying Fei hesitated and said, "Lord Qin, but we have to keep this a secret. If we take this burden with us, we can't guarantee that the secrets of our sect will not be revealed." Lord Qin said unhappily, "Do I need you to teach me how to do things? If we don't force this guy's backer to hand over the tripod furnace, you will bear the responsibility alone." I don't dare. Moreover, when this is over, as he spoke, Mr. Qin's voice became softer and he made a chopping motion. Ying Fei immediately said respectfully, "Mr. Qin is brilliant." Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense had already detected all of this, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. This Lord Qin's martial arts were clearly superior, and he couldn't compare to him. If he were to fall into his hands like this, he would lose his life sooner or later. Only by making preparations to escape would he have a glimmer of hope, but how could he escape? Zhang Xiaohua's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. The two people of the divine sect naturally did not know that their plan had been known by Zhang Xiaohua. In fact, even if they knew, they would not care. In their eyes, Zhang Xiaohua was just like a bandit in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. Maybe he was even worse. They could end Zhang Xiaohua's life at any time. Why would they care if their plan was known by him? The two of them got on their horses and continued their journey. Zhang Xiaohua was still placed on Ying Fei's horse. His meridians were sealed by Lord Qin, so he didn't have any strength left. He could only lie weakly on the horse's back, lowering his head to study the mysteries of the horse's hooves. He was also secretly looking for a way to escape before he could release his spiritual consciousness. Zhang Xiaohua could not help thinking. The two people from the divine sect asked about the 7 people she had killed, but they did not ask about Li Yinfeng. Presumably, Ying Fei had already forgotten about Li Yinfeng after Master Qin's sudden appearance. The bandits in Shizui Mountain must be in a mess now. Who would think of the 3 members of the Li family? The 6 bandits had already been killed by him. Ying Fei and Lord Qin definitely didn't know that he was here to save people. As long as he didn't say anything, no matter how hard they tried, they wouldn't know where he came from. He had already told them the truth, but they just didn't believe him. There was nothing he could do. Zhang Xiaohua secretly laughed. It seemed like he had to give himself an identity. If it were not for the fact that the muscles on his face could not move, a sinister smile would have already appeared. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohua had spent a lot of effort to find a cheap backer for herself. The two people from the divine sect traveled for half a day and came to a barren place. Ying Fei said, "Lord Qin, it seems that we are a little late. Is that kid from the evil tiger gang still waiting there?" Lord Qin said, "Isn't it because of that guy on your horse?" However, although that kid Situ of the evil tiger gang is a cautious person, if it was a normal person, he would have left long ago. Fortunately, this place is far from the evil tiger gang. Maybe he is still waiting. Ying Fei said with a smile, "Isn't it because of Wang Jianfeng? They are guarding their own base and not managing it well. Why did they interfere with the evil tiger gang? What value does this kind of small gang have?" Lord Qin said, "They don't wake up early if there are no benefits." According to Situ Liang's information, Wang Jianfeng does not seem to be interested in the evil tiger gang. He is only using the evil tiger gang as a cover. As for what they are doing, even Situ Liang did not find out anything. However, it should be within the evil tiger gang's sphere of influence. Situ Liang's cousin being put under house arrest by Wang Jianfeng must be related to this secret. Then, what kind of secret is it? What kind of sect is Wang Jianfeng? With that weak foundation, how could the divine sect be interested in what he wants? Just let him play. Sooner or later, Situ Liang will spread the news to the divine sect. Lord is wise. If it wasn't for Wang Jianfeng, the meeting with Situ Liang would not have been arranged so far away. That might not be the case. There is nothing to fear from Wang Jianfeng, but according to our information, Wang Jianfeng, Yanming Villa, Tan family and the Misty School have been doing a lot of shady business in the past few years. Moreover, their 4 sects have been developing very quickly, and their strength has increased by quite a bit. Especially the Misty School, they have actually swallowed the Luo Shui gang. They are like a tiger that has grown wings. Moreover, the number and quality of their elite disciples have increased by several times. The Misty School is a large sect, so if they are given a chance, they will inevitably become an obstacle to the divine sect. So, we cannot be careless about anything related to the Misty School. This little one understands. However, these 4 sects don't seem to be very harmonious. Moreover, even if our divine sect doesn't care, the Dalan Temple, Fragrance Cult and the Righteous Alliance might not be at ease with the threat of the Misty School. You're right. The people of the Righteous Alliance are always scheming against each other. They are all hypocritical and cannot form a united force. Otherwise, where would our divine sect find a place to stand in this world? Lord is wise. It is because our divine sect's 8 division heavenly dragons support each other and are as close as brothers that the divine sect is able to prosper. That's right. This is all thanks to sect leaders' wise leadership. Long live the divine sect, unify the Jianhu. The two of them did not hide their conversation from Zhang Xiaohua. They must have already decided Zhang Xiaohua's fate. Zhang Xiaohua was also sweating profusely. The more secrets she knew, the harder it would be to keep her life. But where was the escape route? Ying Fei led Lord Qin to a dilapidated temple. Using his divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua saw a young man who wasn't even 30 years old. He was sitting there cross-legged with a bag in his hand and a sword on the ground beside him. Lord Qin was far away from the dilapidated temple and he smiled. The person in the broken temple heard the sound of horse hooves outside. He stood up alertly and rushed out of the temple. He stuck out half of his head to take a look, then quickly came out to greet them. Lord Qin and Ying Fei jumped off their horses at the entrance. The young man took over Lord Qin's reins and led the horses into the broken temple. After that, the young man looked around and carefully closed the door. The 2 horses were tied to a withered tree in the temple. Zhang Xiaohua was still lying on the horse. No one paid any attention to her. The young man entered the temple and bowed to Lord Qin and Ying Fei. This little one is Situ Liang. Greetings to Lord Qin and Envoy Ying. Lord Qin smiled, get up Situ Liang. This lord had some small matters and was delayed. Sorry to have made you wait. Situ Liang replied, it's fine, it's fine. This little one also just arrived. Envoy Ying said, Situ Liang, Lord Qin already praised you on the way here. You did a good job. You are a promising talent. When you present the things you brought to the cult master, no matter if the cult master is willing or not, Lord Qin will put in a good word for you. If there is a chance, he will bestow our sect's divine technique for you to cultivate. Situ Liang was overjoyed and bowed deeply, thank you Lord Qin, thank you Envoy Ying. Lord Qin said kindly, you are the one who worked hard. We are just the middleman. Situ Liang immediately said, I don't dare. This is all thanks to Lord Qin and Envoy Ying. Situ Liang then talked about some matters in the gang and Wan Jianfeng. Only then did he hand over the bag in his hand. He smiled, Lord Qin, after receiving the message from the cult, this little one sent people to search everywhere. This is what I found recently. I don't know if it is to the cult master's liking. Lord Qin carefully opened the bag. A few small antique items were revealed. Jade pendants, jade hairpins, jade bracelets, and so on. Under Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense, many of the items were giving off energy waves. Lord Qin looked at them and carefully examined each and every one of them. Situ Liang watched from the side with a nervous heart. When he finished looking at the last item, he closed the bag. Lord Qin said, not bad, they are all very good. Only then did Situ Liang relax. He smiled, as long as it is to your liking, as long as it is to your liking. Lord Qin smiled, whether it is to your liking or not, it is not up to me to decide. We will only know which one of these items is to the cult master's liking after we take the item back. However, with the evil tiger gang's ability, it is already rare for you to be able to take out these items. When we return, there will definitely be a great reward. Situ Liang was overjoyed and said, if that's the case, then thank you, sir and envoy. Lord Qin waved his hand. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly frowned. He threw the bag to Envoy Ying, and with a flash, he jumped out of the ruined temple like lightning. In the courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua who was lying on the horse's back suddenly flipped over and jumped into the air. She jumped onto the wall and was about to escape. Seeing that, Lord Qin also jumped onto the wall like an arrow. It was as if the wall was right in front of him. He caught up to Zhang Xiaohua, who was about to use her qinggong, and lightly smiled. "Brat, you sure are arrogant. There are not many people in the Jianghu that can escape from my hands." After that, with another point, Zhang Xiaohua fell down. She fell straight down from the wall. Her entire body curled up into a ball. She gritted her teeth as if she was enduring the pain. Actually, when Envoy Ying tied up the horse, Situ Liang had already seen Zhang Xiaohua on the horse. However, how could he dare to ask about something like that? Now that he saw the abnormality, he carefully asked, "Sir, this young man." Lord Qin looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was in extreme pain on the ground, and said, "It's nothing. It's just a small matter." Seeing that Lord Qin did not want to say anything more, Situ Liang quickly said, "Lord Qin, please give the item to the cult master. Also, please put in a good word for me. My evil tiger gang is very far from here, so I need to hurry back. Otherwise, Wang Jianfeng's people will become suspicious." Lord Qin said, "You haven't found out why Wang Jianfeng is here, right?" Situ Liang shook his head. "No, they are very mysterious. Their martial arts are also stronger than mine, so it's not easy to find out." Chapter 256. Lord Qin comforted him, "With your martial arts, you have already done very well. Of course I know that. However, since Wang Jianfeng's goal is so mysterious, he must have a big background. You still have to be careful. If there are any movements, report to me as soon as possible." Situ Liang nodded, then said goodbye. After Situ Liang left, Lord Qin fiddled with those things a few times, then casually threw them to Ying Fei. Ying Fei caught them without a care and said with a smile, "This evil tiger gang is just a small sect the size of a thumb. I wonder why the sect values them so much. What kind of good things could Situ Liang get for Lord Qin to come all the way here?" Lord Qin frowned. "The sect leader naturally has his reasons for making us value the evil tiger gang. The reason is not something we can guess. Just do your job properly. However, if it wasn't for that cauldron, I wouldn't have to work so hard." After saying that, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who had calmed down a bit, and said, "The secret room in Shichui Mountain has been cleaned out. If there weren't a dozen people, who would believe it? However, we only caught a young man and we still don't know if he is really related to the cauldron. What a headache. Lord Qin is wise. Just as Lord Qin said, even if this guy didn't take the cauldron, he is still related to the cauldron. It's better to cast a long line to catch a big fish. However, this guy is cunning. If we don't succeed, he will run away. Why don't I cripple his martial arts and make him follow us obediently?" Hearing that, Lord Qin frowned even more. He said unhappily, Ying Fei, what do you want me to say about you? Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. You have been my subordinate for a long time. Why haven't you improved at all? You should look at things from a leader's point of view. Only then can you develop the qualities of a leader. Why don't you think about it? If I could cripple his martial arts, would I still be waiting for you to speak?" Ying Fei saw that his words were wrong and said in a panic, "Lord Qin, please enlighten me. I really don't understand." Lord Qin said, "Think about it simply. This young man is not even my opponent. I crippled his martial arts just because I was afraid he would run away. If this spread to Jianghu, what face would I have left? As a superior, one must be able to toy with people in the palm of one's hand. No matter how they twist and turn, they will not be able to escape. This is the best way to show off one's methods. With your petty thoughts, Sai, you won't be able to achieve anything great. This humble one doesn't dare. It is the honor of this humble one to work under Sir. How could I have any extravagant hopes?" Master Qin waved his hand and said, "Forget it. You'll learn about this slowly. Let this young man escape a few more times and let him suffer a little. Then he'll understand his situation and obediently wait for others to save him. Understood, my lord. Shall we go to the Ma family in Xinji town now? That's right, let's go to the Ma clan. In recent years, the Ma clan has been getting closer to the righteous Dao alliance. It seems that they have some children by marriage. However, the sect leader has instructed us to let nature take its course if it's true love. Otherwise, we don't have to be polite. Hierarch is wise. However, sir, it seems that the hierarch is too merciful. Well, the sect leader. The sect leader's words are worth 10,000 words. Don't say too much. Master Qin seemed to be a little hesitant. Then, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua on the ground and said, by the way, find a horse for him. It's easy to see him on a horse. Moreover, the Ma clan in Xinji town is also a big local family. We have to go there respectfully, right? By the way, I haven't asked for this fellow's name. 2 days later, on the official road leading to Xinji town, 3 horses were moving slowly. The one in front was a middle-aged man in his 30s. His face was kind and amiable, but his gray hair was eye-catching. Behind him was an ordinary man in luxurious clothes. He was talking to the man with gray hair with a charming smile on his face. The man with gray hair listened quietly and occasionally replied with a few words. Finally, there was an ordinary young man with a dispirited and pale face. He was silently riding the white horse under him, looking around with his eyes darting around. It was Master Qin, Ying Fei, and Zhang Xiaohua. Ying Fei smiled and said, Sir, we'll reach Xinji town in 30 minutes. It's still early now. Why don't we get off the horse and rest for a while? Master Qin said, You're tired after walking for half a day? Where's your kung fu? You're not even as good as Ren Xiaoyao. Didn't you see that he was still very energetic after being dislocated this morning? Ying Fei glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and said with a smile, That's right. I only know how to do things for you. How can I know that this fellow is only thinking about escaping? Of course, I'm very energetic. After coming out of the ruined temple that day, under Ying Fei's interrogation, Zhang Xiaohua casually found a name for himself. He called himself Ren Xiaoyao. And in these 2 days, Zhang Xiaohua spent a lot of effort looking for opportunities to escape, but they were all seen through by Master Qin. Even when Zhang Xiaohua ran away last night, Master Qin didn't bother to chase after him. When he woke up in the morning, he was dragged back by Ying Fei. Even Master Qin and Ying Fei knew that this young man had a big problem. He had the habit of sleeping. As long as it was midnight, he would fall asleep. After being tortured in the morning, Zhang Xiaohua basically gave up the idea of escaping. She slowly thought of other ways. Her Qin Gong was not as good as Master Qin's, and her experience in Jianghu was even worse. If she didn't have a unique way of escaping, she shouldn't show it to others. Otherwise, she would be tortured for nothing. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua secretly took out a primordial stone and silently absorbed it to strengthen her internal strength. The 2 people from the divine sect were fierce. Every day, they would hit Zhang Xiaohua's acupoints and torture her to find out the whereabouts of the cauldron. But they didn't care about other things. At least, after Master Qin and Ying Fei looked through the money bag in Zhang Xiaohua's arms, they didn't look at it again. Although they were a little surprised by the 4 small stones in Zhang Xiaohua's arms, they thought about Zhang Xiaohua's age and returned it to him. As for the common things like the golden hairpin, they didn't even look at it. Seeing a big tea shed on the side of the road, many people came in and out to drink tea. Master Qin thought for a while and said, Let's go to the tea shed in front and drink some tea. We can also listen to the interesting things in Xinji town. This place was very close to the town. Many people were willing to rest for a while to refresh themselves before entering the town. Therefore, the shed was not small and there were many people. The three of them got off the horses. No one came to greet them. Master Qin threw the reins to Ying Fei. Ying Fei looked at Zhang Xiaohua and casually threw the 2 horses to him. He said, "Tie the horses up and keep watch outside. Don't think about running away. You can't run away in front of Master Qin. If you run away this time, I'll ask Master Qin to break your legs." Zhang Xiaohua took the reins. He didn't need to release his spiritual consciousness to feel Master Qin's attention on him. He smiled bitterly. Not only was he going to be a prisoner, but he also had to be a servant. He led the 3 horses to the side and tied them up, allowing them to graze freely. He took out a primeval stone from his bosom and held one in each hand, using his heart technique to absorb it. Zhang Xiaohua had even decided that from tonight onwards, he would not run away. He would absorb the primeval qi from the primeval stones. Anyway, when he was asleep, he seemed to be able to use his heart technique. Master Qin looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing him standing there obediently without any abnormalities, Master Qin knew that he had suffered a lot and didn't try to run away again. Therefore, he didn't pay too much attention to him. When they entered the tea shed, there were no empty tables. Ying Fei looked around and quickly walked to a table in the corner. He gave each person some money and asked them to leave. Master Qin sat down. Ying Fei took out a white cloth from his pocket and carefully wiped the teacups and teapot. Then, he took out a paper bag and poured out some tea leaves. He asked someone to pour some water to brew it. Originally, the tea house was bustling with activity, but Lord Qin's actions immediately silenced everyone, and even their voices quieted down. Master Qin came to the tea shed to gather information. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but glare at Ying Fei. Then, he picked up the teacup and looked carefully. Only then did he relax and take a sip. Ying Fei couldn't help but feel wronged. "Master, I didn't do this on purpose. If it was tea from the tea shed, would you drink it? Even if I didn't use my own tea set, you still wouldn't like it." The people in the tea shed began to whisper. However, Master Qin's internal energy was very strong. How could he not hear these words? Many people were talking about them. It seemed like they were saying, "Look at these 2 people. They are obviously rich people. How did they come to our Xinji town? Of course, they are here to attend Old Man Ma's 68th birthday. Yes, that's right. Ever since Old Man Ma's eldest granddaughter married Qiu Shidao of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, the Ma family's status has become more and more prominent. Even the government has to be polite to them. Yes, I think this person in front of us is the young master of that family. Oh, looking at his age, maybe he is the old master. He encountered some Jianghu situation and came to Old Man Ma to seek justice. Bah, you're right. I think he is Old Man Ma's nephew. He is here to celebrate Old Man Ma's birthday. Nowadays, the world is full of singing and dancing. How can there be any injustice? All kinds of words were incessant. Master Qin frowned. What were they talking about? He was 1 generation lower than them. These Jianghu rumors were really true. Ying Fei saw Master Qin frown and wanted to stand up. Master Qin quickly waved his hand to stop him. They were already sitting here. If he didn't let them speak, how could they ask for information? At this time, at the table next to them, 3 people looked at each other. One of them stood up and walked over. He bowed and said, "I am Kong Rang of Chimei Mountain. May I ask if you are also here to celebrate Old Man Ma's birthday?" Ying Fei was about to speak when Master Qin said, "Yes, I am. May I ask what you are here for?" Kong Rang turned around and looked at the other 3 people. He said awkwardly, "The 3 of us are also here to celebrate Old Man Ma's birthday. However, when we arrived here, we encountered a big problem. I wonder if you can help us." Chapter 257. Zhang Xiaohua was guarding the horses by himself, but he released his spiritual sense to observe the movements in the tea shed. He was now proficient in using his spiritual sense, so he was able to multitask. His eyes were watching, his spiritual sense was scanning, and his hands were constantly absorbing yuan qi without any delay. Suddenly, the horses that were eating grass neighed loudly, and all of them moved back a few steps. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He quickly went forward, grabbed the reins, and comforted the frightened horses. Then he looked carefully. The place where the horses were eating grass was next to the field, and a mouse suddenly came out from the mouse hole in the field, scaring the horses. Zhang Xiaohua's mind flashed. He seemed to have thought of something. At this time, Ying Fei ran out of the tea shed, and asked what happened. Zhang Xiaohua said expressionlessly. Ying Fei smiled and said, "Very good, Ren Xiaoyao, take good care of the horses, I will let you suffer less tonight." Then he turned around and went back into the tea shed. Zhang Xiaohua spat at Ying Fei's back, and stood there quietly. He withdrew his spiritual sense, and no longer absorbed yuan qi, he only focused on the thought that just flashed through his mind. Field, mouse hole, what did this make him think of? Looking at the small mouse hole, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood, isn't this the Earth escape? This is the Earth escape. Although he didn't know what the Earth escape was, but from the name, it seemed to be digging a hole in the ground to escape. If he could really dig a hole in the ground and escape from there, even with Lord Qin's martial arts, he might not be able to find him. Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but want to laugh, but his laughter stopped abruptly, because he thought that the hole was so easy to dig. If he had a hoe, he could do it, but how could he dig a hole in front of Lord Qin? And this mysterious jade stone recorded the Earth escape technique. Was it to teach him how to dig a hole better with a hoe? So, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't wait to recall the incantation of the Earth escape technique, and carefully studied it. In the tea shed, Ying Fei whispered to Lord Qin about the matter. Lord Qin nodded and said to Kong Rang, "What problem do you have that you need help with?" Kong Rang cupped his hands and said, "Your Excellency, may I sit down and talk?" Lord Qin frowned slightly and nodded. Kong Rang sat down awkwardly and said, "It's embarrassing to talk about this. Long story short, the three of us have a small grudge with the 5 heroes of the Shao clan of Nanmu Mountain. That's why we came to find Old Man Ma to mediate. However, we didn't expect that it would be his birthday. The gifts we prepared would naturally be sufficient on normal days, but as a congratulatory gift, it wouldn't be enough. Moreover, we also asked around and found out that ever since Old Man Ma became in-laws with the Alliance of Righteous Tao, the price of asking Old Man Ma to help out also increased again and again, so." Lord Qin smiled and said, "So you want to borrow some money from me?" Hearing this, Kong Rang was overjoyed and said, "It's not what you think. I brought enough banknotes, but I couldn't find a suitable congratulatory gift in a short time. We can't just give you banknotes directly. We don't care about our face, but Old Man Ma does. So, if you have extra gifts, can you give some to me? Of course, I'll give you enough banknotes, and I won't let you suffer a loss." Hearing this, Lord Qin was stunned at first, then he laughed loudly. Seeing Lord Qin laughing, Kong Rang's face was very embarrassed. His face turned red and he said angrily, "Brother, if you don't have extra gifts or don't want to help, you can just say it. Why do you have to laugh at me like this?" After laughing, Lord Qin said kindly, "Brother, it's not that we don't want to help you, but we really didn't prepare any gifts, so we can't say that we'll give you everything. Aren't you going to the Ma mansion?" Kong Rang was very surprised and felt that he had misjudged. Lord Qin said with interest, "Yes, we're going to the Ma mansion, but we're not going to give birthday greetings." Seeing this, Kong Rang kindly advised, "Brother, I see that you're also a martial artist. The Ma family is a martial arts family in Xinji town. If you want to visit at this time, you'd better prepare a suitable gift first. Otherwise, it'll be inappropriate if you're rejected at the door." Lord Qin cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your reminder. We'll go to the town later. Maybe we can find something good." Seeing that Lord Qin obviously didn't listen to his words, Kong Rang sighed and turned back to his table. Then he paid the bill and hurried out. He must have gone to look for something again. Anyway, they were not short of money, so they might have something to their liking. Lord Qin and Ing Fei sat for a while, then got up and left the tea shed. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua staring at the field in a daze, Lord Qin scolded, "Ren Xiaoyao, are you thinking of love? Hurry up and bring the horse to Lord Qin." Zhang Xiaohua, who was studying the earth escape technique, was immediately awakened. She was not angry, but untied the reins and led the horse to Lord Qin. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua obedient, Lord Qin was a little surprised. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua from head to toe and didn't seem to recognize her. Why was she so different from the person who wanted to run away 2 days ago? After getting on the horse, Zhang Xiaohua was still a little dazed. She followed behind them with empty eyes. Lord Qin couldn't help but wonder, did she become mentally retarded after being searched by the soul-searching hand? There was no such note in the ancient books of the sect. Not to mention Lord Qin's confusion, Ing Fei led the way. The three of them walked slowly along the pipeline into Xinji town. Ing Fei seemed to know the location of the Ma mansion. He didn't ask anyone and just urged the horse forward. After passing a few streets, they heard the sound of gongs and drums in the distance. There was also the sound of opera singing. It should be the liveliness of the Ma mansion. While they were walking, they heard a few shouts behind them, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" The road Zhang Xiaohua and the other two were walking on was the main road to the Ma mansion. The Ma mansion had already made it very spacious. It was more than enough for 4 horses to walk side by side. Moreover, the 3 of them were not walking in the center, so there was no need for them to get out of the way. However, from afar, 8 tall red horses galloped from behind. They shouted as they galloped. Even the horsewhips in their hands were mercilessly hitting the people who were a little late to get out of the way. Zhang Xiaohua was daydreaming and thinking about the ancient words. She didn't hear the shouts behind her. Lord Qin and Ing Fei were originally arrogant people. How could they pay attention to them at this moment? Therefore, all the people and horses on the street were sensible enough to hide on both sides of the street. This made the 3 people and 3 horses who were not blocking the road suddenly appear. The one sitting on the red horse was a handsome young man in his 20s with red lips and white teeth. He looked very arrogant. He used the horsewhip smoothly and hit people from time to time. At this moment, he saw that the 3 horses in front of him didn't give way to him. Although they didn't block the road, he was still angry. When he caught up to Zhang Xiaohua's side, he looked at her from the corner of his eyes. She was wearing very ordinary clothes and looked very haggard. Moreover, she looked dull. He thought that she must be a lowly servant. How could such a person not give way to him? The handsome young man was furious. He raised the horsewhip in his hand high and slapped it towards Zhang Xiaohua's face. If it was a normal time, Zhang Xiaohua would naturally be able to dodge it. However, she was in the middle of comprehending something and didn't pay attention to what was happening around her. Just as the horsewhip was about to hit her face, a shadow appeared from the side. With a "pa" sound, the horsewhip that was lashing towards Zhang Xiaohua was entangled by another horsewhip. When the handsome young man looked over, he saw that it was the gray-haired Lord Qin in front of Zhang Xiaohua's horse. In Lord Qin's eyes, Zhang Xiaohua was his prisoner. It was natural for him to torture her and punish her however he wanted. However, this handsome young man actually raised his horsewhip without saying anything. Naturally, he didn't put Lord Qin in his eyes. Even if you want to beat a dog, you still have to look at its master, let alone a person. Lord Qin got angry just thinking about it. He casually wrapped the horsewhip around the handsome young man's horsewhip. Then, with a little force, the handsome young man felt a huge force pass through his arm. His hand went numb and the horsewhip in his hand was taken away. Lord Qin then shook his wrist and the horsewhip was thrown far away into a smelly ditch by the side of the road. Seeing this, the handsome young man was furious. He pulled out a sword from his waist and was about to rush forward. The rider behind him was an old man. He hurried forward and grabbed the handsome young man's hand. He said in a low voice, "Young master, this is already in front of Old Man Ma's mansion. Looking at the direction these three people are going, they are probably here to celebrate Old Man Ma's birthday. If you act in such a hurry, I'm afraid you will offend Old Man Ma's guests." The handsome young man said angrily, "But they didn't make way first. They even took my horsewhip away." The old man said, "Even so, remember this person's face first. It won't be too late to make trouble for him after the birthday celebration. If we act now, it will be hard to avoid the suspicion of slapping Old Man Ma's face. People will say that we are not sensible." Hearing this, the handsome young man nodded. He stared at the three people fiercely and then rode forward. From the beginning to the end, Lord Qin, Ying Fei, and Zhang Xiaohua didn't even look at him. Their expressions were very indifferent. When the handsome young man arrived in front of Ma Mansion, someone had already reported inside. A white-haired, purple-red face, hale and hearty old man personally came out to greet him. It was Old Man Ma Rulong. When the handsome young man saw the old man, he hurriedly got down from his horse and bowed, "Grandson-in-law greets Grandpa. I wish Grandpa a long life and great fortune." Ma Rulong also quickly helped him up and said, "Grandson-in-law, no need to be so polite. We are all family. Quickly get up." The handsome young man took the opportunity to get up and said with a smile, "I haven't seen Grandpa for a long time. Your body is even stronger. You are really old but strong." These words were a bit unreasonable, but Ma Rulong didn't get angry. He smiled and said, "It's all because of the good things your master gave me. It made my body much healthier." The handsome young man said again, "This time, Grandpa's birthday celebration, Master asked grandson-in-law to bring a lot of good things. Come, housekeeper, give the gift list to Grandpa." The old man behind him hurriedly went forward. There was a big red gift list on the ground. Ma Rulong opened it and looked. His expression changed slightly. He then passed it to the master of ceremonies at the door. Under the handsome young man's slightly proud gaze, the master of ceremonies loudly read, "The Righteous Alliance's Qiu Shi congratulates Grandpa on his great birthday. He presents." Chapter 258. The master of ceremonies called out, "A pair of 100-year-old fleeceflower flowers, a pair of 100-year-old ginseng." Although there weren't many things, no gold, silver, jewels, jade or antiques, but the celestial path had been destroyed for 10,000 years, the qi of heaven and earth was thin, even the quality of medicinal herbs had declined. Normally, it was rare to see things that were decades old, but this guy actually raised his hand and brought out 100-year-old medicinal herbs, and they were even mature. How could it not shock everyone? How could it make Old Master Ma and the Master of Ceremonies lose their composure? These things couldn't be exchanged with banknotes, even if they were presented with banknotes of equal value. How could it be so captivating? No wonder Kong Rang was in a difficult position. There were some things that couldn't be bought even with banknotes. Old Master Ma beside Ma Rulong, although he was full of vigor, at this moment, his expression was not normal. Everyone thought that the old man was overjoyed, but he himself had unspeakable bitterness. His own status in Jianghu, his heart was like a mirror. How could he be worthy of the Righteous Alliance's generosity? The reason why they offered such generous gifts, of course, they hoped that he would return the favor, but how should he decide? How could he choose with just a generous gift? Qiu Shidao took out a folding fan out of nowhere, gently waving it, proudly listening to the Master of Ceremonies' slightly trembling shout, quite like an elegant young master in the chaotic world. Actually, Qiu Shidao was indeed worthy of being the fourth son, not to mention that he was handsome and elegant. Just the fact that he could marry old Master Ma's direct granddaughter, and be able to become the disciple of the Righteous Alliance's ninth deputy chief, Chang Xian, no one dared to say anything. Unfortunately, while Qiu Shidao enjoyed bathing in the admiring, jealous, and surprised gazes of the crowd, he keenly sensed that something was different in a certain direction. In the distance, Mr. Qin's disdainful gaze, Ying Fei's ridiculing gaze, and Zhang Xiaohua's soulless expression, who was sitting on an inferior horse with a blank expression, seemed to have nothing to do with Qiu Shidao. All of these were like sharp thorns that pierced into his proud heart. However, Qiu Shidao still remembered his status, and the master of ceremonies was also very far away. He couldn't vent his anger on him for no reason, so with a schwa sound, he closed his folding fan and prepared to walk inside. Speaking of which, this action was quite disrespectful. Your big grandfather was still standing, giving you face and listening to your gift list, yet you wanted to move first. What kind of person was Ma Rulong? He immediately said, "My dear grandson-in-law, are you tired? Why don't you go in and rest for a while? When the banquet starts, I'll call you out to meet the guests." Qiu Shidao smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, grandfather. I am indeed a bit tired." Ma Rulong said, "Let's go. I've already asked the servants to clean up Yajing's room. You'll be satisfied." After saying that, he gave way to Qiu Shidao. How could Qiu Shidao be willing to go first? Seeing this, Ma Rulong felt relieved and walked into the courtyard first. Qiu Shidao followed closely behind. However, as soon as they passed through the corridor, Qiu Shidao seemed to have thought of something. Looking at the chrysanthemums planted in the courtyard, he exclaimed, "Grandpa, look, your chrysanthemums are really good." Ma Rulong was stunned. He stopped walking and muttered in his heart. These chrysanthemums were just casually planted by the servants. What was there to praise? Could it be that there was a hidden meaning in his words? Therefore, she also walked to the chrysanthemum flower bed and accompanied Qiu Shidao to admire the chrysanthemums. As they admired the chrysanthemums, they also tried to sound him out, not knowing what Qiu Shidao meant. Qiu Shidao's ears were listening outside. His eyes also occasionally glanced outside the door. He only casually responded to Ma Rulong's probing, causing Ma Rulong to be confused. There were many people who came to the Ma Manor to celebrate the birthday. It was not an exaggeration to say that there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. Moreover, everyone brought many gifts. The master of ceremonies had to sing a little more and it took a lot of time. When Ying Fei brought Lord Qin to the manor, Qiu Shidao was already waiting impatiently inside. According to Ying Fei's thoughts, with his lord and his family's status, there was no need for them to line up here. If they directly rushed into the Ma Manor, then wouldn't Ma Rulong bow and welcome them? However, Lord Qin knew that the current situation was not the same as before. The gifts from the Righteous Alliance said a lot. He was still willing to hide at the side and watch and listen. Sometimes, it was very interesting to go incognito. However, he did not think about it. With a head full of white hair, he would be eye-catching wherever he went. How could he hide from the Ma family's eyes? Moreover, the master of ceremonies looked at the luxuriously dressed but ordinary-looking person in front of him and was very surprised. He asked again, "Hero, are you sure you are here to celebrate the birthday?" "Yes, I am sure, and I am sure." "You did not send an invitation, nor did you prepare a gift." You see, Lord Qin's dream of going incognito was immediately shattered. "Let's not talk about your white hair or your ostentatious behavior. At the very least, you should prepare a meager gift. Let's just say that you don't have any banknotes. You're relying on your admiration of old Master Ma's reputation to come and pay your respects. At the very least, you should have a name card. Coming to pay your respects empty-handed, let's not talk about your status." Anyone would label you as an idiot or freeloader. In fact, it wasn't that Ing Fei or Lord Qin didn't have experience in Jianghu and didn't know the ways of the world. It was just that with their reputation, wherever they went, they would be respected and flattered. This Ma mansion couldn't even flatter them. How could they give up their pride and give a congratulatory gift to the servant in their eyes? If Zhang Xiaohua did not concentrate on comprehending the earth evasion technique, she would naturally remind him. Coming empty-handed was also a laughingstock in the countryside. As for the name card, Ing Fei, as the messenger of the heavenly sect, this identity was a supreme name card. Why would he prepare one? However, the master of the ceremony had seen a lot of the world. Moreover, the Ma family had told him in advance that there were many heroes in the wilderness. There were some who were unconventional and some who were independent. He did not know what kind of background everyone had. The purpose of the birthday celebration was to have a lively atmosphere. Anyway, the Ma family did not lack food and wine, so there was no harm in eating and drinking for free. Therefore, the master of the ceremony smiled and asked, "Old Master Ma is the most forthright. He is very willing to make friends with a nameless hero like you. However, please tell me your name so that I can record your name in this grand occasion. It is possible that your name will go down in history in the future." Pfft! Ing Fei almost spat out. He looked back at Lord Qin and said, "Okay, just because you said that I will go down in history, I will let you know that the lord behind me is Qin Shiyue, Lord Qin. My name is Ing Fei." The master of the ceremony said, "I know. If the one riding behind is a servant of your family, then you don't have to tell me your name." In fact, the master of the ceremony was also puzzled. If it was a servant, then it would be natural for him to come before Ing Fei. However, if it was not a servant, then this young man's clothes were not as good as the other two and the horse he was riding was also inferior. Therefore, he asked. Ing Fei thought for a while and said, "This young man is not a servant. He just came with us to see the world. His name is Ren Xiaoyao." The master of the ceremony smiled and said, "I know, Lord Ing." Then, he shouted, "Qin Shiyue, Ing Fei, Ren Xiaoyao, these three heroes are here to congratulate old Master Ma on his birthday." As soon as the master of the ceremony finished, a shadow shot out of the courtyard. Before the person arrived, his voice was heard, "Huh, so you are here to take advantage of me. You still have the face to tell me your name. Qin Shiyue, Ing Fei, and what Ren Xiaoyao? How come I have never heard of these names in Jianghu? You still call yourself a hero. You don't deserve any honor." When everyone looked over, they saw that it was young Master Qiu Shidao who had already entered the courtyard. Qiu Shidao's arrival was sudden and his voice was loud. Everyone turned to look at him. Even Zhang Xiaohua stopped and looked at him in confusion. Qiu Shidao walked forward and said to Lord Qin with a sneer, "This brother with extraordinary skills, is your name Qin Shiyue? Your name is not bad, but it is not famous. Where is brother Qin going to make a living? If you are not happy, you can come to the Righteous Alliance. I am not talented, but I can find a good job for brother Qin. At least, the next time brother Qin goes to a senior's place to congratulate them, you can't go there for nothing. You will lose face, right?" Qin Shiyue was being pointed at and lectured. His face was even warmer. He only smiled and did not speak. It was rare for him to have self-restraint. Zhang Xiaohua beside him did not think so. From what she knew these 2 days, Qin Shiyue usually had an amiable appearance. If he frowned or was angry, it meant that it was normal. However, the more he smiled and the warmer he was, it meant that it was not good. At least when he sealed Zhang Xiaohua's acupoints and tortured her, his face was like a spring breeze. Zhang Xiaohua knew that things were not good. Looking at Qiu Shidao's good appearance, she felt that it was a pity. She said anxiously, "You young master, you are really unreasonable. How is my master unbearable as you say? It's just that he admires old Master Ma very much. He was in a hurry and forgot about it. In a while, when he pays a visit to old Master Ma, I will come out and help my master complete the etiquette. Qin Shiyue glanced at Zhang Xiaohua. He had a good impression of her. That was because no one was willing to be pointed at and lectured, even if he already had the intention to kill. Ying Fei also laughed and said, "Who are you? Is there any place for you to speak in the Ma mansion?" Qiu Shidao was greatly amused. He said, "I knew you are ignorant and inexperienced. Let me tell you, Xiao Yi is the husband of Ma Laoyizi's eldest granddaughter. Tell me, do you think I have the right to speak in this Ma mansion?" Ying Fei said again, "Although old Master Ma is old, there are many uncles in the Ma mansion. There is no place for you to speak." Qiu Shidao smiled and said, "The people of Jianghu are in charge of Jianghu matters. My teacher is one of the 9 alliance leaders of the Righteous Alliance, Nan Fengyun. You tell me, do I have the right to speak in the Ma mansion?" In Qiu Shidao's expectations, once Nan Fengyun's name was brought out, wouldn't these 3 idiots of Jianghu be scared witless? Even if they did not know Nan Fengyun's name, as long as they were people of Jianghu, how could they not know about the Righteous Alliance? And of these 3 people, 2 of them were wearing bright clothes and had good horses. They should know about the Righteous Alliance and would not give him face. Chapter 259. Sure enough, Ying Fei was as unbearable as he imagined. He was immediately shocked and shouted, "Nan Fengyun? You are Nan Fengyun's disciple? Sorry for the disrespect." When Qiu Shidao heard this, a smile appeared on his face. He opened the fan in his hand and waved it. He thought to himself, "Now you know how powerful I am. Quickly apologize to me. Seeing that you are here to celebrate old man Ma's birthday, I will give you some face. And, if you give old man Ma a gift later and I don't get a share, I will teach you a lesson." However, Ying Fei's tone changed and he shouted, "But, young master, I remember that the leader of the Righteous Alliance is called Zhang San. How come there are suddenly 9 leaders? And this Nan Fengyun seems to be the weakest of the 8 vice leaders." Qiu Shidao's face turned red. What Ying Fei said was right. What he said just now was also right. Normally, no one would refute him. Giving him face and not spending a single copper coin, who wouldn't be happy? However, Ying Fei's explanation immediately caused Qiu Shidao's face to fall to the ground. However, he could not refute it. The alliance head of the Righteous Alliance was that Zhang San, whose name could not be any more vulgar. And, it was even more vulgar than Zhang Xiaohua's name. The other few were all Vice Alliance heads. Furthermore, Nan Fengyun was indeed the weakest of the 8 Vice Alliance heads. However, even though the weakest was in the Righteous Alliance, in Jianghu, he was still an incredible figure. Qiu Shidao became angry from embarrassment and said, "This Jianghu is the Jianghu of the people of Jianghu. The Ma family is in Jianghu and naturally has to have Jianghu people speak. My Righteous Alliance is famous in Jianghu, don't I have the right to speak in the Ma family?" This Qiu Shidao was also angry and somewhat hysterical. He had fallen into Ying Fei's trap. In fact, as the grandson of the Ma family, he naturally had the right to speak. However, he had always been proud of the Righteous Dao Alliance and did not put the identity of the Ma family's grandson in his eyes. Therefore, he did not use his identity as the grandson of the Ma family and put the cart before the horse to talk about the qualifications of the sect. Ying Fei saw that Qiu Shidao fell into his trap and laughed. This Jianghu is the Jianghu of the people of Jianghu and not the Righteous Alliance. The Ma family is naturally not the Ma family of the Righteous Alliance. What right do you have to speak? Qiu Shidao became even angrier and said, "If the Righteous Alliance is not qualified, who are you? Do you have the right to say that here? This young master has also given you a finished ginseng. What kind of congratulatory gift do you have? The two of them were bickering at the entrance of the Ma mansion. It was only after a while that Old Man Ma finally arrived late from the mansion. Actually, Old Man Ma didn't come late on purpose. He accompanied Qiu Shidao to admire the chrysanthemums in the courtyard and tried to guess Qiu Shidao's intentions. Unexpectedly, while they were talking, Qiu Shidao rushed out of the courtyard like a bolt of lightning, leaving this old man in front of the chrysanthemum terrace wondering, what did I say to make my precious grandson-in-law so panic? Or did Sunner have something urgent to attend to? Sometimes, one couldn't be careless. When Ma Rulong arrived at the front of the mansion, he heard someone quarreling with his beloved grandson-in-law. He couldn't help but feel angry. Everyone in the mansion knew Qiu Shidao's position in his heart. Who would dare to behave atrociously in front of him? Could it be that they were guests who had come to celebrate the birthday? He had already made up his mind. If it was a guest with a slightly lower status, he would definitely teach him a lesson. However, when he walked out of the mansion, everything in front of him immediately stunned him. His gaze wasn't looking at his grandson-in-law that he usually admired, but at Qin Shiyue's white hair. It was as if that white hair was a rare treasure that he couldn't bear to look away. Ma Rulong had never seen Qin Shiyue before, but Ying Fei had been here a few times. Among all the people in the Dragon God sect, other than Ying Fei, he was most familiar with Qin Shiyue. Her white hair was often mentioned by Ying Fei. What was this person doing here? Wasn't there still some time before the appointment? Ma Rulong hurriedly went up and scolded loudly, Shidao, don't be rude. When Qiu Shidao heard Ma Rulong scolding, his face was very surprised and his heart was a little unhappy. However, he was a genius after all. How could he not know the severity of the situation? He quickly moved to the side and waited for Ma Rulong's explanation. He wanted to see what kind of deities Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei were. As expected, Ma Rulong politely said, "This is Qin Shiyue, Lord Qin. He is very famous in the Jianghu. Don't offend him." Then he bowed deeply to Qin Shiyue and said, "This old man didn't know that Lord Qin came from afar. I didn't come to the mansion to greet you. Please forgive me." Qiu Shidao wasn't a fool. Seeing this, he naturally knew that Qin Shiyue had some background. However, Ma Rulong's introduction was very vague. He only said that he was Lord Qin and didn't say where he came from. Could it be that this person who called him Lord was someone from the government? Looking at Qin Shiyue and the others' attire, he was even more certain of his thoughts. Moreover, Ma Rulong was getting old in recent years and had plans to retire from the Jianghu. It wasn't like he was hooking up with the government. If someone from the government came to congratulate Ma Rulong on his birthday, it would be reasonable. And, that's right. Coming empty-handed and leaving with sleeves full had always been the way of the government since ancient times. Thinking of this, Qiu Shidao couldn't help but look down on them. He was one of the direct disciples of the Righteous Alliance. Even if it was someone from the government, how could ordinary people compare to him? Moreover, with Ma Rulong's status, how could he make friends with someone from the government? Thus, Qiu Shidao couldn't help but take a step forward. He cupped his hands and said, "I don't know which Lord Brother Qin is working for. If you know each other, please explain. Since we know each other, the matter of stealing the whip just now can be discussed." When Ma Rulong heard this, he knew that Qiu Shidao had misunderstood. Qin Shiyue's background couldn't be revealed in front of everyone. Qiu Shidao, this child, was usually very clever. Why did he have to make things difficult for himself today? However, Qiu Shidao was not only his grandson-in-law, but also represented the Righteous Alliance. If they were in the mansion, he could naturally reprimand him. However, in public, he had to leave some face. He quickly pulled Qiu Shidao's sleeve and said, "Shidao, why don't you listen to your grandfather? Don't be rude. Quickly apologize to Lord Qin." He deliberately pointed out "grandfather" in his words to let Qiu Shidao understand his other identity. However, perhaps Qiu Shidao was blinded by lard, or perhaps his thoughts had turned into a dead end. He only had one thought in his mind. It's just someone from the government. What can they do to me? He smiled and said to Ma Rulong, grandson-in-law, when I was in the Righteous Tao Alliance, I often encountered such people who only know how to take advantage of others. If I give them the convenience this time, they will come again and again in the future. It's better to teach them a lesson the first time and extinguish their future thoughts. Moreover, grandfather, don't worry. The Righteous Alliance also has some acquaintances in the government. Their status is very high. There's no need to be afraid of such people. Moreover, he just dodged grandson-in-law's whip. We have to talk to their superiors and let them know that the Horse Lord has 3 eyes. Ma Rulong was helpless. Aren't you helping out with good intentions? Even if someone from the government came, the county magistrate was not as good as the person in charge. Your connections are far away in the court. Why would you care about this small Xinji town? With this man's temperament, stealing your whip is a small matter. Even if he wants to take your life, it would be as easy as turning his hand. However, he just couldn't say Qin Shiyue's identity. Why do you think this is? Since he couldn't say it out loud, why not just whisper it to Qiu Shidao? Why do you have to be so difficult? In fact, with Ma Rulong's status in the Jianhu, he still couldn't enter the eyes of the Righteous Alliance. The reason why they paid so much attention to Ma Rulong was because Ma Rulong had some relationship with the Dragon God sect. The Righteous Alliance wanted to pull Ma Rulong to their side and obtain information from the Dragon God sect. Qiu Shidao also came this time for the matter of the Dragon God sect. However, he didn't expect Qin Shiyue to come to the Ma mansion in advance. This caused the 2 factions to clash. Although Ma Rulong was biased towards the Righteous Alliance, he still didn't want to cause trouble with the Dragon God sect. At least, he didn't want to do so before he was prepared. If he told Qiu Shidao in front of Qin Shiyue, no matter if he said it out loud or in a whisper, it would clearly tell Qin Shiyue that he, Ma Rulong, was in cahoots with the Righteous Alliance. And if he didn't say it out loud, his relationship with the Righteous Alliance could be explained as his granddaughter and the Righteous Alliance's direct disciple being connected by heart. This was the will of the heavens. He didn't have much relationship with the Righteous Alliance. His relationship with Qiu Shidao was just a private family relationship. It had nothing to do with his sect. With such a strong relationship, it was difficult for Ma Rulong, who was so old, to think so clearly in such a short period of time. The more clear it was, the more difficult it was for him. He really didn't expect his 2 backers to be at loggerheads at this time. If there was a front and back, how good would that be? At least he could pull Qiu Shidao's ear and tell him, this is the person your master told me about. This person is also a person from the Dragon God sect that I am very afraid of. You should wash up and go to sleep. Don't make a mess here. Seeing Qin Shiyue's smile become wider and Ning Fei's face become ice-cold, Ma Rulong hurriedly grabbed Qiu Shidao's clothes and shouted, "Come, invite young Master Qiu to the main hall for tea." The family members who had been waiting for a long time came forward and half supported and half dragged Qiu Shidao into the Ma mansion. Qiu Shidao thought that Ma Rulong was afraid of the government officials. As he walked, he turned his head and said, "Grandfather, don't be afraid of them. They are just paper tigers. Later I will introduce you to a few important people from the government. They will definitely be able to support you." Ma Rulong bitterly smiled and pretended that he didn't hear anything. He went forward and bowed deeply, "Please forgive me, Lord Qin and Lord Ing. This child has been spoiled and doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This old man apologizes to the 2 of you on his behalf." Ing Fei turned his head and looked at Qin Shiyue. He saw that Qin Shiyue's expression was normal. She only smiled and said, "Old man Ma, you are very lucky to have found a grandson-in-law from the Righteous Alliance. In the future, you will be able to provide for your old age. These words had a double meaning, which made Ma Rulong's heart jump. Chapter 260. Ma Rulong thought to himself, what is real is fake, and what is fake is real. He wanted to hide it from the Dragon God sect for the time being, but what did he do wrong? How could they see through it? However, on second thought, he thought that Ying Fei might be testing him. If he was guilty, he would naturally be seen through by Ying Fei. So, Ma Rulong smiled and said, I don't dare, I don't dare. My children and grandchildren have their own fortune. I am old and can't care so much. I just hope that I can safely go through the last part of my life. How can I have too much extravagant hope? Ying Fei said again, we came in a hurry and didn't know that today is your birthday. Sorry for our rudeness. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a commotion. Ma Rulong quickly waved his hand and said, Lord Ying, you are too polite. You and Lord Qin are my honored guests. Since you can come, it is my honor. There is no need to talk about gifts. Please come in and drink some tea to wash away the dust. Later, you can also drink a cup of my turbid wine. Then, he personally invited the two into the mansion. Ying Fei didn't dare to make a decision. Qin Shiyue smiled and said, then I will nag you. Then, she gave the reins to Zhang Xiaohua and went in first. Ying Fei saw this and also gave the reins to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the reins in her hand and curled her lips, how did I become someone's servant? I am such a failure as a prisoner. Then, she rolled her eyes and looked around. Unfortunately, as soon as she thought about it, she immediately felt that Qin Shiyue's attention was fixed on her. She could only shrug and give up the idea of running away. Fortunately, the Ma family was good at managing their household. Before Zhang Xiaohua said anything, a family member came forward and took the horses. There must be someone to take care of them. As for how they treated them, whether they treated them carefully or threw them aside, it was none of Zhang Xiaohua's business. Even if they poisoned the horses, Zhang Xiaohua would be happy to see it. Following her family's guidance, Zhang Xiaohua followed them to the reception hall. There were already many Jianghu heroes and local squires in the hall. They were all talking in groups. When Zhang Xiaohua looked around, she didn't see Qin Shiyue's gray hair. She couldn't help but feel happy. Unfortunately, before she could smile, she saw a family member coming over and smiling apologetically, is this little brother surnamed Ren? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Just as she was about to deny it, she immediately realized her new identity. Her smile froze on her face as she said resentfully, yes, I am Xiao Ren. That family member respectfully said, Master Ma asked me to lead you to the inner hall. Please follow me. Zhang Xiaohua thought, nonsense, how can I not go? Then, she nodded and was too lazy to say anything. She followed the family member to the inner hall. It was a quiet small hall. Ma Rulong was drinking tea with two people. Qin Shiyue looked up and saw Zhang Xiaohua walking in. She didn't say anything. Ying Fei smiled and said, Xiao Ren, come and have some tea. Looking at Ying Fei's ugly face, Zhang Xiaohua had the impulse to rush up and push him to the ground. She wanted to stomp on him so that he would never be able to turn over. Ma Rulong also smiled and said, little brother Ren, come and taste my pu or tea. The taste is very good. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly smiled and said, okay, Master Ma, I have seen this pu or tea in books before. I have never had the chance to taste it. Today, I will try it. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's bitter face suddenly turn into joy, Ying Fei almost thought that this fellow was stupid. Thus, he was also stunned. Only when Zhang Xiaohua tasted the magenta tea did Ying Fei realize that this fellow dared to play with him. Tonight, he would be in trouble. Ma Rulong accompanied for a while and said apologetically, Master Qin, envoying, please wait here for a while. I still have guests to entertain. I will be back soon. Qin Shiyue said, go, today is your birthday. There will be many guests. If you take care of everything, it will be difficult. Take care of as many as you can. Ma Rulong's heart skipped a beat. He laughed dryly and quickly left. After Ma Rulong left, Ying Fei shouted, Master Qin, this Ma Rulong obviously has a problem. He can't be explained clearly to the Righteous Alliance. What do you think we should do? Qin Shiyue smiled and said, the Emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is anxious. The Master has not even said anything and you are already worrying for him. Don't be anxious, let's walk slowly. Since we have already met Qiu Shidao, I think old Ma will have a choice. When Ying Fei heard this, he opened his mouth and wanted to say something but did not dare to. He could only sit on the chair patiently and look at the door anxiously from time to time. Qin Shiyue had a confident look on her face and closed her eyes to rest. Zhang Xiaohua took out a vitality stone from her chest and drank the tea while absorbing the vitality. She was waiting for a good show to start. What else could it be? After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Ma Rulong wiped his sweat and walked into the inner hall. He smiled apologetically and said, Master Qin, envoying, I am really negligent. There are so many guests today. This old man did not prepare enough banquet. Please wait a moment and let them set up the banquet here. Ying Fei was about to speak when Qin Shiyue spoke first. She said, Ma Rulong, this lord did not come today just to celebrate your birthday. You must have already received the message I sent you earlier. Let's do the proper business before the banquet starts. Only after the business is done will this lord be in a good mood to drink. Ma Rulong smiled and said, Master Qin is in such a hurry. Let's wait until we eat and rest. Qin Shiyue also smiled and said, doing things for the sect leader is more important than anything else. Let me take the things steadily first. Only then will I have a good mood. Ma Rulong thought for a moment and said, that's true. Then please wait for a moment. This old man will be back soon. Not long after, Ma Rulong came in with a tray covered with a silk scarf. He handed it to Qin Shiyue and said with some embarrassment, since I received the message from the sect, this old man has been trying his best to find it. This is all I could find. I wanted to ask my relatives and friends to find some more during the banquet, but Lord came early. I can only let Lord down. Qin Shiyue smiled and said, it's okay, it's okay. It's good that you did your best. This is enough. As he spoke, he lifted the silk scarf on the tray. Seeing the things on the tray, Qin Shiyue was shocked. She pointed at the things on the tray and said, Old man Ma, this is what you were trying your best to find? Zhang Xiaohua, who was tasting tea, was also curious. When she looked around, there were only 3 to 5 old jade articles on the tray. Compared to Zhang Xiaohua's offering, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Zhang Xiaohua did not need to use her spiritual sense to identify it. It was probably just for show. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Ma Rulong in confusion. She did not know what he was selling. Facing Qin Shiyue's accusation, Ma Rulong said with a stern expression, Master Qin, this is the ancient item that this old man found according to the message. Didn't I tell you just now that I only found this little? If you were a bit later, perhaps this old man could ask my relatives and friends to find some more. However, since you are here now, this is all I can do. Ying Fei said angrily, Old man Ma, you dare to brush us off? Ma Rulong cupped his hands and said, Envoying is too serious. How could this old man dare? Didn't Master Qin just say that it was fine as long as I did my best? This old man has indeed done his best. You. Ying Fei was truly angered. He pointed at Ma Rulong, not knowing what to say. Qin Shiyue was no longer shocked. She looked at Ma Rulong with a smile. At this time, a voice rang out, I have long heard that the Dragon God sect bullies the weak and snatches away people's treasures. Now that I have seen it, it truly lives up to its reputation. Even an old man who is almost 70 years old is being bullied and squeezed. It truly is the demonic sect of the pugilistic world. Even Garuda's disciple dares to act so recklessly. What can I do? When everyone looked up, it was Qiu Shidao who was holding a fan with a smile on his face. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, wasn't it enough for this guy to be humiliated just now? He actually dares to come out now. Qin Shiyue was not surprised by Qiu Shidao's appearance. She said with a smile, I wonder if this little brother is Ma Rulong's grandson-in-law, Qiu Shidao, or Heaven Dao Alliance's vice-alliance master, Nan Fengyan's disciple, Qiu Shidao? Qiu Shidao said with a smile, what's the difference? Both sides are Qiu Shidao and I, your little master. Qin Shiyue's smile grew wider. She ignored Qiu Shidao and turned to look at Ma Rulong, old man Ma, it seems like you have made your choice. Ma Rulong's expression changed slightly. He took a step back and did not speak. Qiu Shidao saw this and took a few steps forward, you only know how to bully the old. The demonic sect's methods are indeed extraordinary. Ing Fei said angrily, how can a child like you interrupt when adults are talking? Let me ask you, can you represent your righteous alliance? Qiu Shidao cupped his hands and said, I came to the Ma mansion on the orders of my master. Naturally, I can represent. Ing Fei said again, since you know that we are from the demonic sect and that the demonic sect is incompatible with the righteous alliance, you actually dare to stand in front of us so generously. Your courage is not ordinary. Qiu Shidao said with a smile, I heard that the demonic sect's hands are bloody and ruthless. How come you only know how to talk? What a joke. Ing Fei said angrily, good, good. Then let me weigh your weight. After saying this, he took a big step forward and reached out to grab Qiu Shidao's throat. There was no doubt that if he grabbed Qiu Shidao's throat, it would be crushed. Qiu Shidao used words to provoke him. Naturally, he was prepared. He raised his hand and punched towards Ing Fei's finger. Ing Fei did not stop. He only changed his grip into a palm. In an instant, the two's fist and palm collided. With a ping sound, the two had exchanged a move. Ing Fei took a step back while Qiu Shidao took a few steps back. He was almost forced to the door. Qiu Shidao did not move forward. He only shouted, go. After saying this, he turned around and walked out of the inner hall. Ma Rulong also followed closely behind. Ing Fei shouted, where are you going? He was about to chase out of the inner hall when a sudden change occurred. Chapter 261. Kacha, 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 kacha. Almost at the same time, the windows on three sides of the inner hall were kicked open from the outside. Three short and fat figures fell to the ground like meteors and landed around the hall. Zhang Xiaohua originally thought that there would be some kind of mechanism in the inner hall or something like a big net that could catch them all in one fell swoop. At this time, seeing that there were actually three people, he was relieved. At least, he would not be accidentally injured. However, when he saw the faces of these three people, he could not help but feel a little surprised and also laughed. These three people actually looked exactly the same. They were the legendary triplets. Moreover, these three people all had small noses, small eyes, and chubby faces. They looked very comical. Unfortunately, this was Zhang Xiaohua's first impression. Ing Fei cried out in surprise, the three auspicious treasures? Qin Shiyue said with a smile, Old Ma, it seems that you are determined to break off relations with the divine sect. The righteous alliance has really put in a lot of effort. They even sent out the three auspicious treasures. Xiao Shidao said outside, a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. This is common sense. Lord Qin, don't think about the future of others. Worry about your own situation first. Qin Shiyue laughed and said, I am unbearable. I am not ranked in the top few in the divine sect. But in Jianhu, even if it is the 3 auspicious treasures of the righteous alliance, what can they do to me? As he spoke, he raised his eyebrows and looked around in a spirited manner. He gave off an aura of disdain for all living beings and did not even glance at the 3 treasures above him. Seeing this, Qiu Shidao sneered and said, It's easy to talk while sitting down. Anyone can say these words. It's not too late to say it after you see the real thing. After saying that, he made a gesture. The short and fat 3 auspicious treasures looked at each other and at the same time took out 2 things from their arms. One was an orange flag, the size of a palm, triangular, and the other was a fist-sized jade. Then, the 3 people uniformly threw the flags in their hands to the ground. With a "chi" sound, the flagpoles of the 3 flags were neatly inserted into the flat marble floor like tofu. Then, the 3 people uniformly raised the jade with their left hand and made a very strange gesture with their right hand. And this strange gesture was seen by Zhang Xiaohua. It was like being struck by lightning. She was stunned on the spot. Wasn't this the incantation of the earth-evading technique? The earth-evading technique that Zhang Xiaohua obtained had long been incomplete. There was only a complete incantation left. Whether there was an explanation or annotation behind it, he did not know. These days, he had racked his brains to comprehend the earth-evading technique, but he still could not understand the main points. The most important point was this incantation. He had never seen this incantation before. Naturally, he did not know how to use it. He did not believe that such a simple gesture with his fingers could exert an incredible power. Moreover, in front of Qin Shiyue and Ning Fei, he did not dare to try, so he had not made any progress. At this time, the gesture of the auspicious 3 treasures forming the incantation was like lightning striking into his mind. It opened a door that he could not find a way to open. With a thought, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense immediately swept towards one of the auspicious 3 treasures. Under his divine sense, he could clearly observe the changes in the gesture. He could even clearly see that under the effect of the gesture, the jade stone actually emitted a faint yuan qi. It was guided by the gesture to the small flag on the ground. The small flag absorbed the yuan qi and emitted a faint brilliance. The brilliance became brighter and brighter. Then, it formed an invisible light curtain that covered the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the light curtain of the 3 small flags combined together, forming a hemispherical sealed space. Just before the entire light curtain closed, Zhang Xiaohua heard Qin Shiyue exclaim, 3 talent flag gate formation. How could the righteous alliance have such a thing? And with the closing of the light curtain, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was also immediately isolated. It could not be delayed in the slightest, and was confined in this hemispherical space of the closed light curtain. Zhang Xiaohua was greatly shocked. Ever since he cultivated this divine sense, it was invincible. It had always been the secret weapon that he was proud of. What kind of formation was this? It could actually isolate divine sense. It seemed that there would not be a good situation today. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua had another question in his heart. Just now, when his divine sense swept out, he discovered that the fist-sized jade stone in the auspicious 3 treasures hand actually contained a weak heaven and earth yuan qi. Could it be that this fist-sized jade stone was also a yuan qi? It should be. According to the records in the Worry-Free Heart Sutra, the yuan qi was originally like this. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua pinched the small stone in his hand and wondered, if they took the real yuan qi, then what is this small stone in my hand? A miniature yuan qi? Perhaps so. However, the yuan qi contained in my own yuan qi seems to be much more than that big yuan qi. Could it be that this yuan qi is also said to be strong on the outside but weak on the inside? What made Zhang Xiaohua flabbergasted was not only this. When Zhang Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense and looked carefully again, there was another scene before his eyes. What Zhang Xiaohua saw was actually not the scene in his divine sense just now. In front of his eyes was no longer the Ma Mansion's inner hall where he was just a moment ago, but a snowy plain. A gust of piercing cold air attacked. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but shiver. This was a phenomenon that he had never encountered since he came out of the Guizhuang house. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and stepped forward. Along the way, he left a string of footprints. But after walking for a long time, the entire frozen plain did not have any movement. Even a tree, a bird, or a mouse could not be seen. He could only see the endless snow and a long string of footprints behind him. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand that this was an illusion, an absolute illusion. He was clearly in a small inner hall. How could he walk so far? Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to explore. Sure enough, he was still standing at the original position and did not move much. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and continued to move forward, but did not withdraw his divine sense. This time was different. After a few steps, he walked to the edge of the light curtain. Although the light curtain was faint, his divine sense could not penetrate it, and his eyes could not see this light curtain. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua could not see the situation outside. However, since there was no killing intent in this light curtain, Zhang Xiaohua did not have a good way to break this light curtain. And he did not even use his divine sense to look at Qin Shiyue and Ning Fei. He also did not intend to help them. Even if they were captured by the Righteous Alliance, he was only their prisoner. The enemy of his enemy was his ally. Presumably, Ma Rulong and Qiu Shidao would not do anything to him. Thinking about it, it was better to stay still. Who didn't know how to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight? Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. However, he did not know that his few unintentional steps made the auspicious three treasures, who were in charge of the formation, break out in a cold sweat. Since they got this three-talent flag formation, all the people who were trapped were like Zhang Xiaohua. At the beginning, they would just walk around in a small area and would not walk in a straight line. However, Zhang Xiaohua walked to the edge of the light curtain in a few steps. This was something that they had never encountered before. How could they not be shocked? Fortunately, when this young man reached the light curtain, he did not do anything. Instead, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. It was really puzzling. However, whether it was puzzling or not, the auspicious three treasures did not have the time to waste on a servant. They did their best to maintain the formation and deal with Qin Shiyue's counterattack. Speaking of which, the illusion of this three-talent flag formation was also very strange. The appearance was born from the heart. The reason why Zhang Xiaohua could see the snow-covered plains seemed to be related to some little secret in the bottom of his heart. As for Ning Fei, just like Zhang Xiaohua, when he heard Qin Shiyue shout, three-talent flag formation. When he heard Qin Shiyue's shout, he was also very surprised. He couldn't figure out the meaning behind Qin Shiyue's shout. He felt that even if the three of them joined hands, they might not be able to defeat him and Qin Shiyue. However, he didn't have a divine sense and couldn't see the light curtain close. When Qin Shiyue's shout fell, his eyes turned black. Unexpectedly, the scene of a moonlit night appeared in front of him. An assassin with a black cloth covering his face and wearing night clothes was holding an inch-long dagger. Wasn't this the scene of him being chased in the past? Although many years had passed, this scene still left an indelible impression in his heart. He didn't have time to think and immediately got up to run. If one watched from outside the light curtain, they would see Ning Fei running non-stop in the same place. From time to time, he would look back in horror. In the end, he stood there and punched and kicked in all directions. It was very funny. However, not to mention that the people inside the formation couldn't see, even the people outside the formation didn't pay any attention to Ying Fei. The auspicious three treasures, Ma Rulong and Qiu Shidao, were all looking at Qin Shiyue in the formation. What Qin Shiyue saw was different from the two of them. At this moment, he felt that he was in a vast mountain forest. A few tiger roars came from not far away, causing him to frown. This scene was too familiar. It was the place where he encountered danger when he was young. He knew that not long after, a huge tiger would descend from the sky and take him away. Then, his adoptive father would kill the tiger and save him. However, presumably, his adoptive father wouldn't appear in this mountain forest and he would be taken away by the tiger. Sure enough, after a tiger roar and a gust of wind, a white tiger with slanted eyes appeared. Seeing Qin Shiyue, the tiger pounced on him. At this moment, Qin Shiyue didn't panic. He slightly leaned forward and his body fell into the tiger's belly. With a shake of his hand, he pulled out the soft sword from his waist and slashed at the tiger. The tiger let out a miserable howl that shook the mountain. Its stomach was filled with internal organs and blood. Qin Shiyue held the soft sword in his hand and vigilantly observed his surroundings. He secretly pondered. This three-talent flag gate formation was something he learned from his master by chance. He only listened to it as a story. If it weren't for the three orange flags being too eye-catching, how could he find this from his dusty memories? Therefore, Qin Shiyue held the soft sword and walked forward while thinking about how to break this flag gate formation. Chapter 262. However, no matter how hard Qin Shiyue racked his brain, he could not think of a way to break the three-talent flag gate formation. He was just listening to a story and was curious. Why would he care about breaking it? Moreover, it seemed that in his mind, he did not have any impression of breaking it. Perhaps his master might not be able to break it. Slowly walking to a high place in the forest, Qin Shiyue looked into the distance. Looking at the continuous mountains, he could not help but praise, this formation is just like the legend. The illusion inside is so real. But if it is fake, what is at the end of the mountain? It seems that I have never been to the other side of the mountain before. Why don't I go and take a look? Maybe there will be some clues. Thinking about it, Qin Shiyue put away his soft sword and stretched his body. Using his peerless Qin Gong, he ran straight to the end of the mountain. Qin Shiyue studied under the Garuda heavenly king of the dragon god sect. What was this Garuda? The Garuda recorded in the Dharma Sutra was a kind of big bird. Its wings had all kinds of solemn colors. There was a big lump on its head, which was a ruby pearl. This Garuda was a golden-winged great peng bird. It ate one dragon and 500 small dragons every day. When it died, the dragons vomited poison and could no longer eat it. So it flew up and down 7 times, flying to the top of the Jin Gangwil mountain and died. Because it ate dragons as food all its life, there was a lot of poison accumulated in its body. When it was about to die, the poison was released. After its flesh was burned, only its heart was left, which was pure green glaze. Garuda Heavenly King was known for his Qin Gong in the 8th-division Heavenly Dragon. Naturally, Qin Shiyue's Qin Gong was also very good. Otherwise, even with Zhang Xiaohua's Qin Gong, she did not have any advantage over Qin Shiyue. When he used all his strength in the illusion, he flew through the endless forest like a gust of wind. But just as he was flying happily, a ripple appeared in the scene in front of him. All the scenes overlapped, and there was a gap. It allowed him to see the auspicious 3 treasures in the inner hall, whose faces were covered in sweat and looking at him in horror. But it was only a moment, and it was immediately replaced by the original scene. He immediately fell back to his original position. A few tiger roars sounded from afar. Ha ha ha. Qin Shiyue laughed loudly. He had found a way to break the three-talent flag array. At this time, he didn't care about killing the tiger anymore. Instead, he pulled out his soft sword. His figure flashed, and in an instant, he ran straight into the distance. Outside the formation, one of the auspicious three treasures said to someone in horror, "Big brother, it's not good. The formation bead in my hand seems to have no energy left." If Zhang Xiaohua was beside me, she would naturally be able to see it with her spiritual sense. The heaven and earth yuan qi in the jade stone was gradually drying up. The yuan qi that was transmitted to the small flag on the ground was already extremely thin. The light on the small orange flag was also gradually fading. It must be said that although this three-talent flag array was an extremely ordinary formation in the immortal Tao, if it was used to trap a martial artist, he would not be able to easily escape. Even if the auspicious three treasures didn't have any yuan qi, and only relied on the yuan qi in the yuan qi stone, and couldn't activate the flag array's attack, but just this simple defense and simple illusion was already an invincible existence in the era when the immortal Tao was destroyed. At least, before the Righteous Alliance used this flag array, they had never failed. But after all, this was an external object. The yuan qi in the yuan qi stone would dry up one day. Coincidentally, today was the day when the yuan qi in one of the yuan qi stones was used up. Otherwise, even if the real Garuda Heavenly King came, his Qin Gong might not be able to make the flag array reveal a flaw so easily. Inside the flag array, Qin Shiyue kept running forward. The scenes in front of him kept overlapping and breaking. The scenes in the inner hall also kept appearing in front of him. Moreover, the time was getting longer and longer. Even Ing Fei stopped running away and stopped in shock. He raised his head and looked at the world that was flickering. After a while, he heard one of the auspicious three treasures call out, "Big brother." Before he could finish his words, the jade stone in his hand suddenly turned into powder and scattered on the ground. The small flag on the ground also suddenly lit up and immediately returned to its simple and unadorned appearance. Although the other two flags were still emitting a faint light, the light screen was no longer complete. 30% of it had already disappeared. The illusion in the formation could no longer appear. Zhang Xiaohua, who was meditating, sensed the change in the yuan qi and unconsciously opened her eyes. At this moment, the eyes of Qin Shiyue and Ing Fei in the flag array lit up. Qin Shiyue was already using his peerless Qin Gong. At this moment, he just changed his direction and rushed towards one of the auspicious three treasures. And, let's call him Airbao for now. The jade stone in Airbao's hand turned into powder, but he did not have this kind of experience. He was still making hand seals and did not loosen his grip. The power of the seal did not disappear. In fact, the seal used by the auspicious three treasures was not the seal used by the three talents flag array. After the celestial Tao was destroyed, someone improved the seal so that martial artists could use the yuan qi to control the array. When they could not extract the yuan qi from the yuan qi of heaven and earth, they naturally turned to absorbing the yuan qi of the caster. How could Airbao's body have the vital qi formed by the yuan qi of heaven and earth? With such a forceful extraction, in an instant, his meridians were severely damaged. It was as if his vital qi had backfired, and a stream of blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. At this moment, Qin Shiyue and his soft sword were already in front of him. Poor Airbao. His limbs were weak, and he could not move at all. Right in front of Zhang Xiaohua, Qin Shiyue waved his soft sword, and Airbao's funny head flew up into the sky. Blood splattered on the ground, and Airbao's short and fat body fell to the ground with a thud, and his blood splattered 3 feet away. Such a bloody scene scared Zhang Xiaohua so much that she closed her eyes. Although Zhang Xiaohua was already an experienced killer, he was very gentle when it came to killing people. He killed them all with one strike, and there was only a little red on the throat. It was also the first time he saw such a violent killer. However, immediately, he opened his eyes and walked out of the circle of light. He looked at the headless corpse from afar and sighed, "It's so good to be alive." When the other two saw Qin Shiyue kill their brother, they could not help but be terrified. They stopped the spell and threw the jade stone on the ground. They stretched out their hands and drew their swords from their waists. With a shout, they rushed forward. Although the auspicious three treasures without the flag gate formation were powerful, they were not what Qin Shiyue and Ing Fei were afraid of. The two of them each found one and instantly fought with each other. Originally, the auspicious three treasures were quite famous in the Jianghu. Their martial arts were not much worse than Qin Shiyue's. At least, they were better than Ing Fei. Ing Fei originally braced himself to fight, but after this fight, Ing Fei was happy. He did not know how many treasures the person in front of him had, but his inner strength was almost the same as his. The strength of the sword was also not very strong. Although Ing Fei did not understand, at least his life was saved. As long as he delayed this treasure, he could naturally escape after Qin Shiyue killed that treasure. Poor auspicious three treasures. The martial arts of the three of them were not much worse than Qin Shiyue's. When the three of them joined forces, they were stronger than Qin Shiyue, Ing Fei and Zhang Xiaohua. However, they were afraid that something would happen to their brother. Since they could kill the enemy without any effort, why should they kill each other? Therefore, they took out their trump card and used the most powerful formation to trap them to death. However, this formation, which had been tested every time, was at the point of exhaustion. That was why there was a mistake and they lost one of their brothers. And they were in charge of the formation. Although they only guided the primordial qi from the primordial stone to the small flag, this also consumed their own inner strength. Therefore, the consumption of the auspicious three treasures' inner strength was much more than that of Qin Shiyue and Ing Fei. Sometimes, thinking about it, it was not necessarily good to hide one's strength. However, it was also not good to reveal one's trump card all of a sudden. Qin Shiyue's martial arts cultivation was higher than Ing Fei's. Naturally, she immediately figured out the bottom line of these three treasures. After more than 10 moves, Qin Shiyue found an opportunity. She also waved her soft sword. This treasure's big head also flew into the sky. His death was actually the same as the previous one. Zhang Xiaohua watched from afar. She curled the corner of her mouth and secretly said, "Barbaric." At this time, 2 of the auspicious 3 treasures were dead. The remaining one was also desperate. He desperately pestered Ing Fei to perish together with him. Ing Fei knew what he was thinking. He wanted to drag one of them down with him before he died. How could he let him do as he wished? He only thought that he was wandering around and didn't really hit him. Seeing this, Qin Shiyue jumped up and wanted to fly out of the inner hall. Her figure swept past the back of the last treasure. She didn't even look at it. She just waved her soft sword. Another burst of blood rushed into the air. The smile on Qin Shiyue's face became wider. She instantly rushed out of the inner hall. Now in the inner hall of Ma Mansion, 3 heads rolled down. 3 headless corpses were scattered. Blood was scattered all over the marble floor. The smell of blood was overwhelming. Seeing that his lord rushed out, Ing Fei also wanted to catch up. Just as he raised his foot, he stopped. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua in the distance and walked to the place where the small flags were inserted. He used his internal force to pull out the 3 small flags one by one and put them in his arms. Then, he picked up the remaining 2 jades from the pool of blood on the ground and slowly walked out of the inner hall. Zhang Xiaohua really didn't want to be with them, but this inner hall was no longer a place for people to stay. As long as he was far away from the corpses, he walked to the door. When he passed by the chair where Qin Shiyue sat just now, there were still a few old jades on the table next to it. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dislike them. He casually took them and put them in his arms. Then, he stepped on the blood and walked out of the inner hall. Outside, the sun was shining. It was the auspicious time for Ma Rulong's birthday. But Zhang Xiaohua's heart was cold. These few moments in the inner hall were like a lifetime ago. The danger in Jianghu was obvious. If Qin Shiyue and Ing Fei couldn't rush out of the flag gate formation, would her life be left here? Jianghu didn't believe in tears. Jianghu also didn't believe in hypotheses. No one could say for sure what didn't happen. Maybe Ma Rulong would let him go because he was innocent. Maybe Qiu Shidao was afraid that he would leak the news and kill him. These were all hypotheses. No one knew. However, when Zhang Xiaohua stepped into the hall, she knew what cruelty was. Chapter 263. When Zhang Xiaohua came out of the inner hall, she was only half an hour behind Qin Shiyue. In this short period of time, the reception hall had already turned into an Azura hell. Qin Shiyue's kung fu was excellent. He was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. His soft sword kept reaping the lives of the people who fled in panic in the hall. When Zhang Xiaohua walked into the hall, she could not help but be shocked and angry. She was shocked because Qin Shiyue's killing intent was very strong. He only used one way to kill people like Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua killed people with a gentle sword, leaving a red mark on her throat. Qin Shiyue also used one sword, but this sword cut off people's heads. Weapons like swords were usually unsheathed at the tip and used to stab the enemy. Although the two sides of swords were also unsheathed, swords were not padeos. They were rarely used to cut people. Seeing that Qin Shiyue was very skillful in cutting people's heads with his soft sword, presumably the soft sword was also specially treated. What made Zhang Xiaohua angry was that Qin Shiyue did not really kill innocent people there. Instead, Ma Rulong and Qiu Shidao knew that their lightness skill was not as good as Qin Shiyue's, so they just went to the place where there were many people in the hall, hoping that the guests who came to celebrate the birthday could block for them for a while. Among these guests, those who were smart and had good kung fu had already stayed far away, leaving only those who had not figured out the situation, or those who had low kung fu, or even no kung fu. They were in a mess, blocking in front of Qin Shiyue, forcing Qin Shiyue to kill heavily. On the other side of the hall, there was also a group of people who were holding swords and other weapons and were together with Ing Fei. They must be the servants of Ma Mansion or Ma Rulong's friends. They saw that Qin Shiyue's kung fu was excellent, so they did not dare to come close, so they had to find Ing Fei, a soft persimmon. Although Ing Fei was not as good as Qin Shiyue, his kung fu was also first class. Under the siege of the crowd, he did not fall behind and even took the opportunity to injure a few people. Zhang Xiaohua could not bear to see the hall full of blood. She thought to herself, Qin Shiyue can just use her qin gong to go over. Presumably, these guests may not be able to withstand it. Why do you have to kill so many people? Just as she was thinking, a lean merchant who had just run past Qin Shiyue suddenly took out a dagger from his bosom and stabbed it into Qin Shiyue's back. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. This merchant's acting was too good. When she looked at him just now, that person also had a face full of panic and seemed to be running in all directions. How did he become a member of the Ma Manor? Seeing that the dagger was about to stab into Qin Shiyue's back, Zhang Xiaohua was actually looking forward to it. However, Qin Shiyue seemed to have a pair of eyes on the back of her head. She raised her left foot and kicked the man's wrist. Then she swung her soft sword back and the man's head was separated from his body in an instant. Then, Qin Shiyue rushed forward without looking at him and chased after Ma Rulong. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood why Qin Shiyue did not use her qin gong to pass over the crowd. If Qin Shiyue encountered such a sneak attack in midair, she would inevitably be in a passive position because she could not use her body to support herself. If it was a sneak attack by one person, she might be able to avoid it. If it was 2 or 3 people, she would probably be injured. She was still inexperienced. When Zhang Xiaohua walked into the hall, he was immediately seen by the servants of the Ma Manor. However, Zhang Xiaohua was obviously a manservant and was also young. Even though several people were eager to try to take over from Ying Fei, they saw that Zhang Xiaohua just stood at the door and did not move forward. They thought that he did not know martial arts, so they concentrated on killing Ying Fei. On the other side of the hall was a corridor. When Ma Rulong and Qiu Shidao arrived at the corridor, they looked back and disappeared in a flash. Qin Shiyue was furious. At this time, she did not care whether the people in front of her were the servants of the Ma Manor or innocent merchants. She just took her soft sword and slashed randomly. When the people in front of her were a little sparse, she immediately used her peerless Qin Gong and rushed toward the corridor. However, just as his figure entered the corridor, a glittering cold light quickly shot toward Qin Shiyue's throat. Qin Shiyue's momentum was very fast, and the cold light was also very fast. The timing was extremely good. By the time Qin Shiyue saw it, it was already right in front of his eyes. Faster than words could say, Qin Shiyue took a deep breath and reversed the flow of his internal energy. While his figure was still in midair, he forcefully moved to the side by an inch. His body also twisted in a direction. The cold light pierced past Qin Shiyue's throat. It was a long sword flickering with cold light. The one holding the sword was Qiu Shidao, who had just escaped into the corridor. Qiu Shidao had guessed Qin Shiyue's thoughts. He knew that Qin Shiyue thought that he had escaped in a panic, so he deliberately hid himself here, hoping to hit him. Unfortunately, the timing and angle were excellent. Qin Shiyue relied on his excellent Qin Gong to avoid the killing blow. When Qiu Shidao saw that his sneak attack failed, he immediately changed his move. With a flick of his wrist, the sword cut toward Qin Shiyue's throat horizontally. This was the move that Qin Shiyue was good at. Qin Shiyue's back was also covered with cold sweat because he just avoided the sneak attack. He was more vigilant in his heart. This sudden change of move was not in his heart. He slightly turned an iron plate bridge and avoided the sword. His body bent down and his left foot kicked toward Qiu Shidao. When Qiu Shidao saw that his killing move had failed one after another, he secretly felt that it was a pity. When he saw Qin Shiyue raise his foot to kick, he also jumped up and slightly dodged. Then, he stabbed his sword toward Qin Shiyue's place. Qin Shiyue raised his sword to meet the attack. The two of them fought. Although Qiu Shidao was from a famous sect, he was still young and lacked fighting experience. The two of them fought for a short time before Qiu Shidao couldn't resist anymore. He was surrounded by danger and was almost hit by Qin Shiyue's sword several times. Qiu Shidao's face couldn't help but turn pale. He thought for a moment and said, "Lord Qin, let's talk things over. I know that you came to the Ma family today to find some ancient jade artifacts. Ma Rulong has already collected some. However, in order to show his sincerity to our righteous Dao Union, he has already given these jade artifacts to me. I haven't had the time to send them back. If you stop fighting now, I will tell you where these jade artifacts are stored so that you can go back and give an explanation. What do you think?" When Qin Shiyue heard this, he seemed to be moved. He slightly relaxed his attack and asked in a low voice, "If you give me the jade artifacts, how will you explain it to the sect? Moreover, I killed the auspicious 3 treasures. Don't you plan to take revenge?" Qiu Shidao said, "I haven't had the time to return these jade artifacts. The sect doesn't know. The auspicious 3 treasures were originally sent to monitor me. They were not sent by my master. They also know about the jade artifacts. Isn't it good that you killed them? I can't even protect my own life." How can I have the heart to take revenge for them? When Qin Shiyue heard this, he nodded. The software in his hand stopped. He opened his mouth and wanted to speak. When Qiu Shidao saw this, he was very happy. He also put away his sword. When he saw Qin Shiyue open his mouth, he knew that he wanted to know where the jade artifacts were hidden. He smiled and said, "Lord Qin." However, when the words, "Lord Qin," just came out of his mouth, the software in Qin Shiyue's hand suddenly wrapped around Qiu Shidao's neck like a poisonous snake. Qiu Shidao's face immediately turned pale. He trembled and said, "Lord Qin, didn't we agree just now? Why are you going back on your words?" Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "When did I promise you? I just asked you a question." Qiu Shidao was shocked and said, "You can't kill me. If you kill me, no one will know the whereabouts of the jade artifacts. Also, whether I am Nan Fengyun or not, if you kill me, my master will definitely kill you. Why don't you put down your sword and we go our separate ways? What do you think?" Qin Shiyue seemed to have heard a big joke. He grinned and said, "What kind of place is Xinji town? How can there be good jade artifacts? I can't even see it, let alone our sect leader. If you want to threaten me with this jade artifact, you are really wrong. Also, your master, Nan Fengyun, do you think he can catch up with me?" Qiu Shidao's face was pale. He shouted, "Lord Qin, everything can be discussed. I also know a big secret of Xinji town. I can also tell you anything about the Righteous Alliance. By the way, my family is rich. I can give you a lot of silver." However, before he could finish, Qin Shiyue's eyes flashed with cold light. He smiled and exerted some strength in his hand. Qiu Shidao's handsome head flew up to the sky. His eyes that were gradually losing their light were still flashing with an inconceivable expression. He died with his eyes wide open. Looking at Qiu Shidao's body that was gradually softening, Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "What does the secret of Xinji town have to do with me? Do you know more about the Righteous Alliance than I do? Silver, what use do I have for it?" As he said, he raised his head and looked at the far end of the corridor where Ma Rulong had just disappeared. In fact, when Qiu Shidao appeared to sneak attack, Ma Rulong no longer cared about his own body and rushed to the end of the corridor. Although Qin Shiyue knew that he wanted to escape, he didn't care about him. After killing Qiu Shidao, with Qin Shiyue's Qin Gong, he could catch several Ma Rulong back. However, when Qin Shiyue rushed to the end of the corridor, there was also an exquisite small courtyard. There was a stone path in the middle that led to the backyard and the garden. Qin Shiyue flew to a high place and looked carefully, but he didn't find any trace of Ma Rulong. Qin Shiyue frowned and thought to himself, "This old fox ran away quickly." Then, Qin Shiyue didn't search carefully and turned back to the hall. At this time, in the hall, except for the servants of the Ma family who were still desperately besieging Yingfei, the other guests had disappeared except for those who were lying on the ground and couldn't move. Qin Shiyue looked at Zhang Xiaohua who was standing quietly by the door and didn't say anything. He walked steadily to Yingfei. There were already a few brave servants who had abandoned Yingfei and chopped at his head with their padao. However, how could they withstand a single move from Qin Shiyue? In just a few moves, their heads were chopped off by Qin Shiyue. When the remaining servants saw that the situation was not good, they hurriedly scattered and fled for their lives. How could Yingfei let them go? He chased and killed a few of them. Qin Shiyue was even more straightforward. She chased after them and beheaded them. Unexpectedly, many of them were killed by the two of them. Only a few people safely escaped the hall. Chapter 264. Qin Shiyue looked around at the tragedy in the hall and was very satisfied. Only then did she use her qingong to rush out of the hall. When she passed by Zhang Xiaohua, she whispered, "Follow us." Zhang Xiaohua glanced at her and didn't answer. She used her qinggong and followed behind them unhurriedly. After leaving the hall, Qin Shiyue looked around and then flew to the other side of the hall. There was a round moon gate on this side. There was a small path leading inside. Presumably, it was the inner residence. Not long after the three of them entered, they saw several servants and maids running away in panic. When they saw Qin Shiyue, they were so scared that their faces turned ashen. Qin Shiyue didn't hesitate and shouted, "Stop, or I will kill all of you." In an instant, everyone stood in place and trembled. They didn't dare to move. Qin Shiyue walked to the nearest servant and asked, "Ma Rulong just ran away. Do you know where he ran to?" That servant was like a sieve. His teeth were chattering. How could he say it? When Qin Shiyue saw this, she reached out with lightning speed and grabbed his throat. With a little force, a "kacha" sound was heard. A stream of blood flowed out of the servant's mouth and he fell to the ground. Then, Qin Shiyue walked to a servant a little further away. When the servant saw Qin Shiyue walk over, his face turned pale. Before he got close, he smelled a foul smell. The servant was so scared that he lost control of his bladder. Qin Shiyue frowned and turned to another servant. The servant who lost control of his bladder had a burst of joy on his face. Just as he put on a smile, a cold light flashed and the servant's head flew to the sky. The smile was frozen on his face forever. Seeing Qin Shiyue's action, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. She didn't agree, but she was also someone else's dish. How could she have the right to speak? Seeing the murderous demon king rushing towards him, the servant's hands and feet trembled uncontrollably and his face turned scarlet. Qin Shiyue was very satisfied with her deterrence and said while walking, "Do you know? If you know, then tell me. If you don't, then everyone in this courtyard will die." The servant opened his mouth, but no words came out. His eyes turned white and bulged out like a goldfish. He could only exhale, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't inhale. The servant grabbed his throat and twitched weakly. Then, he softly fell to the ground. He was scared to death by Qin Shiyue. Qin Shiyue didn't have any expression on her face. She looked around and walked towards a servant girl. At this time, a servant girl in the small pavilion next to them trembled and said, "Sir, I roughly know where Master Ma went. However, if I bring you there, will you spare us? We are just servants of the Ma mansion." When Qin Shiyue heard this, she was slightly surprised. She looked at this thin and ordinary-looking girl and smiled. "Of course." The girl trembled as she walked out and said, "Sir, I'll take you there. Can you let them go? They really don't know anything." Looking at this brave girl, Qin Shiyue waved her hand and said, "Take me there." The girl looked at the servants and servant girls around her who were already ashen-faced. She gritted her teeth and walked towards the inner residence. Qin Shiyue said in surprise, "Girl, Ma Rulong ran out from the corridor on the other side of the hall." The girl shook her teeth and forced a smile. She said, "I know. Sir, there is a path from here. If we go through the front hall, it will be a long detour." Qin Shiyue said, "Oh." She didn't say anything else. She knew this girl must know. Sure enough, after walking for a while, they came to another pond. At the end of the pond was a winding corridor. The girl pointed at a rockery in the pond and said, "Sir, it's that rockery." One night, this servant woke up at night and saw Master Ma come out from there by the moonlight. Qin Shiyue looked at the rockery and then looked at the girl. She smiled and said, "Are you sure?" The girl said, "I'm sure. Although it's night, the moonlight is very bright. If I can't even recognize my own master, how can I?" Qin Shiyue signaled to Ying Fei. Ying Fei used her lightness skill and flew over the pond. She directly flew to the rockery to check. Qin Shiyue looked at the girl and said with a smile, "You're not afraid of me?" The girl said, "I'm afraid." "Then why did you bring us here?" "If I didn't bring you here, wouldn't we all be killed by you?" Qin Shiyue nodded and said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word?" The girl's face instantly turned pale. She bit her lips and didn't dare to speak. At this time, Ying Fei shouted from the rockery, "Sir, there is a mechanism here." Qin Shiyue rolled her eyes and said, "Okay, you can go." The girl didn't move. Qin Shiyue frowned and said, "I told you to go. Why don't you go?" The girl said, "Sir, you go first. I'll go after you." Qin Shiyue laughed, turned around, and then waved her hand. When the girl saw Qin Shiyue waving her hand, she was so scared that she closed her eyes. Zhang Xiaohua's heart also thumped. Unexpectedly, Qin Shiyue waved her hand and shouted, "Ren Xiaoyao, come with me." Zhang Xiaohua sighed and jumped in front. There was some joy in her voice. Qin Shiyue didn't understand. She turned her head and looked at Zhang Xiaohua in surprise. She muttered, "Looking at your mood, it's quite good." The two of them used their lightness skill. When they reached the rockery, the girl turned around and ran away. Qin Shiyue looked back and twirled her short beard with 2 fingers. She was thinking. Under the rockery, there was a dark cave entrance. There were stairs leading down. Ying Fei was a little hesitant and said, "Sir, is this a trap?" Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "Even if it's a trap, you don't dare to enter it?" Ying Fei smiled apologetically and said, "Following sir, I dare to climb a mountain of swords and go into a sea of fire." Qin Shiyue said, "Don't flatter me. Lead the way." Ying Fei looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Sir, I think it's better to let this boy lead the way. Go down quickly." "What are you talking about? If he can lead the way, why would I bring them so far?" "Yes, yes." Ying Fei didn't dare to refute. He led the way down the stairs. The secret passage under the rockery was narrow and short. Not only Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei, but even Zhang Xiaohua had to bend down. Moreover, the secret passage was dark and damp. From time to time, there would be water dripping down. They must be walking under the pond. Ying Fei was in front. He held a torch in one hand and a sword in the other. He was very careful. After a long time, the secret passage gradually became wider and drier. They didn't see any traps. After a while, the secret passage went up. They must have reached the end. The 3 of them relaxed. Not long after, a half-closed door appeared in front of them. Light shone in from outside. Ying Fei put away the torch and said with a smile, "Sir, that Ma Rulong left in such a hurry that he didn't even close the door properly." After that, he pushed the door and was about to go out. At this moment, 3 arrows were shot from outside the door. The target was Ying Fei, who was pushing the door open. Ying Fei was pushing the door open. He didn't expect that there would be traps on the half-closed door. It was too late to dodge. The arrows were shot by traps. They were very powerful. They were aimed at Ying Fei's upper and lower body. If they hit the target, Ying Fei's life would be in danger. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shiyue kicked Ying Fei's waist and sent him flying away, just in time to avoid the arrows flying from the top and the bottom. But the arrow in the middle couldn't be dodged. It hit Ying Fei's left arm. With a poochie sound, it penetrated his arm. Ouch! Ying Fei couldn't bear the pain and cried out. The remaining 2 arrows flew past Ying Fei and shot towards Qin Shiyue. Qin Shiyue had just kicked Ying Fei away. She wasn't stable yet. She took out the soft sword from her waist and swung it at the arrow in the middle. With a keng sound, the soft sword hit the arrow. It was actually an iron arrow. The arrow changed its direction. With a poochie sound, it shot deep into the secret passage. The arrow in the middle flew past Qin Shiyue and shot straight towards Zhang Xiaohua. At this time, Qin Shiyue wanted to stop it, but it was too late. With another "poochie" sound, the iron arrow shot into the secret passage again. When Qin Shiyue looked back, she saw Zhang Xiaohua standing aside calmly and motionlessly. Qin Shiyue thought that Zhang Xiaohua was scared. She ignored him and walked quickly towards Ying Fei. In fact, he didn't know that when he stepped into the secret passage, Zhang Xiaohua had released his divine sense. Although it was dark, he knew what was going on in front of him. Even at the moment when the iron arrow was shot, Zhang Xiaohua already knew that the iron arrow in the dark was a great threat to Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei. But after all, it was flying in the range of Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. At this time, the beauty of divine sense was revealed. Zhang Xiaohua had already known the trajectory of the iron arrow. When the third iron arrow was close to him, he slightly used ethereal steps and let the iron arrow shoot past his leg. His performance was as steady as Mount Tai, which scared Qin Shiyue. On the other side, Ying Fei was already sitting on the ground in pain. Qin Shiyue looked at his arm. The place where the iron arrow went through was already bleeding. The arrow was poisonous. Qin Shiyue frowned and kicked the door open. This time, there was no poisonous arrow. Qin Shiyue shouted, "Ren Xiaoyao, helping Fei out." Zhang Xiaohua responded and went forward. He helped Ying Fei up from the ground and dragged him out. Qin Shiyue took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms and poured out a scarlet pill. He said, "Ying Fei, the poison on the arrow is very strong. Take this poison-repelling pill first." Ying Fei's pale face forced a smile and said, "Thank you for giving me this pill. With this pill, I think my life can be saved." After that, he took the poison-repelling pill and put it into his mouth. When Zhang Xiaohua heard the poison-repelling pill, his heart moved. Was this some kind of pill? He couldn't help but take a closer look. He used his divine sense to scan it. It seemed that there was no yuan qi in it. Just as he was about to take a closer look, Ying Fei had already swallowed it. The poison-repelling pill was really powerful. After Ying Fei took it for a while, the wound on his arm began to bleed. At this time, Qin Shiyue stretched out his finger and pressed on the acupuncture points on Ying Fei's arm a few times to stop the bleeding. Ying Fei said with difficulty, "Master, we have been delayed for a long time. I think old Ma has already gone far away. What do you think? Please vote for me. Thank you." Chapter 266. Qin Shiyue raised his head and looked around. This was a small closed courtyard. It seemed that no one lived here and no one cleaned it. A line of wet footprints was heading towards a well in the corner of the courtyard. Qin Shiyue quickly walked over and looked around. He asked, "Ying Fei, you can't move with your injuries. Stay here first. I'll go and have a look." Then, he was about to jump down. He looked back at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Boy, come with me." Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to go to the well. He looked down and found that it was a dry well. Qin Shiyue warned Zhang Xiaohua, "Ren Xiaoyao, don't have any bad ideas. Your martial arts are not worth mentioning in front of me. I can cut off your head at any time." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Qin Shiyue pulled out his soft sword and jumped down the dry well. When he dodged, Zhang Xiaohua also jumped down. There was a secret passage at the bottom of the well, but this secret passage was obviously more spacious than the previous one. It was also clean. Qin Shiyue walked in front with a fire and a soft sword. Zhang Xiaohua followed him closely. He had already released his spiritual awareness and scanned from a distance. However, this secret passage was the same as the previous one. There was no mechanism at all. After walking for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua was a little impatient. This secret passage seemed to have no end. Just as he was thinking, his spiritual awareness suddenly felt the exit. When he looked up, there was finally light in front of him. The exit of this secret passage was not blocked by a door. Zhang Xiaohua scanned it with his spiritual awareness and found nothing unusual. Qin Shiyue carefully observed for a long time before he walked out. The exit of the secret passage was at the foot of a small mountain. The exit was blocked by waist-high grass. It was impossible to find it without looking carefully. In front of the exit was a dense forest. In the distance of the dense forest was also a mountain. Qin Shiyue first looked carefully in front of the exit, then closed his eyes and frowned. He did not know what to do. Suddenly, his brows relaxed and he said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Follow me. If you can follow me, I won't seal your acupoints at night." Zhang Xiaohua's face lit up, and she quickly nodded. The taste of being tortured to extort a confession was really not good. When Qin Shiyue saw this, she didn't say anything. She used her qin gong to jump up a big tree. Then, she started to chase in the direction of the big mountain. Zhang Xiaohua also quickly flashed to catch up with her. Her left hand also quietly took out a small primeval stone from her bosom. She walked while absorbing it to replenish her real qi. That Qin Shiyue's qin gong was really high. In the blink of an eye, she was already far away. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. She used all her strength and true qi to barely keep up and not be left too far behind. Running all the way, if not for the fact that Zhang Xiaohua felt that she had been locked on by Qin Shiyue from time to time, she almost wanted to change direction. After chasing for a while, just as they were about to reach the foot of the mountain, a bean-sized shadow appeared in front of them. It was also leaping forward. Wasn't that Ma Rulong who had escaped? Looking at his speed, he was much slower than Zhang Xiaohua, not to mention Qin Shiyue. After running for so long, she still hadn't reached her destination. That shadow seemed to have noticed something. Looking back, he had already noticed Qin Shiyue's white hair. Unconsciously, his speed immediately increased a lot. However, not long after, he slowed down again. After all, Ma Rulong was a man who was almost 70 years old. Even if his internal strength was profound, after running for so long, his internal strength must be exhausted. When Qin Shiyue and Zhang Xiaohua caught up with Ma Rulong had just reached the foot of the mountain. This was a barren mountain forest. It was very far from the edge of the forest. It seemed that there were no traces of people. Ma Rulong stood in a place with some white fog. He seemed to be somewhat leisurely. Facing Qin Shiyue, he said, "Lord Qin, you have already killed Qiu Shidao and the auspicious 3 treasures of the Righteous Alliance. Why do you still care about this old man's dying life? Forgive others." Qin Shiyue looked around and then looked at the white fog behind Ma Rulong. She thought for a while and smiled, "Old Ma, if you didn't collude with Qiu Shidao to set up a trap in the inner hall, I might have let you go because of your previous contributions. I would have destroyed your martial arts and let you live a peaceful life. Presumably, when you set up the trap, you didn't think of your current ending." Zhang Xiaohua looked from afar and didn't go up. He had already seen the white fog behind Ma Rulong. When he used his spiritual mind to scan it, he found that there was a fluctuation of primordial qi inside. If it was a normal white fog, it would have been blown away by the mountain wind and drifted in the air. However, this faint white fog could condense and not disperse. There must be something strange about it. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua remembered that when he was in the Misty School, he heard people whispering secretly. In the forbidden area of the Misty School, there was a white fog that could devour the disciples. Could it be that the white fog that couldn't be dispersed by the mountain wind was the same as the white fog in the Misty School? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua, who was not close to the white fog, stepped back a few more steps. Ma Rulong looked at Qin Shiyue and heaved a long sigh. Man proposes, God disposes. Shi Dao and I have already arranged a trap. It's only because you arrived early and didn't complete it. Moreover, Shi Dao is still young. He actually had a conflict with you on the road, which made you suspicious. If I had a few more days, even 10 Lord Qins wouldn't be able to walk out of my Ma mansion. Qin Shiyue smiled and said, Old Ma, you overestimate yourself. Overestimate yourself? Where's Messenger Ing? Why didn't he catch up with you? Is he dead now? Ha ha ha, that poisonous arrow was originally given to you, but now Messenger Ing is enjoying it. It's just a poisonous arrow. It's not a problem for me. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. I don't want to say anything more. If it weren't for the problem of the 3 auspicious treasures, Lord Qin, you would probably still be trapped in the inner hall. When your internal force is exhausted, I will stab you with my sword. Can you dodge it? Qin Shiyue looked at Ma Rulong with a smile and didn't say anything. You know you can't dodge it, right? Maybe that's why you keep chasing me and want to take my life. Qin Shiyue shook her head and asked, the demonic sect treated you well. Why did you betray the demonic sect and join the righteous alliance? Alas! Ma Rulong smiled bitterly and said, treated me well? It's not just well. It's too mean. What kind of family is the Ma family? Although it's declining now, it won't be bullied by the demonic sect. Even Ing Fei, that kind of person, dares to show off in front of the Ma family. He is still considered good. The previous messengers all treated the Ma family as lambs to be slaughtered. Moreover, I, Ma Rulong, am old. It's fine if I work for the demonic sect, but why do my descendants need to be oppressed by you? My descendants also need to be famous in Jianghu. They also need to be righteous. Qin Shiyue frowned and said, being righteous and righteous doesn't conflict with working for the demonic sect. You don't understand, Lord Qin. People like you don't understand the thoughts of people like us. On one hand, we are righteous, but on the other hand, we are doing things that betray the righteous alliance. That kind of contradiction, that kind of hidden feeling, you will never understand. Moreover, the demonic sect doesn't know the value of the Ma family. You have never respected the Ma family. We can't get the status and glory we want from the demonic sect. Naturally, we have to find someone else to rely on. Value? Qin Shiyue suddenly remembered that the sect leader asked her to come to the Ma family and the evil tiger gang. There must be a deep meaning. You don't know, right? Even someone like Lord Qin doesn't know. Others won't respect the Ma family. Well, the sect leader specifically asked me to come to the Ma family. Qin Shiyue explained. Of course, the sect leader knows. But it's easy to see the king of hell, but difficult to deal with the little ghosts. The sect leader can't always pay attention to us. Sometimes, he is worried about us. How can the disciples of the Ma family show up? Qin Shiyue was interested. She said, what secrets does the Ma family have? Xiao Shidao said that he wanted to tell me a big secret. Could it be that you gave it away? Did he tell you? Ma Rulong was a bit nervous. No, I didn't wait for him to tell me. I killed him. Good job. If he didn't cause trouble, why would the Ma family be like this? He's your grandson-in-law. You, Sai, don't mention it. What grandson-in-law? It's just my granddaughter's wishful thinking. After marrying him, did he even look at my obedient granddaughter? However, she got what she wanted. This is her life. She can't blame anyone else. Then why? Qin Shiyue's gossipy soul was awakened. She asked again and again. Zhang Xiaohua, who was listening at the side, was also surprised. Why? Why should this old man tell you? Qin Shiyue was slightly surprised. They had been talking for a long time. Why did he stop at the most important part and wait for the next chapter? How boring. Looking at Qin Shiyue, Ma Rulong smiled and said, Lord Qin, this old man wants to negotiate with you. What do you think? Qiu Shidao negotiated with me, so I killed him. What do you have that's worth me not attacking? What secrets can he have? It's just the things I gave him. He thought that he hid it very well. In fact, it's not just me. Even the righteous Dao Alliance knows about it. Qin Shiyue pondered for a moment and said, Tell me your conditions first. Ma Rulong was overjoyed. He said, This old man won't ask you to spare my life. I just want you to promise not to kill the Ma family disciples. It's that simple? If I go back on my word and go back to kill, won't you lose money? Who doesn't know that Lord Qin's words carry enormous weight? I'm not worried about this. Qin Shiyue thought for a moment and said, Okay, I promise you. Tell me. Ma Rulong nodded and said, Actually, from the beginning, my granddaughter was attracted to Qiu Shidao and wanted to marry him. But Qiu Shidao didn't want to marry my granddaughter at all. He even rejected the marriage proposal. If it wasn't for the fact that my dowry was so good that Zhang San of the Righteous Dao Alliance was moved and couldn't refuse, how could their alliance leader come out and force him to submit so obediently? Things? Even Zhang San was moved? The Righteous Dao Alliance is one of the super sects in Jianghu. They have abundant resources. What can they not have? The Ma family actually has things that even Zhang San couldn't refuse. Qin Shiyue couldn't help but be surprised. Chapter 267. Ma Rulong looked at Qin Shiyue's surprise with satisfaction and said slowly, You didn't expect it, right? Lord Qin, the Righteous Alliance actually covets my little Ma family's things. Even though they sent so many precious medicinal ingredients today, it's just to further improve our relationship and hope that I can return the favor. Guess what the Righteous Alliance wants? Qin Shiyue shook his head. Ma Rulong looked up at the changing clouds in the sky and said, White clouds change like dogs, the stars change. Life is so short, but the world changes so strangely. Oh right, Lord Qin, what do you think of the 3-talent flag formation that the 3 auspicious treasures used in the inner hall? I heard you call out its name, so you must know its origin. Moreover, you also walked through that formation. What do you think? It's very powerful. If it wasn't for a sudden mistake, I probably wouldn't have been able to walk out of that inner hall today. Although the 3-talent flag formation is powerful, if you want to set it up, just a person is not enough. You also need a formation stone. Formation stone? The jade stone in the 3 auspicious treasures' hands? Yes, Lord Qin is right. That jade stone is the foundation of the 3-talent flag formation. If it wasn't for the formation stone, you also saw that the 3 flags were useless. If the formation stone in Air Bao's hands didn't run out of energy, you also wouldn't have been able to charge out. I understand. You gave the Righteous Alliance this formation stone, right? Yes, Lord Qin is right. However, this jade stone is not called a formation stone, but a divine stone. In ancient times, it was also called a primordial stone. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing in the distance, frowned. As expected, this was a primordial stone. So that's how it is. Qin Shiyue suddenly understood. However, he was puzzled. Although the divine stone was useful, if there was no formation, what was the use of it? Old Ma, while your divine stone is indeed precious, if they are to spare no effort to rope you in merely for the sake of the 3-talent flag formation, this Righteous Alliance is truly too petty. Lord Qin, this old man thought you knew. Turns out you don't know anything. What do you mean? Let this old man ask you. Did your teacher tell you about this 3-talent flag formation? Well, that's not it. It's something that martial uncles casually mentioned when they were chatting. Yes, I understand. How about this, I'll tell you some of the secrets of the Jianghu. I don't ask for anything in return, but the same old conditions. However, I'll ask you to swear that you'll never lay a hand on the disciples of the Ma family. What do you think? Old man Ma, you've really thought it through. With this oath, wouldn't I always have to avoid your Ma clan's disciples? Lord Qin, this is a misunderstanding. I wouldn't dare to do such a thing. I only hope that the bloodline of the Ma family can be preserved. How about this? I guarantee that from today onwards, if the Ma clan disciples don't take the initiative to offend me, I won't take the initiative to make a move against them as well. If they go against these words, then let the poison dragon corrode their bodies and die a horrible death. This oath was considered an extremely vicious one among the Garuda lineage. Ma Rulong nodded in relief after hearing it. He said, actually, the use of the God Stone is not limited to this tripartite flag array. It is the foundation of all arrays. Moreover, it is also, after saying this, Ma Rulong thought for a moment and asked, Lord Qin, do you know where all the martial arts in this world come from? This? Qin Shiyue scratched her head and said, is the path of martial arts passed down from generation to generation? What other strange things can there be? Think about it, Lord Qin. You have a master who taught you. Then your master's master, and all the way up, who was the first person to teach you martial arts? This? Maybe it was a genius gifted by the heavens who had an epiphany. There are geniuses who have created their own unique skills. However, they all have other martial arts as a reference. How can they create their own unique path? There are no martial arts in this world, so how can they create their own unique skills? Qin Shiyue didn't say anything and listened quietly. Zhang Xiaohua in the distance also did the same. In fact, long before martial arts, there was the path of immortality, which is the path of cultivation. The stories of immortals now are all descriptions of the deeds of immortals in the past. Although they are a little exaggerated, they are all true. Immortal cultivators can split mountains and rivers, call the wind and summon the rain with their own strength. They can even live forever. They are really carefree. Live forever? Then why can't we see any immortals now? Qin Shiyue couldn't help but ask. Lord Qin, listen to me first. The cultivation of the path of immortality is different from that of martial arts. They pay attention to refining the qi of heaven and earth. The God's Stone, which used to be the primordial stone, is the foundation of their cultivation. It is even the silver they use. Then, Ma Rulong, like an elder teaching a professor, talked about the rise and fall of the path of immortality, the changes before and after the immortal cultivation, and the evolution of Jianghu. Not only was Qin Shiyue intoxicated, but Zhang Xiaohua was also shocked. The path of immortality this old man was talking about, wasn't it her? No wonder the Carefree Heart Sutra that she cultivated was different from the internal strength cultivation method that her second brother had told her. Even the formation of internal strength was different. It turned out that it was a different cultivation method. Ma Rulong continued, Lord Qin, don't think that the Heavenly Tao Union is a super sect in Jianghu. After all, it is not an ancient sect. Their foundation is not comparable to the incense cult, the Dalan Temple, or the Misty School. Our Ma family was only a small branch of an immortal cultivation sect in ancient times. Even so, the righteous Tao Union can't be compared to us. If not for this, how could I have attracted their hearts by taking out a few God stones? Looking at Qin Shiyue's dumbfounded expression, Ma Rulong's mouth was filled with ridicule as he said, Lord Sakra of the divine sect must know these secrets and have some understanding of our Ma family. That's why he favored us so much. However, you ordinary people have repeatedly bullied our Ma family and forced us to have no way out. I can't stand it. Qin Shiyue smiled helplessly and said, Old Ma, what's the use of saying this now? Ma Rulong nodded and said, yes, there's no turning back. It's useless to say more. In fact, the qi of heaven and earth has always been very thin after the immortal Tao was destroyed for thousands of years. However, in recent years, there have been signs of an increase. Do you know why Lord Sakura asked you to collect ancient jade articles? Qin Shiyue shook her head again and said angrily in her heart, this old man always keeps me in suspense. If you want to say it, just say it. Why do you keep asking me? I've been shaking my head more than I did in a year. My neck is sore. The immortal Tao's cultivation methods, formations, alchemy, refining weapons, and talismans are all recorded in a kind of jade article. They are called jade slips and can only be read by the immortal Tao's divine sense. There must be a lot of these in your divine sect. However, there are even more in Jianhu. Lord Sakura must have felt the change in the qi of heaven and earth and made a plan to deal with it. Oh right, there's another possibility. It's a magic weapon of the immortal Tao. Magic weapon? Qin Shiyue was stunned again and asked, is it the wooden fish that the Dalan Temple's monks knocked? Ma Rulong shook his head and said, the wooden fish is just a name borrowed by the bald man of the Dalan Temple. The immortal Tao's magic weapon is the same as our martial Tao's weapon. In fact, the martial Tao's sword, saber, and other weapons also evolved from the immortal Tao's magic weapon. However, the immortal Tao's magic weapon is very strange. Even the jade hairpin on the head can be a powerful magic weapon. Yes, if you change it to a golden hairpin, it can also be used as a hidden weapon. There are also feather fans, jade bracelets, belts, and so on. As long as you can think of something, it can be refined into a magic weapon. Jade bracelets? Zhang Xiaohua heard and her eyes lit up. Didn't she have a pair of jade bracelets in her purse? Could it be that they were magic weapons? No wonder there was a fluctuation of qi of heaven and earth inside. It was not for looking at, but to play with. But how should she play with the jade bracelets? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but listen attentively. Hearing this, Qin Shiyue was also confused. She asked, Old Ma, don't deceive me. What kind of magic weapon can this feather fan be made into? Could it be that there is also a mechanism in the fan? Ma Rulong said, as for how to use it, this old man does not know. I only know that these magic weapons are activated with a certain incantation and are driven by one's own qi. I see. But you just said that the immortal Tao and martial Tao's cultivation methods are different. The martial Tao's internal force has long changed. How can it be used to drive these magic weapons? The 3-talent flag gate array is different. It is an array item. How can it be driven by the 3 auspicious treasures? There is no lack of talented and intelligent people in our Wulin. As early as when the immortal Tao was destroyed, many people were studying the inheritance of the immortal Tao. There were also many people who came up with opportunistic methods. The flag array borrowed the power of the God's stone instead of one's own qi. Perhaps there were already people who could use the God's stone to drive the so-called magic weapons. Then, wouldn't they be invincible? Qin Shiyue was shocked. Ma Rulong smiled wryly. If so, would my family still be bullied? The God's stone in this world was used up long ago when the immortal Tao was destroyed. Where would there be any left? Even if there were some left, they would be hidden away. Who would use immortal Tao if they could solve it by force? And immortal Tao is not inherent to us. There are always drawbacks. Aren't the 3 auspicious treasures a classic example? Qin Shiyue finally nodded. Moreover, the immortal Tao's magic weapons and jade slips have not been replenished by the qi of heaven and earth for 10,000 years. Most of them can't withstand the loss of their own qi and have long become ordinary jade. How can they be found so easily? Even if they were found, they might not be able to be used. Some might be hidden in mysterious places protected by the immortal Tao's restrictions. How can a martial Tao cultivator obtain them? Restricted lands? Is it a forbidden area? Lord Qin, you are mistaken. Restricted lands are places that others are not allowed to enter. They are different from places protected by restrictions. Simply put, the immortal Tao's restrictions are powerful formations. Presumably, the divine sect also has its own restricted lands. Perhaps they are protected by restrictions. Old Ma, you just said that the qi of heaven and earth has increased. How can a martial Tao cultivator like you sense the qi of heaven and earth? Chapter 268. Could it be that you've also practiced the immortal cultivation method? Qin Shiyue asked. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he also had doubts in his heart. That's right, when he cultivated the Carefree Heart Sutra, he could release his senses and sense the heaven and earth Yuan Qi. However, this Yuan Qi was rarely seen, and he could only sense a few strands in the herb fields. Could it be that Ma Rulong also cultivated an immortal cultivation technique? Also, he had a place with rich qi of heaven and earth? Zhang Xiaohua's ears perked up. Ma Rulong smiled bitterly and said, how could this old man have such an opportunity to obtain an immortal cultivation technique? This technique had already been lost for tens of thousands of years. Even if my Ma family tried our best to preserve it, it was impossible. It had already been gone for thousands of years. Also, didn't I just say that most of the methods are recorded in jade slips? The qi of jade slips can't last long. How can the methods be preserved? Then how did you know? I didn't sense it, but saw it. Qin Shiyue and Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed at the same time. Qin Shiyue looked back at Zhang Xiaohua with a gloomy face. Then, she turned back and asked, you can see the qi of heaven and earth? Ha ha ha, how can I see the qi of heaven and earth? I think Lord Sakra of the divine sect is like me. He saw the changes in the restriction of the forbidden land and knew that the qi of heaven and earth had changed. Seeing Qin Shiyue's puzzlement, Ma Rulong said, restriction and formation are the same. They both need the qi of heaven and earth. However, there are many powerful restrictions that don't just rely on the qi of heaven and earth. They can also absorb the qi of heaven and earth. The restrictions in the world were all set up by the immortal cultivation method 10,000 years ago. In the past 10,000 years, the restrictions have absorbed less and less qi of heaven and earth. However, in the past few years, the restrictions have shown signs of strengthening. Don't you think it's a sign that the qi of heaven and earth is recovering? Qin Shiyue nodded. Then, she said in surprise, does your Ma family also have a forbidden land? Ma Rulong's face was a little red. He said proudly, you only know now. If not, how can our Ma family be a family of inheritance? Although our Ma family only has one restricted area, it's fundamentally different from the righteous Tao Alliance's lack of one. Then, the forbidden land you mentioned, is it? Yes, Mr. Qin, you guessed right. It's here. To be more precise, it's behind me. The white fog behind you can't even be blown away by the wind. It must be a part of the restriction. Lord Qin is very smart. There are many forms of restrictions. Some of them are light, such as red, yellow, five-colored, etc. There are also white fog, black smoke, etc. I've heard that some restrictions can create illusions that perfectly integrate with the surrounding environment. My Ma clan's restriction area is this white fog. Qin Shiyue and Zhang Xiaohua both nod secretly. Since Zhang Xiaohua learned about the space in the purse, she knew that there must be something strange about the cave she went to before. Now she knows that it is the inhibition that Ma Rulong mentioned. Not to mention the white fog in the misty school's forbidden land that swallowed people, it must be similar to the Ma family's restriction. Qin Shiyue thought of the forbidden land in his sect that emitted five-colored light. It must be the restriction that Ma Rulong mentioned. Naturally, he knew how the sect leader knew about the changes in the qi of heaven and earth. However, Qin Shiyue was puzzled. Why did Ma Rulong bring him here? Did he want to use the restriction to kill him? Thinking of this, Qin Shiyue couldn't help but take a step back. Seeing Qin Shiyue take a step back, Ma Rulong knew what he was thinking. He said with a smile, "Don't worry, Lord Qin. If I can use the forbidden land to make enemies, I don't need to say anything. You must be wondering why I ran here, right?" Qin Shiyue nodded. Ma Rulong said, "The immortal Tao's restriction is used to protect important things. I've known about the restriction in the back mountain since I was a child. I've always been looking forward to seeing what is inside. However, this restriction of the immortal Tao requires one to have the cultivation of the immortal Tao to be able to walk in unscathed. Otherwise, one will be pushed out by the restriction or be trapped to death. In the past, my Ma family had countless intelligent people who wanted to enter this restriction with their own strength. However, no one has ever been able to come out alive. No one knows if they died inside or if they had other fortuitous encounters. I know the lightness skills of the Garuda branch of the divine sect. In front of Lord Qin, I have no chance of escaping. Since I'm going to die under Lord Qin's sword, I might as well come to the forbidden land to take a look. It can also end my life's worries." Then, he asked with a smile, "I wonder if Lord Qin is satisfied with this explanation?" Qin Shiyue also smiled and said, "Aren't you afraid that I will break into your forbidden land?" Ma Rulong bowed and said, "In that case, Lord Qin, please go first." Ma Rulong stepped forward and said with a smile, "Old Master Ma, please go first." Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. She already knew that the forbidden land ate people. No one who went in came out. Why did Qin Shiyue still want to go in? Ma Rulong saw Qin Shiyue step forward and his expression changed slightly. He stepped back and said, "No need to be polite, Lord Qin. If that's the case, I'll go first and wait for you inside." Then, he was about to step back. Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "Then I'll send you on your way." As he spoke, he pulled out his soft sword from his waist and swept it across. Ma Rulong saw his arm move, so he immediately stepped back with the tip of his foot. Seeing that his body was about to disappear into the white fog, how could Qin Shiyue let him go? He took a big stride forward and his soft sword slid into the white fog. There was a scream in the white fog, and immediately there was no sound. Qin Shiyue took back his soft sword. Looking at the blood dripping from the soft sword, he was not sure whether it was fatal or not. But looking at the strange white fog in front of him, Qin Shiyue didn't want to go in and take a look. After waiting for a while, Qin Shiyue turned and walked to Zhang Xiaohua. He said with a smile, "Ren Xiaoyao, did you enjoy listening to it?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and puzzled. "Lord, are you kidding? I didn't hear anything. My ears have been inflamed for the past 2 days and I can't hear anything. I was thinking of asking you to find a doctor to take a look. Just in time, when we arrive at Xinji town later, I hope you will be kind enough to let me see a doctor." Qin Shiyue curled his lips and said, "Don't make trouble for me. I don't intend to kill you. You know it yourself. We still need to find the cauldron from you. After listening to what you said just now, you know the importance of the cauldron. It's something that the leader of the divine sect must get. You'd better tell us who took it." Zhang Xiaohua secretly said in his heart, "Nonsense, if I didn't listen to what you said today, I would have thought that the big cauldron was an incense burner. Now that I know it's an immortal object, how can I return it to you? Not to mention that I have use for myself. Even if I don't have use for it, if I give it to you, won't you immediately kill me?" Zhang Xiaohua said with an innocent face, Lord Qin, I really don't have this thing. How do you want me to tell others? Qin Shiyue heard this and his smile became wider. He reached out his hand to touch the cauldron, but after thinking about it, he said, these few days, you've also eaten the torture of my divine sect. I didn't expect you to be able to persist. If it's an ordinary person, he would have already been tortured to madness. You're still quite happy. However, since I've already promised you that I won't touch your acupoints, I naturally won't touch them. Anyway, your fate has already been handed over to Lord Sakura. I just need to take you back. Did you hear what I said today? Who took the cauldron behind you? I don't know. After that, he looked at the sky and said, put away your selfish thoughts and obediently follow me back to the divine sect. Listen to the hierarch's arrangement. Let's go. After that, he used his lightness skill and flew back. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to slack off and also followed closely behind. On the way back, Qin Shiyue didn't use his full strength. Zhang Xiaohua also followed behind easily. Even so, Qin Shiyue was still puzzled. Where did this guy come from? His foundation in lightness skill was actually so solid. After returning to the cave in the secret passage, Qin Shiyue looked around and had no choice but to plunge in. When the two came out of the dry well, they saw Ing Fei sitting on the ground with a sword in his hand. His face was already ruddy. An iron arrow was thrown on the ground and his arm was already bandaged. Seeing Qin Shiyue coming out of the dry well, his expression was obviously relaxed. He stood up and asked, why did Lord Qin go for so long? Did you kill that old man Ma? Qin Shiyue said, this secret passage is very long. After going out, I chased him for a long time before I killed him. How's your injury? Ing Fei said, I pulled out the iron arrow by myself. Now I'm fine. I have to thank Lord Qin for the poison-dispelling pill. Otherwise, even if there were 10 of me, I would still die. Qin Shiyue thought for a moment and said, you bandaged yourself carelessly. After a while, when we go to town, it's better to find a doctor to bandage it again. Ing Fei said with a smile, thank you, Lord Qin. Qin Shiyue asked, can you still use lightness skill? Ing Fei said, it should be fine. Well, the two of you come with me. After speaking, Qin Shiyue jumped on the roof. After roughly looking at the direction, he jumped toward the Ma residence. Qin Shiyue didn't want to go through that damp and low secret passage again. Not long after, they arrived at the Ma residence. The whole courtyard was quiet and there was no one. It was completely different from the hustle and bustle at noon. Qin Shiyue took the two of them to the roof of the Ma residence for a while. They didn't see a single person. Instead, they saw the 3 horses that they rode. Qin Shiyue thought for a moment and said, let's go. Let's go to town first and check your injury. After speaking, he led the horse and walked out of the gate of the Ma residence. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Qin Shiyue's back in surprise. She opened her mouth and wanted to ask him why he didn't look for the relics of immortality in the Ma residence. But she thought about it again. Ma Rulong had already prepared for this. Today, he didn't even see half of his nephews. They must have taken advantage of the chaos to run away. How could those precious things still be hidden in the Ma residence? Presumably, Qin Shiyue also thought this through, so he left without hesitation. The 3 of them rode on the horse and went through the main road. At the corner of the tea house, an old man stared at their backs fiercely. It was Qiu Shidao's old housekeeper. Please vote for me. Thank you. Chapter 269. The sun was setting in the west, and a round scarlet sun was hanging in the clear sky of the West Mountain. On a secluded path in the wilderness, 3 horses were trotting slowly. The red sun in the west cast a long shadow on them. They were Qin Shiyue, Ying Fei and Zhang Xiaohua. It had been a few days since the massacre in Xinji town. Ying Fei's injury had already recovered. The poisonous arrow pierced through his left arm, but it didn't hurt the bone. The arrow poison was cleaned up in time, but it was thoroughly cleaned by the town's doctor. The medicine used was also from the Dragon God sect. How could there be no improvement? Zhang Xiaohua was still weak, and he followed the two people absent-mindedly. In these days, he had completely abandoned the idea of using lightness skill to escape. Qin Shiyue's decisiveness in killing left a deep impression on him. Before he had full confidence, he would not repeatedly challenge Qin Shiyue's bottom line. Although Qin Shiyue had said that he would take him back to the sect leader in one piece, who knew if he would change his mind? It was better to just practice martial arts. Since Zhang Xiaohua knew the reason for the disappearance of immortality and the rise of martial arts in the Ma family, and also knew the difference between immortality and martial arts, he knew that he was lucky. He accidentally walked on the road of immortality, which no one had walked on for thousands of years. Moreover, after seeing the power of immortality's tactical formation, he was more confident in himself. As long as he had time, he would comprehend the earth-escaping skill. He believed that as long as he could learn the earth-escaping skill, he would be able to escape from Qin Shiyue's evil hands. Zhang Xiaohua also knew that the tripod furnace he took from Shitsui Mountain should be the furnace used for immortality's alchemy. It was something that the sect leader of the Dragon God sect wanted. As for how to use the furnace, he really didn't have time to look at it. Not to mention that there was a lot of content in the elementary alchemy technique, and now he didn't have time to comprehend it. If he took out the furnace, he might alarm Qin Shiyue. It was better to avoid trouble. Why should he be anxious now? Moreover, he felt that it was incredible that using elixirs could improve his power. How could a small elixir improve his cultivation so much? Could it double the qi of heaven and earth in his body? That was simply impossible. She remembered that there was something called the qi-generating pill in the money pouch. It seemed to have been thrown away without any regard. Presumably, it wasn't anything good. Zhang Xiaohua also lacked interest in the idea of trying it out herself. Also, after seeing the power of the immortal Tao formation, Zhang Xiaohua really wanted to make some kind of formation to trap Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei. However, she didn't have any formation flags or incantations. She only had a shallow Zhen Qi and a huge primordial stone. It was impossible to make it a reality, so she just threw it aside. From the beginning to the end, Ma Rulong didn't mention how to fight in Taoism. He only said that there was the power to summon wind and rain and move mountains and seas. His words made Zhang Xiaohua's blood boil, but she only painted a pie for him. Although there was a jade ring in the money pouch that should be a magic weapon, she didn't know how to use it. Even if she knew how to use it, could the jade ring still be used after 10,000 years? Everything was unknown. Zhang Xiaohua looked blankly at the red sun in the distance that was about to set behind the mountain. It was about to be engulfed by darkness. Everything in this world was about to fall into darkness. She couldn't see the road ahead clearly. What about her own road? There hadn't been the immortal Tao for 10,000 years. She actually received the inheritance of the immortal Tao and cultivated the immortal Tao cultivation method. There was no one to guide her, no reference, and no one to point out her own way. Everything had to rely on her own strength. Loneliness, powerlessness, and other negative emotions constantly grew in her heart. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua was dispirited, the setting sun finally fell below the cliff. Even when its last ray of sunlight left the world, it was still so brilliant and glorious. The last ray of sunlight reflected in the lonely youth's eyes seemed to soar and ignite the youth's fighting spirit. There are so many living things in the world, but only I have such a situation. Why do I see the immortal Tao as a bumpy road? Since the revival of the immortal Tao chose me, why should I hide? I will do my best, and there will be a new me. Thinking about this, the scenery at the side of the mountain didn't feel dark. She also didn't feel uncomfortable in this captive situation. Zhang Xiaohua understood something in her heart and her cultivation improved again. Since the last time she suffered from qi deviation, Zhang Xiaohua carefully comprehended the Worry-Free Heart Sutra from beginning to end. At the end of the Heart Sutra, it mentioned the cultivation of the state of mind. However, the cultivation of the state of mind shouldn't be a bottleneck in the qi refining stage. It was strange that she encountered it again and again. Moreover, she also knew that every time she encountered an enlightenment in her heart, her cultivation of the state of mind would improve by another level. As long as she had primeval stones in her hands, her cultivation would naturally be able to keep up. She wouldn't have to worry about the risk of qi deviation again. This was a good thing. Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously revealed a smile. At this time, in the distance, the sound of horse hooves gradually faded away. It was very abrupt. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Her divine sense spread out like a net, but there didn't seem to be anything abnormal in the surroundings. Ying Fei also urged her horse forward and asked, "Lord Qin, what's the matter with the people in front? Why don't you let this little one go forward and take a look?" Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "They must be people from the Righteous Tao Alliance. Let's go forward and take a look. If there's fortune, it's not a disaster. If there's a disaster, we can't avoid it. In this vast wilderness, it's the easiest to escape. There's no need to be afraid of them." After traveling for a while, they didn't see any movement. Zhang Xiaohua also didn't understand. The main road was right in front of them. Looking at the lights in front of them, it was already a small village. It wasn't a good opportunity to make a move. Why was this? When Qin Shiyue arrived at the main road, there was another person on the main road who saw them from afar. He also quickly got on his horse and galloped away. The three of them looked at each other. They didn't know why, but although they were already on the main road, if there was an ambush, it would still be troublesome. Thus, they were 120% careful. Unfortunately, even when they entered the small village, they still didn't encounter any ambushes. Instead, just as they entered the village, there were several people waiting there. A white and fat person dressed as a shopkeeper came forward and bowed. "Excuse me, are you Lord Qin and lording in front?" Ying Fei went forward and said, "It's us." "What's the matter?" The innkeeper said, "This one is the innkeeper of this town's largest inn, the Four Seas Inn. There's an uncle who has already booked a banquet and a room for Uncle Qin and the others. Please follow this one over." Zhang Xiaohua was flabbergasted. There was actually such a good thing? Although Qin Shiyue was also flabbergasted, he wasn't surprised. When Ying Fei looked at him, he casually waved his hand, indicating that he agreed. The shopkeeper received the message and was very happy. He personally went forward to lead Qin Shiyue's horse and respectfully walked forward. Ying Fei and Zhang Xiaohua's horses were also led by other people. Zhang Xiaohua had never received this kind of treatment before and enjoyed it very much. As for what the shopkeeper was planning, he didn't care. He was just a captive of the Tenryu sect. Even if there were any schemes and plots, it wouldn't be his turn to do it. Not long after, they came to a large inn. It was brightly lit and there was no one eating in the hall. A few waiters were waiting at the door. When they saw the shopkeeper return, they quickly went to receive him. Qin Shiyue and the others dismounted and walked into the hall. There was a large table in the hall with some dried fruits on it. Qin Shiyue and the others sat down and the waiters immediately poured tea. Ying Fei reached into his clothes to take the tea leaves but was stopped by Qin Shiyue with a look. Qin Shiyue picked up the teacup and carefully looked at it. He smelled it and tasted it. It was really good tea. There wasn't any poison in it, and this fragrant tea didn't seem like something that could be found in this town. Not long after the three sat down, they didn't need to order food. The delicacies were served like flowing water. They had been prepared long ago and were just waiting for the three to arrive. Looking at the table full of things that he had never seen or heard of before, Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. Who was so generous? However, he had an urge to eat immediately. He raised his eyes and looked at Qin Shiyue, who was cooking. Qin Shiyue also frowned. Qin Shiyue wasn't surprised by the rarity of these things. He was a famous person in the Tenryu sect. What good things had he not seen before? It was just that these things couldn't be found in this small town. Thinking about the fragrant tea just now, the reason was self-evident. It must have been prepared long ago from other places. Thinking of this, Qin Shiyue also let down his guard. If the Righteous Alliance wanted to harm him, why would they spend so much effort? They could just directly kill their way to his door. Who would want to curry favor with him? Qin Shiyue gradually had some ideas. Seeing Ying Fei and Zhang Xiaohua looking at him with eager eyes, Qin Shiyue couldn't help but secretly smile. He said, "Eat. This must be the master's good intentions. Don't let him down." After that, he first picked up a piece of camel hump and put it into his mouth, carefully tasting it. Ying Fei, as the messenger of the Tenryu sect, was served with good wine and good meat everywhere he went. These days, he was injured and had to worry about the attack of the Righteous Alliance. Naturally, he was lacking in food. Seeing such a good meal, he was also happy and kept eating this and that. As for Zhang Xiaohua, there was no need to talk about him in detail. He almost ate his own tongue. Not only that, there was a white porcelain jug on the table. The wine poured out from the jug was amber-colored. The mellow fragrance overflowed. Even Zhang Xiaohua, who had never drunk wine before, couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Ying Fei was injured, so Qin Shiyue poured 3 cups for him. As for Zhang Xiaohua, Qin Shiyue used the excuse that he was underage and let him drink half a cup. The rest was left to Qin Shiyue. Even if it was only half a cup, Zhang Xiaohua was still very happy. He was just a prisoner. Qin Shiyue gave him a drink. It was the result of many days of interaction. How could he dare to have extravagant expectations? They ate to their heart's content and ate until the moon rose. Then, they saw the fair and fat shopkeeper walk in with a smile on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "Master Qin, Master Ying, young master, may I ask if the food is to your liking?" Chapter 270. Qin Shiyue said, "Very good. Shopkeeper, sorry to trouble you. I didn't expect that although your inn doesn't look good on the surface, the food inside is superb. You really can't judge a book by its cover." The shopkeeper's face was a little red. He cupped his hands and said, "Sir, you misunderstood. How can my small inn be so generous? This was all arranged by a previous master. Even the chef was brought by him. My inn hasn't even processed this kind of food." "Oh? Where's the person you mentioned? Why don't you come in and see me?" The shopkeeper smiled apologetically and said, "That master has already left before you 3 came to the town. He just told me to serve you well." "How does the person you mentioned look like? How is he dressed? Can you leave your name?" "Sir Qin, please forgive me. That master specially told me not to say much. I just said that he was an old friend of yours. I don't know his name." "Oh, so it's like this. Well, I won't make things difficult for you. We've already eaten and drunk enough. Let's arrange for a rest early." "Yes, sir. My inn has been emptied. Today, I specially received 3 masters. Please follow me." After that, he took the 3 people to a quiet courtyard at the back. He smiled apologetically and said, "There are 3 guest rooms in this courtyard. Please take a rest. I'll wait here. If you have any requests, just call me." Qin Shiyue nodded. She looked at the small courtyard and went straight to the room in the middle. Ying Fei glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and also chose a room. These 2 people were a little worried during the day. They were afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would run away. At night, they were completely relieved. They knew that even if he ran away, he wouldn't run far. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Looking at the shopkeeper standing respectfully at the door of the courtyard, she thought, let the shopkeeper personally guard the door. It must be a lot of money. Then, she went to the last room. Zhang Xiaohua carefully closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed. He had been with Qin Shiyue and the others for the past few days. Other than absorbing the yuan qi from the yuan stones and meditating on the earth escape technique, he didn't have time to practice the fist of the North Star and the sword moves with his left hand. Today, he was finally alone in a room. He didn't plan to practice the fist and sword moves. Although the fist of the North Star was something he had created, seeing how much importance Peng attached to it, it must have something to do with the immortal Tao. He didn't want to cause trouble for himself. If Qin Shiyue saw this, he would definitely be in trouble. He had been meditating on the earth escape technique for the past few days, but he didn't dare to try it out rashly. Qin Shiyue had also seen the auspicious 3 treasures of the 3-talent flag formation. Zhang Xiaohua first closed her eyes and meditated for a while to practice the Worry-Free Heart Sutra. Then, she recalled the incantation of the earth escape technique. Combining the incantation she had comprehended these days, she used her hands to make the incantation. There were many incantations for the earth escape technique, there were actually 9 of them. Each of them was different and needed to be continuous. Zhang Xiaohua, who was new to the incantation, didn't know how to start. Thinking about the incantation she saw in Ma Rulong's mansion, Zhang Xiaohua decided to ignore the incantation for now. First, she understood the first incantation. In fact, the incantation was the same as the breathing technique of the Heart Sutra. They were both particular about the rhythm, where the incantation should be, and where the zhenqi should be. If there was a master to teach, one only needed to point out the secret. Zhang Xiaohua naturally didn't have such good fortune. She could only fumble around on her own. Naturally, it was extremely difficult to get started. However, this also had its advantages. After all, she had fumbled around on her own. She was clear about all the pros and cons. As long as she got started, it would be easy to practice all kinds of incantations in the future. It wouldn't be like learning from predecessors. When practicing other incantations, one still had to rely on a master's guidance. If she practiced it on her own, it would be even more difficult. As expected, although Zhang Xiaohua had already felt that she had comprehended quite well these days and only lacked the final practice, when she really started, alas, it was simply too horrible to look at. No matter how her fingers moved, she couldn't reach the realm described in the incantation. And no matter what, the zhenqi in her body couldn't coordinate with the changes in her hand gestures. If it was an ordinary person, perhaps they would be impetuous and have the thought of relaxing. But Zhang Xiaohua was different. This fellow's intelligence might not be high, and his talent might not be good, but there was one advantage. Once he had identified a direction, he would dive in until he found a result. No matter if it was success or failure, he would have no regrets. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua already had this kind of experience when practicing the Carefree Heart Sutra. There was no such thing as a failure in one go. Success only came once in a million times. Therefore, he wasn't impatient. He just continued to gesture until his fingers were sore. Only then did he take a short break to absorb some of the zhenqi. Actually, in the Ma residence, Ma Rulong had already said that the qi of heaven and earth was showing signs of recovery. But from what Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could see, there weren't many more strands of Jinqi in this world. If he only relied on the Jinqi of heaven and earth normally, this carefree heart sutra definitely wouldn't improve even an inch. His cultivation still relied on that Jinqi of heaven and earth. Speaking of this tiny Jinqi, it was rather miraculous. Zhang Xiaohua had been absorbing with all his might for so long, but the Jinqi in the Jinqi didn't seem to show any signs of decreasing. Just thinking about it made Zhang Xiaohua grin. If it was the Carefree Heart Sutra, it would be completely absorbed in a few times. Although the Jinqi in his money pouch was huge, it wouldn't be used for long. But now, this tiny Jinqi had taken him so long. He wouldn't have to worry about his cultivation in the future. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua attributed this phenomenon to the fact that he had just entered the qi refinement realm, so the amount of Jinqi he absorbed was still small. When he reached more than 10 layers in the future, it probably wouldn't be enough. But didn't Peng, Ma Rulong, and that whatever Sakra say that the qi of heaven and earth was increasing? Perhaps at that time, he wouldn't need to use the Jinqi anymore. After Zhang Xiaohua finished absorbing, he began to try again. He didn't know how many times he tried, but Zhang Xiaohua felt a little mischievous in his heart. There was a bit less anticipation in his heart, and he returned to his usual tranquil state of mind. Perhaps it was this kind of state of mind that had no desires or desires. During a certain practice, he suddenly felt that the Jinqi he was forming in his hand had a great attractive force, attracting the Jinqi that just happened to reach a certain point. This attractive force was so great that Zhang Xiaohua couldn't resist it. In an instant, all the Jinqi in his body was sucked dry, and directly poured into the Jinqi in his hand. Zhang Xiaohua knew that he had thoroughly comprehended this Jinqi, and could also truly put it into practice. Thus, he immediately changed his hand gesture, and began to form the next Jinqi. Perhaps it was because he didn't form the Jinqi correctly, or perhaps the Jinqi in his body was exhausted, but in any case, the second Jinqi didn't succeed. Immediately, the Jinqi that had just been sucked out dissipated in his hand. Zhang Xiaohua felt a burst of heartache. This was the Jinqi that he had cultivated for many days. How could it be all gone in an instant? Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly released his divine sense, and used the Carefree Heart Sutra to draw out the Jinqi that had just dissipated. This was the qi of heaven and earth, which was very precious, and it couldn't be wasted. Unfortunately, even if Zhang Xiaohua acted in time, he could only reabsorb nearly 60% of the Jinqi, and the remaining 40% dissipated between heaven and earth. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't regret it. In terms of his gains today, he was willing to bear this loss. It was just absorbing more Jinqi. Looking at the sky, Zhang Xiaohua didn't continue to try the Jinqi. Instead, he took out a Jinqi stone from his arms, one in each hand, and sat cross-legged, quietly absorbing the Jinqi. After a while, he fell into a deep sleep. The endless starlight once again surrounded his body. The Jinqi stone in his hand was also emitting a faint light, which was absorbed by Zhang Xiaohua's Jinqi. The Jinqi stone was several times faster than Zhang Xiaohua's absorption. In less than a moment, the Jinqi that Zhang Xiaohua had lost was replenished, and the Jinqi in the Jinqi stone was still constantly absorbed into his body. In another room, Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei were talking. Qin Shiyue pointed to a bag on the table and said, "Ying Fei, go out and give all the ancient jade articles collected in the past few days to the local contact point. Ask them to send them to Sect Master as soon as possible." Ying Fei stepped forward, picked up the bag, and said, "Yes, my lord. I'll go right away. However, today's matter is a bit strange. Shall we avoid it first and wait until tomorrow to send it out?" Qin Shiyue said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. Although we still don't know who it is, it won't do us any harm. Everything should be unchanged. This jade article is something that Sect Master is looking forward to. It's better to send it back to sect master as soon as possible. Ing Fei said with a smile, in fact, this kind of thing can be done by us. Why bother you, my lord? Qin Shiyue said, Ing Fei, you still don't understand the importance of this task. If it wasn't necessary, do you think sect master would send me out? If it weren't for me, could you have escaped from Marulong in Xinji town? Ing Fei immediately smiled apologetically and said, yes, I was careless. I'll do it now. By the way, Qin Shiyue stopped Ing Fei and asked, the boy who calls himself Ren Xiaoyao has fallen asleep, right? Of course. I don't know what kind of reincarnation this guy is. When it's time, he will sleep like a log and won't wake up. If he wakes up now, even God will laugh at him. During this time, did you feel that someone was following you? No, my lord. It's strange. We have caught Ren Xiaoyao in our hands. Why isn't the force behind him in a hurry to hide? Is it really as he said, that he has nothing to do with this cauldron? That might not be the case, sir. Perhaps he's just a pawn who knows little about their organization. Even if we caught him, they had enough confidence that we wouldn't be able to find anything on them. That's why they've been abandoned. Well, there is this possibility. But, no matter what, we have to bring this burden back to the sect. Whether he has nothing to do with this matter or is just a pawn, let sect master decide. Anyway, sect master will definitely blame us if we don't bring back the cauldron. I only hope that the other things we bring back can move sect master's heart. Chapter 271. The next morning, the three of them got up and ate a sumptuous breakfast before getting up and continuing their journey. For the next 2 days, they didn't encounter any larger towns along the way, so they didn't receive any more hospitality. This was understandable since the host of the event didn't want them to know who they were, so they wouldn't get anyone to entertain them personally. They could only rely on the local inns or restaurants. If there wasn't even a slightly larger town, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it either. What Zhang Xiaohua did not understand was what was going on with the Righteous Alliance. The auspicious three treasures were killed, Qiu Shidao was killed, and the Ma family was also massacred. Presumably, this news had already spread throughout the entire Jianghu. The Righteous Alliance's face was shattered by Qin Shiyue, so why didn't they think of getting back their face? If the Righteous Alliance could send a more powerful opponent to kill or injure Qin Shiyue, then wouldn't he be able to fish in troubled waters? Ever since that night when he successfully practiced the earth escape technique in an inn in the Four Seas, the fire of escape in his heart was ignited again. However, there were as many as 9 earth escape techniques, and he had only just learned one. Moreover, just the first one had already drained all of his true qi. He didn't know if the later ones would also require the same amount of true qi. If that was the case, then he would have to cultivate 9 more true qi before he could use them. But if he waited until he cultivated enough shen qi, then he would have already been skinned alive by the Dragon God sect leader. That would be too late. In fact, it was not only Zhang Xiaohua who did not understand, Qin Shiyue and Ing Fei also did not understand. Ever since they killed the auspicious 3 treasures, they were constantly on guard against the Righteous Alliance's counterattack. But these few days were very ordinary. Other than that very abrupt reception, everything else was dull and boring. If the Righteous Alliance was very confident that they could take down the auspicious 3 treasures and did not leave a backup plan at that time, of course they would believe it. Even he himself felt a lingering fear for being able to escape from the 3 treasures flag formation. But this news had already been spread out for several days. Even if the Righteous Alliance's reaction was slow, their people should have already arrived. However, they had not encountered them yet. Could it be that they were going to make a big move? Thinking of this, Qin Shiyue felt a little uneasy. However, she had already sent the news back to the sect. Her master and the sect leader had no reason to ignore it. She had to go. Ing Fei rode his horse forward and said with a smile, "My lord, there is another town in front of us. I don't know if there will be any hospitality for us. I haven't been eating or drinking well these past few days. My mouth has been bland." Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "Maybe. How far are we from the town?" "Milord, about 2 meals worth of time." "All right, let's hurry over and take a look." However, when they saw that the town was right in front of them, and they didn't see anyone who had inquired like last time, the three of them couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, when they rode into the town, they saw a few people standing by the roadside. One of them was a middle-aged man. When he saw Qin Shiyue's gray hair, he was very happy. He hurried forward and cupped his hands in greeting. "Excuse me, are you Uncle Qin and Uncle Ing?" The three of them thought at the same time, "All right, here it comes." Ing Fei stepped forward and said, "It's us. What can I do for you?" "I'm the shopkeeper of the Four Seas restaurant, the largest restaurant in the town. A few days ago, a master ordered a meal in the restaurant for you. I've been waiting here for 2 days. Please follow me and enjoy the meal." The Four Seas restaurant? It seems that the inn we stayed in a few days ago was also called the Four Seas restaurant. "Yes, my lord, my Four Seas restaurant is a chain business. There are branches in various places. They are all inns and restaurants. If you need it, please take care of it." "Well said, well said. Let's go." The shopkeeper and the others personally led the horses and took the three of them to a restaurant in the town. The restaurant was located in a lively area of the town. It was business time, but there were few people. Qin Shiyue couldn't help but frown. The shopkeeper saw this and hurriedly explained that Master booked the whole restaurant to entertain Master Qin. "I thought you came yesterday, so I didn't open yesterday. It's the same today, so it looks deserted. Usually, it's full of people. Our Four Seas restaurant's food is the best in this town. You'll know when you eat it." Qin Shiyue smiled and didn't say anything. This shopkeeper was quite good at deceiving people. If it was the same as last time, the ingredients were not prepared by this restaurant. However, since the shopkeeper was so attentive, she didn't need to expose him. Sure enough, when they entered the restaurant, they saw a big table in front of them. Tea and dried fruits were served just like last time. Not long after they sat down, wine and delicious food were served. However, the food this time was different from last time. There were many things that Zhang Xiaohua had never eaten before. This time, not only Zhang Xiaohua, even Ing Fei sighed in his heart. Who is this person that I have never met before? I have to bear with his thoughts. It must be hard for him to bear such thoughts. Qin Shiyue looked at the food on the table thoughtfully. She waved her hand and said, "Let's eat." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately began to eat. The taste of being a prisoner was really good. If it weren't for the fact that he had no freedom, he would want to follow Qin Shiyue for the rest of his life. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua wolfing down the food, Qin Shiyue snickered inwardly. Why is this guy eating so unsightly? He doesn't seem to have any manners at all. Which faction is training their disciples? Why don't they teach them proper etiquette and social etiquette? Although fighting and killing are important in Jianghu now, being gentle and elegant is also indispensable. But when she turned her head to look at Ing Fei, she felt dizzy. Why did he pick up the food carelessly like Zhang Xiaohua? Why did he learn nothing but to eat after following Zhang Xiaohua for a few days? Qin Shiyue couldn't help coughing in a low voice. When Ing Fei looked up, Qin Shiyue glared at him fiercely. Ing Fei immediately understood something and immediately began to eat obediently. Zhang Xiaohua also looked up when he heard the cough and looked at the two of them in confusion. Seeing that Ing Fei didn't compete with him for delicious food, he was very happy and buried his head in eating again. Qin Shiyue and Ing Fei smiled bitterly. If it weren't for the fact that there were only 3 of them in the restaurant, they would have pretended not to know this guy. When the 3 of them were eating happily, suddenly there was a disharmonious sound. They heard a loud voice outside the restaurant, "Shopkeeper, shopkeeper, is your restaurant a restaurant or not? It's time to eat. Why don't you let us in to eat? Hero, please don't be angry. My restaurant has been booked out. I'm sorry, I'm very sorry. If you like the food in my restaurant, please come tonight or tomorrow. I'll definitely give you a 20% discount. Nonsense, I'll leave this damn place in the afternoon. Who has time to patronize? When you came here yesterday, you said it was booked. I'll give you face and find another restaurant. But when I passed by this restaurant, I didn't see anyone eating here. Why did you book it out today? Are you trying to trick me? I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. The Four Seas restaurant operates in accordance with the principle of reputation. How would we dare to trick customers? This time there really is someone. They didn't come yesterday and only came today. How about this, hero, I'll send a waiter to go with you to another restaurant and let them give you a 50% discount. What do you think? Bah, there are only 2 big restaurants in this town. I already ate yesterday. Do you want me to go again today? Moreover, how can you book out a restaurant for 2 days and wait for customers? You're not being honest. I want to see where this god is from. He actually dares to put on such airs. Grandpa, my dear grandpa, please spare me. Why don't you come over tonight and I'll give you a 5% discount? Move, I want to go in and take a look. Don't, please don't. Give me some face, okay? Give you face? Fuck, who will give me face? I already gave you face yesterday. Don't ask for face today. Uncle, I beg you. How about I give you a 10% discount tonight? This is the lowest discount I can give. I've never asked for this before. The 2 people's words came closer and closer. Their loud voices actually broke into the restaurant. The person who entered the restaurant was a 9-foot-tall burly man. The middle-aged shopkeeper seemed very short in front of him. No wonder he couldn't stop him. In the hall, Qin Shiyue held a small wine cup and slowly tasted the amber wine. She had a smile on her face and seemed to be in a good mood. The burly man pushed the shopkeeper into the hall. When he saw Qin Shiyue's white hair, he was immediately stunned. The middle-aged shopkeeper turned around and said apologetically, "Uncle Qin, I'm really sorry. I really couldn't stop this hero." Just as Qin Shiyue was about to speak, the burly man pushed the shopkeeper to the side and put on a servile expression. He smiled and said, "Lord Qin, this little one knew that you were dining here, so I came to propose a toast to you." However, the shopkeeper wouldn't let this little one in no matter what. That's why there was a conflict. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Then, he jogged over, picked up the wine jug, and carefully poured wine for Qin Shiyue. This action stunned the shopkeeper. Zhang Xiaohua, who wanted to watch the show, was greatly disappointed. She lowered her head and continued eating. Qin Shiyue looked at the wine cup in her hand and asked, "How did you recognize me?" The burly man quickly smiled apologetically and said, "Uncle Qin just slaughtered the Ma family and is now very famous in the Jianghu." How could I not know? Slaughtered the Ma family? That's right, Lord Qin. You're so impressive. Rumor has it that when you passed by Ma Rulong's house in Xinji town, you gave him face and paid him a visit, but he treated you poorly because you didn't bring a birthday gift. In a fit of anger, you slaughtered all 305 members of the Ma family. What do you think of Ma Rulong? Isn't it a blessing that Lord Qin is willing to visit him? He was still picky and wanted Uncle Qin to celebrate his birthday. Now, he's lost his lifespan. There's such a rumor? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but raise her head from the table. Chapter 272. Zhang Xiaohua had personally witnessed the atrocities in the Ma mansion. If one were to say that Qin Shiyue was vicious and merciless, that was for sure. But if one were to say that he was cruel and killed the innocent, that was absolutely not the case. The rumors in Jianghu were too small and unreliable. What else is there in Jianghu? Nothing, Lord Qin. Your decisiveness makes us very envious. We can't wait to follow you and kill all the people you don't like. Oh, right, the leader of the Righteous Alliance, Zhang San, has made a solemn protest to the Dragon God sect. He asked the Dragon God sect to hand over the murderer and severely punish the murderer. Moreover, he also contacted many small sects in Jianghu and issued a statement urging the sect to take responsibility for the tragedy of the Ma family. What else? In addition, the Dragon God sect also issued a statement expressing their regret for the tragedy of the Ma family. They said that this matter is Lord Qin's personal grudge and has nothing to do with the sect itself. The sect also has a friendly relationship with the sects in Jianghu based on the 7 principles. In addition, they expressed their deep condolences for the death of Qiu Shidao of the Righteous Alliance. They also started a craze in the sect to practice martial arts to protect oneself. They proposed the slogan, "If your skills are not as good as others, don't go into Jianghu." Cough, cough. Zhang Xiaohua, who was eating, seemed to be shocked by these words and choked. Zhang Xiaohua drank water and thought to herself, I was wondering why the Righteous Alliance didn't do anything. It turns out that they were just fighting a war of words. Ing Fei rolled his eyes and looked at Zhang Xiaohua as if he was a country bumpkin. Qin Shiyue thought for a moment and asked, Is there any other news? The big man said embarrassedly, No, Lord Qin, I'm just a wanderer in Jianghu. This news is also what I heard. As for whether there is any other secret news, I really don't know. Well, okay, you can go. The big man's face lit up. He hurriedly poured a cup of wine for Qin Shiyue, put down the wine pot and was about to leave. Humph. Qin Shiyue snorted coldly and said, Are you going to leave like this? Don't you want to leave something behind? This. The burly man immediately began to sweat profusely. Qin Shiyue smiled and said, I wanted to kill you for disturbing my meal, but since you've brought me a lot of information, I'll kill you. Before Qin Shiyue could finish speaking, the big man's face lit up with joy. He immediately took out a shiny dagger from his chest. Gritting his teeth, he slashed at his left wrist. But just as the dagger was about to touch his wrist, there was a bang. A wine cup hit the dagger and knocked it away. The big man looked up and saw that it was the wine cup that Qin Shiyue threw. He couldn't help but turn pale. He trembled and said, Lord Qin, do you really want this little one's life? My life is worthless, please let me go. Qin Shiyue smiled and said, You're a decisive man. You're willing to give up one hand because you're afraid that I'll change my mind. However, you still have to finish my words. No one will wait for me to change my mind. Don't be in a hurry to make a move before I finish my words. Lord, please speak. This little one is listening. Qin Shiyue picked up another wine cup and poured wine into it. She slowly took a sip and said, I originally wanted to leave one of your hands behind, but since you poured wine for me, I'll leave one of your fingers behind. Really? The big man couldn't believe his ears. This murderous fiend would only leave one of his fingers behind when he collided with her? You dare to doubt my words? Qin Shiyue was displeased. I don't dare, I don't dare. The big man no longer hesitated. The dagger went down and immediately cut off the little finger of his left hand. He caught it with his hand and put it in his bosom. He didn't care about the blood dripping from his hand and the cold sweat on his forehead as he cupped his hands and left. The shopkeeper of the Four Seas family watched as the big man who didn't dare to announce his name from beginning to end left. He was very anxious. When he received this smiling, white-haired man, he thought that he was a good-tempered person. However, he didn't expect his temper to be so strange and his actions to be so ruthless. He slaughtered more than 300 people and his expression didn't change at all. As for this man who collided with him, according to his ruthless heart, it was normal for him to want his life. However, just because that man offered him a toast, he only wanted his little finger. Even if that man left his hand behind, he didn't want it. It was really strange. As a result, the shopkeeper immediately raised his attention and paid attention at all times. He was afraid that he would be rude or do something wrong and anger this white-haired fiend. Qin Shiyue was almost done eating. After the big man made a fuss, she lost her appetite. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua who was still eating and said, "I'm almost done eating. It's time to hurry. Let's go." After she finished speaking, she drank the last cup of wine and got up to leave. Zhang Xiaohua gloomily threw down her chopsticks and reluctantly left the table where she had saved a lot of delicacies. The shopkeeper immediately went forward and asked, "Lord Qin, did you eat well?" Very well. You cooked well. If there's a chance, I'll come back to eat here." If it was any other time, the shopkeeper would be very happy and look forward to the customer's reward. However, facing this fiend, how could he dare? He hoped that he would never see him again. He immediately smiled apologetically and said, "No problem, Lord Qin. If there's a chance, you'll come back to patronize this small store." Qin Shiyue looked at his insincere expression and was too lazy to argue. She mounted her horse and casually threw a small ingot of gold to him and rode away. When the shopkeeper saw a shiny yellow object flying towards him, he thought that he had angered this fiend and that a hidden weapon was going to take his life. He was so scared that he almost fainted. When he saw that it was a piece of gold in front of him, he was immediately overjoyed. He hurriedly and carefully picked it up. After wiping the dust off his clothes, he put it in his arms like it was a treasure. Just like this, the three of them traveled for several days. Every time they arrived at a slightly larger town, there would be a mysterious person who would arrange the best food and accommodation. What made Zhang Xiaohua so happy was that she could only hope that this journey would not end. However, Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei still looked normal and carried out their duties as usual. Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei's bags on the backs of their horses were so full that they almost couldn't carry it anymore. When they set off the next day, they were empty again. At first, Zhang Xiaohua felt that it was a little strange and fantasized that they might also have bags of money like hers. However, after traveling for a long time, she gradually found that something was wrong. The divine sect was such a big sect. She had never heard of it before. Perhaps it was very small. There must be their own branches or contact points in various places. Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei only needed to go to various places to get the things that the divine sect's leader wanted. Then they would give it to other people and let them bring it back to the sect. Otherwise, wouldn't Qin Shiyue have to drive a large carriage? Wouldn't that be very dangerous? If there were bandits or something like that, wouldn't they be robbed? Oh, how would bandits dare to rob Qin Shiyue? Zhang Xiaohua slapped his forehead. In any case, none of this had anything to do with him. He slept from night to night, and he didn't know what they were doing. He just needed to eat and drink well, and wait for the judgment of the sect leader. Seeing that there were more and more people on the road, Zhang Xiaohua knew that there must be another town in front. Thinking of the delicious food in front of her, Zhang Xiaohua salivated. After a while, the road in front of them became wider and denser. Zhang Xiaohua realized that there were more people here than in the suburbs of Pingyang City. Presumably, there should be a big city in front of them, which would not be smaller than Pingyang City. Sure enough, Ing Fei said, Lord Qin, Jinghua City is in front of us. It is a famous big city in the Han River. There are many scenic spots and historical sites inside and outside the city. If you have time, you should see more. Jinghua City. I haven't been here for many years. Lord, have you been here before? Ing Fei asked curiously. Yes, I have. When the divine sect subdued the 3 seas and 7 rivers, I also came here with my teacher to see. That was a grand occasion many years ago. Lord, you are lucky to have witnessed it. You are so lucky. Yes, although this matter was done secretly and there were no rumors about it in the Jianghu, it was a heavy stroke in the records of the divine sect. Alas, time is unforgiving. The young man in the past is now gray and premature. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. Although Mr. Qin had a head full of white hair, he wasn't that old. He was probably in his early 30s, much younger than O Peng. It was quite comical to hear him act like he had aged so much. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves could be heard from afar. However, this time, it didn't get further and further away. Instead, it got closer and closer. Zhang Xiaohua raised his head and saw 3 riders approaching. His eyes were sharp, and he could see that the person in front was dressed in white. He was a handsome man with red lips and white teeth. He was even more beautiful than Qiu Shidao. Zhang Xiaohua muttered secretly, why are there so many handsome men in the Jianghu? I can meet them everywhere. How can I live? Just looking at it makes me feel inferior out of nowhere. It's really boring. Zhang Xiaohua silently said, I can't see you. I can't see you. While riding, the handsome man stopped in front of them and bowed to Qin Shiyue. Lord Qin, I am Su Jiaodong, a subordinate of the Southern Sea Serpent King. I am here to welcome you. My father, the other 2 Sea Serpent Kings, and the leader of the 7 waters are waiting for you. Please forgive us. Father? Qin Shiyue touched his chin and said, I have long heard of the beauty of the southern seas Jiaodong. I have admired you for a long time. Now that I have met you, you really live up to your reputation. Su Jiaodong's face turned into a peach blossom. She said modestly, Lord Qin is joking. Zhang Xiaohua heard this and felt a chill. She did not expect Qin Shiyue to have such a hobby. Fortunately, her appearance was ordinary and there was nothing strong about her. She was so lucky. Just now, she felt inferior because she was not handsome. Now, she changed her mind. It was good to be a mortal. Su Jiaodong let Qin Shiyue take the lead. She bowed to Ing Fei and Zhang Xiaohua and accompanied Qin Shiyue. The other 2 attendants followed behind. The 6 of them rode forward. While walking, Qin Shiyue suddenly turned around and said, Su Jiaodong, I have to thank you. Su Jiaodong was stunned. Please vote for me. Thank you. Chapter 273. Su Jiaodong immediately came to her senses and smiled. Lord Qin, you must be joking. My father should be the one to welcome you personally, but you made such a big commotion in Xinji town. If my father goes, I'm afraid that the Righteous Alliance will take advantage of the situation. Even if we don't suffer any losses, we will lose face. If the leader of the Righteous Alliance loses morale, wouldn't your efforts in Xinji town be for naught? Secondly, I know that you have many important matters to attend to along the way and should not be disturbed. Therefore, I was entrusted to go and receive you. And I have never seen you before, so it's not appropriate for me to go forward rashly. That's why I came up with such a plan. Not only can I not delay your journey, but I can also complete my father's task. If there's anything wrong with the arrangement, I will apologize to you. Qin Shiyue laughed and said, "How is it wrong? It's so thoughtful." Ing Fei and this Ren Xiaoyao almost bit their tongues off. "Also, I really like your wine. I've developed a craving for it." Su Jiaodong heard and said happily, "Since you like it, my father still has a lot. When we reach the city, I will prepare more for you." Hearing this handsome man call her, Zhang Xiaohua had goosebumps all the way. She thought to herself, is he a trap? Immediately, she used her divine senses to look at Su Jiaodong who was riding a horse in front. Zhang Xiaohua kept chanting, "See no evil, see no evil." Of course, Su Jiaodong did not have an Adam's apple and her breasts were bulging. Men's pectorals could not compare to her. If she was not a woman, what else could she be? Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's heart immediately gave birth to hope that the martial world had not been taken over by handsome men. Although Jinghua City was already very close, it still took a lot of time to get there on horseback. When Jinghua City was really close, Zhang Xiaohua then saw that this was a city much bigger than Pingyang City. Not to mention the height of the city walls, just the city gate behind the moat was twice the size of Pingyang City. Moreover, there were 2 troops of soldiers in bright armor standing on both sides of the city gate. This kind of grandeur was far from what Pingyang City could compare with. About 50 steps away from the moat, there were a few rows of people on horseback. These people were tall and short, fat and thin, yes, handsome and ugly. They all had a respectful look. When they saw Qin Shiyue's white hair, 3 hale and hearty old men standing in front of her immediately rode forward. When they got close, they dismounted and saluted together. 3 Sea Flood Dragon Kings welcome, Lord Qin. Seeing this, Qin Shiyue immediately dismounted and returned the salute. I don't dare to. 3 Sea Flood Dragon Kings are my seniors. You don't dare to call me that. Just call me by my name. The red-faced old man said frankly, if Lord Qin came alone and did not have any sect matters to attend to, this old man can be careless. Moreover, Lord Qin has a mission. You're following the orders of the sect master and carrying out the sect's official business. How can this old man dare to be rude? It's better to do things according to the rules. Qin Shiyue was stunned. She smiled and said, since the Southern Sea Flood Dragon King says so, I won't refuse. Please forgive me. When I have time in the future, I'll come and ask for forgiveness. Zhang Xiaohua was also stunned. This was the Southern Sea Flood Dragon King? Su Jiaodong's father? Why did he look so different from Su Jiaodong? Was Su Jiaodong his biological daughter? Zhang Xiaohua's gossipy heart was instantly aroused. The tall and thin old man next to him also said, if Lord Qin has time, feel free to come to our Eastern Sea. This Li will welcome you with open arms. The fat old man next to him glanced at him and said, don't be like those scholars who drop their cloth bags. What's there to be happy about? Jiao Jiao should be the one sweeping the bed. These words were blunt, but they were all common people and could not be bothered. Su Jiaodong's face turned red. Qin Shiyue smiled and said, Eastern Sea Flood Dragon King Li, Northern Sea Flood Dragon King Sui, this Qin is indebted to you. If I have time, I'll definitely pay you a visit. The fat Northern Sea Flood Dragon King Sui Haifeng patted Qin Shiyue's shoulder and said with a smile, good, I like frank kids. This fat man was so happy that he forgot his etiquette. He even forgot that he was calling Lord Qin. Seeing the Flood Dragon King's red face, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think maliciously, could it be that the scene just now was rehearsed? At the very least, this fat old man must have recited it countless times. The Southern Sea Flood Dragon King Su Haiqing hurriedly took half a step forward and said, Lord Qin, come here. Let me introduce you to the heroes of our 7 water. Qin Shiyue smiled and said, that's exactly what I was thinking. I've heard a lot about the heroes. At this time, the 7 people behind the 3 flood dragon kings had already dismounted. Hearing Su Haiqing's words, they came up to greet him. The Southern Sea Flood Dragon King Su Haiqing introduced them one by one: Wei River Gang Leader Zhou Yong, Xiang River Gang Leader Wang Fengyue, Jing River Gang Leader Qi Fenqin, Han River Gang Leader Chu Chang, Huai River Gang Leader Li Fengming, Binshui Gang Leader An Sun, and Bian River Gang Leader Ma Yiming. Qin Shiyue also returned their greetings respectfully one by one. He knew that these leaders' martial arts might not be as high as his, but each of them was a leader of a gang, an overlord of a sect. They were all famous people in Jianghu. The one they respected was not him, but the heavenly dragon divine religion behind him. If he did not show a little demeanor, he would be ridiculed for no reason. After this round of greetings, it took quite some time. Ying Fei also came up from the back and bowed. Ying Fei greets the various flood dragon kings. I often come here to nag you, so there's no need to be so polite. The Northern Sea Flood Dragon King patted Ying Fei with his fat hand and said with a smile, "Kid, you weren't honest last time when we were drinking. You actually cheated. I won't forgive you today." Ying Fei smiled bitterly and said, "Sui Jiao King, please forgive me. My alcohol tolerance is limited. Even if you often lose, I'll still drink with you. However, you should look for other lords." Everyone laughed. Although Sui Jiao Wang's gambling skills were terrible, his alcohol tolerance was also very high. The 2 Jiao Kings and the 7 Waters gang leader had all suffered at his hands before. Now that they heard Ying Fei mention it, they all felt a little sad. Zhang Xiaohua naturally didn't need to be polite. She was obviously a servant. Therefore, the Flood Dragon Kings of the 3 Seas and the 7 Water Gang leader clustered around Qin Shiyue and entered Jinghua City first. Su Jiaodong, Ying Fei, and the others followed behind. Strangely, Ying Fei also let Zhang Xiaohua follow by his side. This made Su Jiaodong somewhat puzzled. Was this servant supposed to follow along? When everyone entered the city gate and was about to move forward, they heard the sound of horse hooves behind them. Although the gate of Jinghua City was wide, Qin Shiyue and the others weren't people who walked by the side. When Zhang Xiaohua looked back, she saw a group of soldiers in iron armor. They were riding valiant black horses and were rushing towards the city gate. The one in the lead was a fierce man with an ugly face. He had a tiger's mouth and a lion's nose. His face was full of needle-like beard. He held a sky piercer in his hand. As he ran, he shouted, make way, quickly make way for this lord." The voice and the sound of horse hooves gradually approached. It seemed that they had already arrived at the city gate. The fierce man saw that the group of people in front of him were still walking slowly beside the city gate. He didn't rush to dodge and shouted loudly, "This is an urgent military situation. Unrelated people, make way for this lousy." Hearing that it was an urgent military situation, everyone turned around. Just as they were about to make way, the fierce man saw a face in the crowd. His face lit up and he shouted loudly, "Jiaodong, you finally came to Jinghua City again. Have you thought about the matter I told you last time?" After he finished speaking, he tightened the reins. The black horse instantly stopped in front of Zhang Xiaohua and the others. Su Jiaodong looked at the ugly man who had dismounted from his horse and the soldiers who had arrived and lined up behind him. She suppressed her anger and smiled apologetically, "Commander Murong, where did you come from? What urgent military situation do you have?" The ugly man, Commander Murong, grinned and said, "Where did this military situation come from? This lousy just thought that there were too many people in the underworld, so I casually fooled them." Su Jiaodong said, "Commander Murong, aren't you afraid of the crime of false military situation? Who dares? Give them some guts. See if they dare to talk bad about me. To tell you the truth, the garrison of Jinghua City is my 7th uncle's husband. This is my secret. I don't tell ordinary people. Even if you hear it, you have to keep it for me. We have to keep a low profile and do things in a low-profile manner. Zhang Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. This guy's voice was so loud that not only did the people of the 3 seas and 7 waters hear it, but even the unrelated people at the side also showed fear in their eyes and stayed far away. This was still a secret. Presumably, this guy had said this many times and the entire Jinghua city knew about it. Su Jiaodong frowned slightly and said, "Commander Murong, since you want to keep a low profile, then don't enter the city with such fanfare. Getting off the horse and walking in is the way to keep a low profile." Oh. Jiaodong is right. Boy, quickly get off the horse. Let's walk in. After Commander Murong finished speaking, the soldiers all jumped off their horses. Commander Murong was very satisfied and said with a smile, "Let's go. Let's keep a low profile and enter the city." After he finished speaking, he was about to lead the black horse into the city. But after taking 2 steps, he turned back and said, "Io, Jiaodong, I forgot in a blink of an eye. You haven't been to Jinghua City for several months. Last time I told you about the matter, did our father-in-law agree?" At the end, there was a bashful look on his face. Zhang Xiaohua really couldn't bear it. She held her stomach and squatted down. This guy was really too disgusting. Ying Fei saw Zhang Xiaohua squatting down. He quickly took a step forward and asked in a low voice, "Ren Xiaoyao, what are you doing?" Zhang Xiaohua secretly pointed at the ugly guy and said, "Old Ying, can you bear it?" Ying Fei also said with a smile, "It's their business if they can't bear it. You just don't try to be clever." Su Jiaodong forced a smile and said, "Commander Lu, Murong hasn't seen my father yet. After a while, when the gang's affairs are a little more relaxed, I will ask my father. You should go first. There are many affairs in the barracks, so don't delay." "Okay, Jiaodong, don't worry. I will definitely put my career first and family second. I will let you have a solid backer." After he finished speaking, Commander Murong entered Jinghua City in high spirits. Chapter 274. Looking at Su Jiao and Tong Qinghong's uncertain expressions, Zhang Xiaohua was very curious and really wanted to ask what was going on. However, the people around her all looked like they were avoiding a deep taboo, so how could Zhang Xiaohua, an outsider, say anything? Even the 3 Seas Flood Dragon King was a bit embarrassed. Seeing Qin Shiyue's normal expression and still smiling, he hurriedly said, "Please, Lord Qin. The manor has already set up a banquet to welcome Lord Qin's arrival." Qin Shiyue said with a smile, "Please, 3 Flood Dragon Kings. This Qin really likes the fine wine that Jiaodong brought. We must get drunk in a while." The North Sea Flood Dragon King didn't seem to hear the words, Jiaodong, but the other 2 Sea Flood Dragon Kings were astonished. They looked at each other and were immediately overjoyed. That South Sea Flood Dragon King even laughed loudly. "Don't worry, Lord Qin. If you don't get drunk, this old man will be the first to not let you off." Su Jiaodong wasn't far from them. When she heard this, a blush flashed across her face, but soon after, her worried expression reappeared. The group didn't mount their horses and walked further and further into the city streets. After they walked far away, a person with a gloomy expression on top of the high city wall glared fiercely at their backs. It was unknown what he was thinking. The Flood Dragon King's manor was located in a slightly remote area. The surroundings were very quiet, and there weren't many people around. Looking at the unremarkable manor door, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Even the gatehouse of the Lotus Escort Agency in Pingyang City was much bigger than this. Could this be the place where these Flood Dragon Kings and gang leaders lived? The Flood Dragon King led Qin Shiyue to the door and explained with a smile, "Lord Qin, this is a property that the Three Seas Flood Dragon Palace purchased in Jinghua City. It's very shabby, so please don't laugh at it. Qin Shiyue smiled and didn't comment. Zhang Xiaohua inwardly thought, that's more like it. It really is very shabby. However, after passing through that ordinary door, the Flood Dragon King led everyone through an ordinary courtyard and into a very large hall. Zhang Xiaohua thought that this must be the hall for receiving guests. Who knew that the Flood Dragon King would turn right and directly pass through an arched door? Behind the door was a large garden with a stone path in the middle. Zhang Xiaohua thought, are these people pretending to be cultured? I'm hungry, I should hurry up and eat. However, the Flood Dragon King didn't stop in the garden. After passing through the garden, there was a small side door in front of them. After passing through the side door, Zhang Xiaohua was completely dumbfounded. Is this still a manor for humans to live in? Behind the side door was a very, very large lake. Surrounding the lake was a large piece of shady land. There were wide roads, tall trees, green grass, colorful flowers, rockeries, and so on. In the middle of the lake was a small island with rows of houses. Many small boats were docked by the lake. The Flood Dragon King led everyone to the lake and said to Qin Shiyue with a smile, Lord Qin, you must be joking. My brothers grew up in the water and can't leave the water for a day. Sometimes, we're not used to living in such a manner, so we built a small pond. When we have nothing to do, we play in it so that our bones won't rust. This is a small pond? Zhang Xiaohua's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. However, Qin Shiyue wasn't surprised. She said, the Flood Dragon King is in a good mood. If it were me, I wouldn't be so patient. Qin Shiyue had a good understanding of the Three Seas Flood Dragon Palace's strength. It would be strange if they didn't spend so much. The way to the island in the middle of the lake was very simple. They just had to go on a boat. However, Zhang Xiaohua still felt strange when such a simple method was used in someone else's manor. When they arrived at the island in the middle of the lake, Zhang Xiaohua realized that this was the real place where the Flood Dragon King and the others lived. The house on the island in the middle of the lake was very tall and spacious. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't tell what material the house was made of. She only smelled a faint fragrance. Around the house, be it the walls, the roof, the windows, or the door, there were some exquisite carvings. It looked ancient and expensive. However, Qin Shiyue had good taste. She nodded while looking at it, seeming to admire it very much. The Flood Dragon King said with a smile, Lord Qin has good taste. This old man has a headache just looking at these things. I can't tell if they're good or not. I only know that they're made of silver, so they must be good. Qin Shiyue laughed loudly and said, Flood Dragon King, you're undervaluing yourself. This taste is made of silver. If there's no silver as the foundation, how can there be any taste? The Flood Dragon King of the North Sea also said, Lord Qin is right. I think these painters don't draw much. Peonies and sunflowers. They might as well draw some erotic scenes. Qin Shiyue was stunned. She knew that the Flood Dragon King was forthright and would say whatever he wanted. However, she didn't expect him to be this old man. She looked at the Flood Dragon King's body and criticized him in her mind. However, she praised, Great, Flood Dragon King. I didn't expect your thinking to be so unique. I'm really impressed. Yes, it's the first time I've seen it in my life. The Flood Dragon King was overjoyed and said, So Brother Qin thinks so too. Then I'll ask the painters to come and take a look tomorrow. This thing is going to be reformed. They've been looking at it for so many years. Oh right, Brother Qin, what do you think about drawing an old man pushing a cart here? Qin Shiyue felt a chill and thought, can you even push it? However, he still said with a smile, well, it's a big deal to make a big fuss. Flood Dragon King should discuss it with the Flood Dragon King and the Flood Dragon King. However, when the Flood Dragon King looked at the two of them, their faces seemed to be covered in ice as they glared at him fiercely. The crowd was amused, but Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand. However, he was a studious child after all. He looked at the blushing Su Jiaodong and humbly went forward and asked, "Miss Su, may I ask what an old man pushing a cart is? I've never seen this painting before. Can you tell me more about it?" Su Jiaodong's face was about to bleed. She stomped her feet fiercely and quickly walked past the crowd into the hall. Everyone was looking at Zhang Xiaohua ambiguously. Only Qin Shiyue glared at him fiercely and secretly gave him a big middle finger. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know. Was she cursing him? Or was she hinting that he would torture her by hitting her acupoints at night? After the crowd finished admiring the painting, they entered the hall. In the hall, the long tables had been set up. There were 4 tables in a row in front of them and 2 rows of tables on both sides of the hall. The Flood Dragon King invited Qin Shiyue to take a seat. Qin Shiyue politely sat in the main seat. The 3 Seas Flood Dragon Kings accompanied the other 3 tables. On the left were Fei and Zhang Xiaohua, accompanied by Su Jiaodong. Su Jiaodong must have known about Zhang Xiaohua's identity and was afraid that he would run away. She didn't dare to let him be far away from Fei, so she had to take a seat as well. On the left were the leaders of 7 waters. They were all there to accompany him. After the guests and the host sat down, the Flood Dragon King cleared his throat and said, "Lord Qin, I hope Lord Qin can forgive everyone's recklessness." Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "You're too polite, Flood Dragon King." "Why do you say that?" The Su Jiao King looked at the people in the hall and said, "The 3 Seas and 7 waters have received orders from our sect leader and have prepared everything. We are just waiting for Lord Qin and Emissary Ying to come and collect them. However, a few days ago, we heard about what happened to Lord Qin at the Ma family in Xinji town. At that time, I happened to be working between Jingyue City and Xinji town. I know that Lord Qin's martial arts are powerful and he's not afraid of the Righteous Alliance's revenge. However, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open but difficult to defend against a stab in the dark. I was afraid that Lord Qin would be ambushed, so I wanted to go and fetch Lord Qin first. However, my daughter suggested that the Righteous Alliance is quite far from here and by the time they react, they will send experts. Even I and my men won't be a match for them. Why don't I go back to Jingyue City first and gather the brothers of the 3 Seas and 7 waters to go and fetch Lord Qin together? Meanwhile, my daughter will lead a group of brothers to scout ahead for Lord Qin and ensure his safety. Of course, my daughter will only arrange Lord Qin's travel and accommodation and gather information. Fortunately, the Righteous Alliance didn't immediately fall out with us." Qin Shiyue was moved when she heard this. She stood up from her chair and bowed to the people in the hall, saying, "Thank you, everyone from the 3 Seas and 7 waters. Thank you again." Then, she picked up the wine cup from the table and said, "I've stolen the limelight with this first cup. I'd like to propose a toast to all of you. Thank you for your help." Everyone agreed and drank the first cup. After Qin Shiyue sat down, the Flood Dragon King said, "In addition, my daughter also said that Lord Qin has to travel to the 3 Seas and 7 waters. Why don't we all gather together and hand over everything to Lord Qin so that Lord Qin can return to the hierarch as soon as possible and report to our hierarch?" Qin Shiyue stood up again and raised her cup to Su Jiaodong, saying, "Women are not inferior to men. Miss Jiaodong, I'd like to propose a toast to you. I appreciate your efforts." Su Jiaodong raised her cup and looked at Qin Shiyue with a smile, saying, "You're too polite, Lord Qin." Qin Shiyue said gently, "If you don't mind, Miss Jiaodong, you can call me Little You." Zhang Xiaohua had goosebumps all over her body when she heard this. Su Jiaodong lowered her head shyly and said, "Well, Little Lord Qin, if you don't mind, you can also call me Ajiao. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned again. Why did this name sound so familiar? Qin Shiyue smiled brightly and said, Okay, Ajiao, come, let's drink this cup. Su Jiaodong raised her cup and drank it in one gulp. Indeed, she was not inferior to men. The two sat down, and Qin Shiyue said with a smile, So, the things for the 3 seas and 7 waters have been prepared. The Flood Dragon King said hesitantly, Lord Qin, the things are indeed prepared, but because our brothers rushed here in a hurry, they didn't bring them with them. They're still sending them here on the waterway. If they're fast, they'll definitely arrive here in 3 days. Qin Shiyue was not surprised when she heard this. She said, This is already very good. I thought I'd have to visit you one by one, but now that all of you are here, it saves me a lot of effort. Come, faction leaders, I'd like to propose a toast to all of you. Chapter 275. Qin Shiyue was really happy about the arrangement of the Southern Sea Flood Dragon King. Apart from the cauldron of the Shaolin Temple, he also focused on the 3 seas and 7 waters. The area under the control of the 3 seas and 7 waters was quite vast. The things that could be sold would definitely meet the requirements of the hierarch. However, because of the vast area, Qin Shiyue had to go to many places. Fortunately, these places were all waterways, so he was not afraid of hard work. He only needed to waste time. The arrangement of the Flood Dragon King immediately saved him a lot of trouble. He only needed to sit and wait in Jinghua City. He was naturally happy to accept such an easy task. Moreover, no matter how good the martial arts of the 3 Seas Flood Dragon Kings and the 7 Waters gang leader were, there were countless gang members behind them. With them around, at least they could provide detailed information about Jianghu, which was better than him and Ning Fei's ignorance. Of course, with the 3 seas and 7 waters, if the Righteous Alliance wanted to attack him, they would have to think twice. Therefore, Qin Shiyue's toast was really sincere. The 3 Seas Flood Dragon Kings and the 7 Waters gang leader both stood up and raised their cups, saying, Lord Qin, you must be tired. This is what we should do. Please. Everyone laughed and raised their cups to drink. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the atmosphere began to warm up. Everyone had only heard of Qin Shiyue. As high-level disciples of the divine sect, they usually cultivated in the sect and rarely participated in Jianghu affairs. If it were not for the special things this time, they might not have been sent out. Which one of these gang leaders was not meticulous? Knowing that this was a rare opportunity, after the basic etiquette, they all took the opportunity to get close to Qin Shiyue. Qin Shiyue was also happy and did not refuse them. They all talked happily. Seeing Qin Shiyue like a spring breeze, everyone was even happier. Before coming, they had heard rumors about Jianghu and guessed that Qin Shiyue was a cruel and merciless person. They were afraid that he would be difficult to get along with. But now it seemed that the rumors were not accurate. Besides, they had always believed that, treat your enemies like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, and treat your friends like the spring breeze. Wasn't Qin Shiyue a typical portrayal of this sentence? As a result, the faction leaders thought even more highly of Qin Shiyue in their hearts. They toasted her even more diligently. Even Su Jiaodong plucked up her courage and toasted her a few times. However, what she said after toasting made everyone laugh. Su Jiaodong said, This wine tastes soft and sweet, but it has a strong aftertaste. Lord Qin, you should drink it in moderation. Don't drink too much. In her concern, Su Jiaodong had forgotten that everyone present had profound internal strength. If they got drunk, they only needed to secretly circulate their internal strength to force the alcohol out of their bodies. How could there be any side effects from excessive drinking? Qin Shiyue nodded. I know, Ajiao. Su Jiaodong bashfully called her Ajiao and went back to her seat. After drinking for a while more, Qin Shiyue took the time to ask the Su Jiao King, there is something that I would like to ask, but I don't know if I should say it. The Su Wirm King chuckled and said, Lord Qin, if you have something to say, just say it. There's nothing inappropriate here. Qin Shiyue looked at Su Jiaodong, who frowned slightly, and asked, What's the matter with Commander Murong at the city gate just now? The Su Jiao King thought for a while and said, It's funny. Lord Qin, you know that Jinghua City is an important passage to the sea. The 7 rivers converge here and flow into the sea. This sea is our southern sea, my territory. Although the southern sea Jiao Palace is in the depths of the southern sea, it needs a foundation in this transportation hub. Therefore, the southern sea Jiao Palace has been operating here since a long time ago. Jinghua City is very important to the sects in the pugilistic world, but it's even more important to the government. The government has stationed many troops in Jinghua City. Let's not talk about other things, but the navy of Jinghua City is related to us. The navy has 100 warships and thousands of soldiers. They are led by a general with the surname Liu. There are more than a dozen commanders who are in charge of their own barracks. Commander Murong is one of them. Actually, in terms of the navy's strength, our Southern Sea Serpent Palace might not lose to them. However, they are a legitimate army after all, and they have the support of the government behind them. Therefore, we usually avoid them in the Southern Sea region and Jinghua City. Even if there are any disputes, we tolerate them as much as we can and avoid them as much as possible. We don't want to cause more trouble. Moreover, the Southern Sea Serpent Palace has been operating here for many years and has long been deeply rooted. Even in the Navy, we have our strength. The government also knows this and usually doesn't look for trouble with us. However, Commander Murong is an anomaly. He's not a local. He came here with his 7th uncle, who is the current garrison of Jinghua City. He got a good job in the Navy. Our Southern Sea Wirm Palace's affairs in Jinghua City are usually handled by Jiao Tong. Ever since I met this Commander Murong 2 years ago, this bastard has been constantly thinking about Jiao Tong and has thoughts of seducing her. Jiao Tong was helpless and asked other commanders to persuade him, but this bastard just wouldn't listen and continued to pester her. In the end, this old man paid a visit to their General Liu and informed Jiao Tong of my intentions. But guess what Commander Murong said? Qin Shiyue was surprised and asked, What did he say? This guy actually said to General Liu, It's normal for men and women to love each other. General, just worry about military affairs. Why do you have to interfere with other people's marriage? General Liu was dumbstruck. However, this guy's uncle is the city's garrison commander, half a rank higher than General Liu. When General Liu told this old man about it, this old man could only smile bitterly. After further investigation, I found out that this Commander Murong is a dummy and cannot be measured by common sense. Anyway, Jinghua City is just a stronghold of the Southern Sea Jiao Palace. Although it's important, it doesn't need Jiao Tong to oversee it all the time. Therefore, Jiao Tong has been using the avoidance technique these past few years. If she can avoid coming, she won't come. Even if she does come, she will come quietly and leave quietly without letting him know. Qin Shiyue nodded. This was a troublesome matter. As the saying goes, a county official is better than a local official. The navy of Jinghua City was the nemesis of the Southern Sea Jiao Palace. Of course, it was best not to offend them. Harmony was the way of the king. The creeping dragon king continued, however, Jinghua City is ruled by the government after all. Although Commander Murong is stupid, he has a group of disciples under him. The soldiers that Lord Qin saw at the city gate today are of high quality. He also has some scholars under him who are good at strategizing. When Jiao Tong came to Jinghua City a few times, he heard the news and blocked the gate, clamoring to propose marriage. Jiao Tong had no choice but to say that she was not in the city and could not comply without her parents' order. Only then did she shut him up. As luck would have it, we met at the city gate today and he kept asking about the marriage proposal. If it were not for the fact that I lived in seclusion and he did not recognize me, he might have knelt down to acknowledge me as his relative. His words were frivolous. Naturally, he was making fun of the second. Qin Shiyue and the other two Si Jiao kings laughed and raised their cups. Qin Shiyue smiled and said, although he has the backing of the government, our sect isn't necessarily afraid of him. He's just a small commander. Will the government fall out with us? Su Jiao King smiled apologetically and said, of course. Lord Qin is right. However, the sect has many subordinates and our southern Si Jiao palace is only one of them. This old man doesn't dare to trouble the sect with such a small matter. Qin Shiyue said, the sect's motto is to fall out with others rather than let each of our brothers be bullied. Don't worry, Su Jiao King. If you need the sect's support, just report it. I don't dare to say anything else, but Garuda will definitely do his best. Su Jiao King was delighted and said, since that's the case, I'll thank Lord Qin first. After that, he called Su Jiaodong over for a toast. Su Jiaodong was also happy to hear that, but she still said nervously, Lord Qin, there's no need to get into a conflict. At most, I won't come to Jinghua City and hide for a few years. I'm sure I'll forget about it. It's inappropriate to bring unnecessary trouble to the sect because of me. Qin Shiyue smiled and raised her head to drink a cup. She said proudly, if the sect can't even protect women and children, how can it still be called a sect? Su Jiaodong also smiled sweetly and raised her head to drink, revealing a small part of her neck that was as white as jade. At this moment, a call came from the lake outside the hall. Jiaodong, I love you. Jiaodong, I love you. The noisy hall immediately fell silent. Everyone was stunned and Qin Shiyue's smile grew wider. Su Jiaodong, on the other hand, had a frosty look on her face. She frowned at first, but when she heard it clearly, she was surprised. She said, oh my, that's Commander Murong's voice. How did this second find his way here? Qin Shiyue looked at Su Jiao King, who had a gloomy expression, and said with a smile, since an important guest has come to visit, how can we not receive him? Let's go, Su Jiao King, let's go see this important guest and do our duty as a host. Su Jiao King also laughed and said, yes, let's go and see who exactly this second of yours is. Zhang Xiaohua was displeased to see everyone stand up. Everyone in the hall was toasting each other, but he was ignored. He did not care so much and only buried his head in the dishes. He even secretly tasted a cup of fine wine. However, he was puzzled by the spicy taste. How could this be called soft, sweet, and refreshing? He also heard about Commander Murong's matter and felt that this fellow was very patient. Wasn't there a saying that went, fierce women are afraid of being pestered? As long as one was thick-skinned, there was no beauty that one could not woo. However, when he thought about Commander Murong's ugliness, he still sighed. There were many swans in this world, but there were even more toads. However, when he saw Qin Shiyue and Su Jiaodong flirting with each other, Zhang Xiaohua had already sentenced Commander Murong to death. He actually dared to compete with such a vicious and merciless person for a woman. He could not help but give him a big thumbs up in his heart. You're strong. What puzzled Zhang Xiaohua was that no matter how he looked at Qin Shiyue, he could not see any good points about him. He did not know what Su Jiaodong saw in him. However, when he looked at Qin Shiyue's head of white hair, he suddenly understood, father complex. Chapter 276. When they walked out of the hall, a small boat was already floating towards them. There were 3 people on the boat. One of them was Commander Murong, who was standing at the bow. He had an ugly face and was calling out to Jiaodong. Behind him was a soldier who was holding a box in his hand. The last one was a family member who was steering the boat. Commander Murong saw a group of people walking out of the hall. He did not care if they saw Su Jiaodong and immediately raised his hand to wave. Seeing that no one responded, he put it down awkwardly. When the boat reached the shore, Commander Murong jumped down and walked forward quickly. When he got close, he looked around and asked, "Which one of you is Uncle Su?" At this moment, his eyes lit up when he saw Su Jiaodong, who was hiding behind the people. He shouted, "Jiaodong, look at you. You're too polite. Since father-in-law is coming to Jinghua City, why didn't you tell me earlier? I should have prepared a generous gift to pay you a visit. I came in a hurry and did not prepare enough. Please don't be offended." At this moment, the family member and the soldier walked over. The family member panicked and said, "Master, I couldn't stop him. I didn't dare to offend this soldier, so I could only bring him here." The Su Jiao king waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Go ahead." Commander Murong's eyes lit up immediately. He bowed at the Su Jiao king and said, "Uncle Su, I'm Murong Jian. I've heard a lot about the Su Jiao king. It's an honor to meet you today. I came in a hurry and prepared a small gift to show my sincerity." The Su Jiao king looked at the box in the soldier's hand and said, "I've also heard of Commander Murong's fame and have always wanted to meet you. However, I've been busy and have no time, so I put it aside. Now that Commander Murong is here, I've been impolite. Please, come in." Murong Jian was delighted when he heard that. He said, "Really? Uncle Su, you should have told me earlier. If I knew you wanted to meet me, I would have come earlier." Then, he looked around and said, "I've been here a few times, but I didn't expect the backyard to be so generous. If it wasn't for Qi." He seemed to realize something and immediately changed his words. "If I didn't hear that Uncle Su came to Jinghua City today, I wouldn't have the chance to meet you." His words were full of loopholes, even Zhang Xiaohua understood. She laughed in her heart, "This guy is really stupid." The Void Wyrm king smiled faintly and said, "Since Commander Murong is here, then you're a guest." "Right, Commander Murong, it's fate that brought us together today. Allow me to introduce." Murong Jian waved his hand and said, "Don't, uncle. We're all family. There's no need to be so polite." That being said, he had already stepped into the hall. A family member had already set up a new table at the head of the hall, and there were 5 tables directly above it. Qin Shiyue's table was placed in the middle, and the new table was placed next to it. Perhaps it was because of the Su Jiao king's guidance, or perhaps it was because the family had good eyesight. Murong Jian did not stand on ceremony at all. He walked to the front and looked at the table with some leftovers in the middle. He frowned slightly and turned to the Void Wyrm king with a smile. "Uncle Su really knows me well. I wanted to be polite, but I didn't know that Uncle Su really treated me as one of your family. This seat of honor is still reserved for Uncle. Please take a seat. Although I'm a guest from afar, I won't be so polite from now on." The Void Wyrm king's nose was crooked. "You're really stupid." He could only say awkwardly, "Commander Murong, I have a distinguished guest today. I didn't know that Commander Murong would be coming today, so I'm sorry for the neglect." Murong Jian was startled and said in surprise, "Eh? There's a distinguished guest. Who is it? Let me greet him as well." Qin Shiyue was furious. "I'm right in front of the crowd. Your eyes are either looking at the beauties or the beauty's father. How can you pay attention to basic etiquette?" Actually, when Murong Jian arrived, the seating arrangement in the hall would definitely change. The Void Wyrm king wanted to introduce Qin Shiyue outside the hall, but he was interrupted by Murong Jian when he stepped into the hall. Now that he mentioned Qin Shiyue again, the Void Wyrm King felt that he was being rude to Qin Shiyue. The Void Wyrm King spread out his arms and respectfully gestured to Qin Shiyue. "This is my Tenryu sect's representative, Lord Qin Shiyue." Murong Jian had never heard of the Tenryu sect's name. The Southern Sea Wyrm Palace only paid attention to it because of Su Jiaodong. He thought that the Tenryu sect was the same as the Southern Sea Wyrm Palace. They were just small characters in the wilderness. How could they be compared to him, an official of the imperial court? He couldn't help but feel a trace of disdain. He looked at Qin Shiyue from head to toe and cupped his hands. "Nephew Murong Jian greets Uncle Qin. Although this is the first time we've met, I've heard of Uncle Qin's great name." "Oh right, although Uncle Qin is old, your skin is very well maintained. You look very young. How old are you? Have you already understood your destiny?" Qin Shiyue's face blushed. He smiled and said, "Good nephew, your uncle has just understood his destiny. I'm really comforted to see such a good child like you." Murong Jian said happily, "Is that so? Uncle Qin, you can actually see through my nature. You're really a god. Come, take a seat." After he finished speaking, he respectfully sat down at the head of the table. The people from the 3 seas and 7 waters were stunned. Some didn't know what to do, while some laughed in their hearts. Seeing the two sitting down, they could only sit down as well. Everyone sat down and the banquet started again. Because there were outsiders in the banquet, the atmosphere wasn't as lively as before. How could Murong Jian care so much? After eating a few mouthfuls of food, he toasted Qin Shiyue and Su Jiao King. After a few rounds of toasting, he became more talkative. However, it was a pity that Murong Jian's words were all about the imperial court. His words were brimming with the pride of being an official. He couldn't talk to Qin Shiyue and Su Jiao King at all. The two laughed in their hearts and perfunctorily chatted with their good nephew, waiting for the show to start. Sure enough, after a while, Murong Jian couldn't help but look at Su Jiaodong, who lowered her head and didn't speak. He deliberated his words and said, "Uncle Su, I've visited you several times, but I've never been able to see your face. This time, I'm here specially because I have something to ask of you." Su Jiao King glanced at Qin Shiyue and thought, "Lord Qin, you can support me in this matter." Qin Shiyue nodded slightly. Su Jiao King was relieved and asked with a smile, "Commander Murong, what is it? Just say it." Murong Jian was overjoyed when he saw that the Slow Flood Dragon King asked the question so straightforwardly. He waved his hand at the soldiers behind him. The soldiers behind him carried the small box to the side of the Slow Flood Dragon King and placed it squarely on the table. Murong Jian smiled and said, "Uncle Su, ever since I saw Miss Jiao Tong, I've been thinking about her day and night. I feel that she is the only one I can marry in this life. I've always wanted to go and ask for her hand in marriage, but I've never seen Uncle's shadow. Today's matter was rushed, so this is my engagement gift. After today, I'll ask 7th Uncle, that is, the Lord of the City Guard, to personally come and persuade us." The Su Jiao King looked at the small box with interest and said, "Commander Murong, I heard that you already have 7 concubines at home. Why are you still thinking about my daughter so much that you don't want her for the rest of your life? If you marry Jiaodong, will she be your legal wife or a concubine?" Murong Jian's face didn't turn red, but his heart didn't stop. He said calmly, "Uncle, you're wrong. There's no end to love in this world. The concubines I married before were sincere. This time, I'm marrying Jiaodong. It doesn't mean that I can't fall in love with Jiaodong. Moreover, there's true love between us. Jiaodong doesn't care about status. My legal wife is the daughter of the magistrate of Shiyu City. She has a noble status and can be the master of the harem. My concubine is also the daughter of an official and is very virtuous. I think that if I marry Jiaodong, she won't be disgraced. What do you think? When Su Jiaoqing heard this, he was so angry that he laughed and said, "Nephew, you're really thoughtful and thoughtful." Murong Jian was overjoyed when he heard this and said, "So, Uncle Su agrees. There's 1,000 taels of gold in this gift box. It's my betrothal gift. Please accept it. This betrothal gift is much more than what I received when I married my legal wife. I hope that Uncle Su can understand my sincerity." Su Jiaoqing looked up to the sky and laughed, "Commander Murong, I really appreciate your good intentions. Thank you for thinking highly of my daughter and offering such a generous gift. It's a pity that my daughter is already betrothed to someone else. Commander Murong, you're too late." Murong Jian's ugly face turned pale and said, "Uncle Su, are you trying to deceive me? I've already asked around. Jiaodong isn't betrothed to someone else. If she's betrothed to someone else, why didn't you mention it to me earlier?" Then, he gritted his teeth and said, "Uncle Su, even if she's betrothed to someone else, they're not married yet. May I ask who the other party is? I'll ask seventh uncle to go and talk to him. He'll definitely regret this marriage. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua almost spat out the food she was eating. She didn't even understand what Murong Jian was saying. He clearly rejected the betrothal and thought that he was making things difficult for him. Su Jiaoqing saw that Murong Jian didn't know how to back off. He couldn't help but feel awkward and said hesitantly, At this moment, Qin Shiyue said with a smile, "My good nephew, you're making things difficult for your Uncle Su. Because this person is right in front of you." Murong Jian was stunned and quickly looked around. There were only middle-aged and old people around. Then, he saw Zhang Xiaohua and Yingfei beside Su Jiaodong. He couldn't help but ask fiercely, "Uncle Qin, are you talking about the two people sitting next to Jiaodong? But that young man is just a servant, so he shouldn't be. Could it be that ordinary-looking man? That guy is so ordinary that he can't even be recognized in a crowd. How could Jiaodong like him? Is it because this guy's 7 aunts and 8 aunts are also from the government, so you can't put down your face? That's why you're forcing yourself." Then, he said in a low voice, "If that's the case, why don't you tell me? I have 10,000 ways to make him regret it. He actually wants to steal my woman. He's really tired of living." Qin Shiyue smiled and shook his head, "No, no." Murong Jian was stunned and asked, "Then who could it be?" Chapter 277. Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "That's me." "You?" Murong Jian pointed at the gray-haired man in disbelief and laughed as if he saw the funniest thing in the world. Qin Shiyue didn't refute and only smiled at him. After laughing enough, Murong Jian said, "Uncle Qin, don't play with me. You already know your destiny, so why are you still going against it and flaunting your love affairs with the younger generation? Although you're good at maintaining your appearance, you're still young. Why bother?" Then, he looked at Lord Su Jiao unhappily and said, "Uncle Su, I came here sincerely. You're rejecting me again and again. Are you looking down on our navy? Are you looking down on our city's garrison?" Qin Shiyue was still full of smiles as she said, "My good nephew, your Uncle Qin has just married 6 wives and concubines, 1 less than you. If this delicate girl follows me, she will be on par with you. You and I, uncle and nephew, will both have 7 wives and concubines. Isn't that wonderful? Are you serious?" Murong Jian was furious and Qin Shiyue immediately turned into a pile of cow dung. He scolded, "Qin Shiyue, I respect you as Uncle Su's guest, not because I'm afraid you're from some sect. Jingyue City is the Lord Garrison's world and the South Sea is our Navy's territory. If you want to cause any trouble, you have to ask me first. Don't think I don't know how to bully others. Uncle Su is afraid of you, but I'm not afraid of you. You're just a white-haired dog-tail flower and you want to win Jiaodong's favor? Then, he smiled brightly at Su Jiaodong and said, Jiaodong, don't worry. I'm here and I'll get you out immediately. Not to mention Su Jiaodong's reaction, Zhang Xiaohua saw it and immediately bent down to vomit. That smile was too disgusting. Out of Murong Jian's expectations, Su Jiaodong stepped forward and walked in front of Murong Jian. She bowed deeply and said in a sweet voice, Commander Murong, thank you for your kindness. This concubine has a short life and cannot serve you. I hope that commander will be magnanimous and let this concubine go. This concubine is willing to follow Lord Qin. At the end of his speech, his neck was dyed red. Murong Jian had never seen this kind of shyness before. His heart itched even more. He slapped the table and stood up, saying, Jiaodong, don't say any more. For you, I am willing to sacrifice my life. This Qin Shiyue doesn't have any respect for her elders. I will definitely take care of her. Today, I will definitely save you from this disaster. After he finished speaking, he ignored Su Jiaodong's furious expression and turned to Qin Shiyue. Lord Qin, since you insist on going your own way, I won't be polite with you. Tell me what you want and I'll accept it. Qin Shiyue smiled and said, What Dao? Love between a man and a woman is human nature. Me and Jiao Tong are both willing parties. Can a commander like you control us? This was what Murong Jian had said to General Liu. Now Qin Shiyue was returning the same words back to him. Who would have thought that Murong Jian would say, as a commander, I naturally can't interfere. However, I also love Miss Jiao Tong, so I naturally have the right to interfere. What do you think? Just tell me what you want. Qin Shiyue was still calm and said, I disdain to tell you what you want. Miss Jiao Tong has already made her attitude clear. She won't marry anyone other than me. Why are you asking for a rebuff? I can see that you sincerely love Miss Jiao Tong, so I won't make things difficult for you. You should go back early, wash up, and sleep. Murong Jian said angrily, You coward. If you don't dare to tell me what you want, I will set a rule. If you don't dare to accept it, then obediently go back to your sect. Don't make a fool of yourself here. This Jingyu city is the territory of real men. Qin Shiyue's heart moved and said, All right, then tell me. What rule do you have? Murong Jian was overjoyed and said, You're prepared to accept it? If I say it, you can accept it. If you can't, then leave Jingyu city as soon as possible. Su Jiao King said anxiously, Lord Qin. Qin Shiyue looked at Su Jiao King and then at Su Jiaodong and said with a smile, Watch me. Then he said to Murong Jian, You tell me what you want, I will accept it. Murong Jian's fingers that were as thick as radishes pinched his chin. He pretended to think and said, How about this, Lord Qin? I know that you are a martial arts expert and I am not your opponent. This guard of mine has been in the martial arts world for a few days. Now that he has ascended to a high position in my navy, why don't you compete with him? If you can win against him, then I will do as you wish. These words were unreasonable. Everyone in the hall was angry. Who was Qin Shiyue? He was the representative of everyone present. This Murong Jian did not only humiliate Qin Shiyue, but also the entire Dragon God sect. However, there were two people who were exceptions. One was Zhang Xiaohua who was not involved. He was not like the others and was not humiliated. Naturally, his mind was clear. He felt that this ugly man's actions were too arrogant. He actually came to someone else's place to cause trouble. It was very strange. Even if this person was powerful, he should not be so ignorant. The other was Qin Shiyue who was in the middle. If it was someone else who set up a trap, they would definitely use their strengths to attack the other party's weakness. However, this Murong Jian was able to become the Navy's commander. Even if he did not have a brain, how could he not have seen a pig run before? How could he do such a thing? In an instant, he became vigilant. Qin Shiyue smiled as he looked at the complacent Murong Jian and said, "Good nephew, you really understand your Uncle Qin. Let's do it this way." Uncle Qin's old arms and legs should also move a bit. After speaking, Qin Shiyue slowly walked to the front of the hall. He crossed his arms and stood there as steady as Mount Tai. The soldier behind Murong Jian did not say anything. He took off his armor and revealed his shirt. After tidying up a bit, he picked up the scimitar on the ground and walked into the circle. Actually, when this soldier jumped off the boat with Murong Jian, Qin Shiyue had already carefully observed him. He knew that this soldier was Murong Jian's bodyguard. From his footwork and posture, he could see the charm of an expert. At this time, from the way he held the scimitar and his aura, Qin Shiyue's guess was correct. How could this Murong Jian joke about this kind of thing? There was definitely something fishy going on. The soldier stood in front of Qin Shiyue and tightly held the scimitar in his right hand. He said to Qin Shiyue, "Lord Qin, I am a nameless person. I will also follow my commander and call you Lord. Please give me some pointers." After speaking, he assumed a standard scimitar stance. This was the most common scimitar stance in the Navy. There was nothing special about it. Qin Shiyue did not dare to be careless. He casually pulled out the flexible sword from his waist and used his qi to shake it. The flexible sword twisted like a spirit snake and emitted a cold air. Facing the threatening sword qi of the flexible sword, the soldier acted as if he did not hear it. He only held the scimitar tightly and guarded his position. Seeing this, Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "Since you do not dare to say your name, I will not force you. However, since I am a famous person in Jianghu, I will not take advantage of you. You are a guest from afar. I will let you have 3 moves. After 3 moves, I will fight back. What do you think?" A light flashed in the soldier's eyes. His face was filled with joy. He quickly calmed himself down and guarded his position. Murong Jian heard this and said, "Since Lord Qin is so magnanimous, why are you still standing there?" When the soldier heard this, he did not say anything. He took a step forward, right in front of Qin Shiyue, and chopped down with his blade. The force behind the strike was very fierce. Qin Shiyue slightly frowned, and slightly dodged the attack. He tightened all the muscles in his body, waiting for the next move. However, to his surprise, the soldier did not change his move. He waited for the scimitar to hit empty air, then pulled back the scimitar and chopped down again. This time, Qin Shiyue's brows were completely relaxed. He understood that this was the dignity of a martial artist. This soldier might only be a guard under Murong Jian, but it turned out that he was not a nobody in Jianghu. When Qin Shiyue said that he would let others have 3 moves, it was just to test the situation. This soldier actually did not want to take advantage of this, and Qin Shiyue could not help but have the thought of a hero cherishing another hero. Sure enough, when the scimitar swept across, Qin Shiyue only shrunk his stomach and dodged it effortlessly. Seeing this, Qin Shiyue laughed and said, "Brother, you really have a good character. Come, let's compete again." But before he finished speaking, a strange change occurred. The scimitar in the soldier's hand did not follow the usual path and return to his chest. Instead, it suddenly changed. The back of the scimitar was in front and the blade was in the back. It was slanted towards Qin Shiyue's chest. Qin Shiyue was taking a breath and thought that the soldier was open and aboveboard. When he saw the scimitar approaching, how could he dodge it? He barely moved his body to the side and let the back of the scimitar pass by his armpit. But even so, there was a light, cheat sound. The tip of the scimitar cut through Qin Shiyue's armpit clothes and brought out a string of blood. Qin Shiyue took a deep breath. His body floated and he moved half an inch. The smile on his face became wider and he said, "Good scimitar, good scheming. Io, you actually used poison?" Qin Shiyue felt that there was no pain under his armpit. Instead, it was itchy. He knew that it was not good. When he looked down, the long wound that was not deep had already turned black. It was spreading all over his body. It could be seen that the poison was very strong. Qin Shiyue was about to make a move, but the soldier quickly stepped forward and slashed his scimitar again. This time, not only was it full of strength, but it also had a wonderful trajectory. It seemed that there were countless changes in the scimitar. Qin Shiyue's expression changed greatly. This scimitar was obviously different from the previous 3 scimitars. Its level and level were not the same. The soldier had the intention to hide his strength before, so he forced Qin Shiyue to raise his sword to meet it. But when the sword and the scimitar collided, there was a crisp sound. The two of them did not retreat at all. The soldier and Qin Shiyue were actually on par. Then, the soldier pulled out his scimitar and attacked again. One attack was closely followed by another attack. Qin Shiyue did not have time to use his qi to expel the poison, let alone take out the poison-dispelling pill from his chest. Chapter 278. Qin Shiyue was one of the famous experts of the Heavenly Dragon Divine sect. She was also one of the top experts in the Jianghu. However, this nameless soldier's scimitar didn't seem to be at a disadvantage when fighting with Qin Shiyue. In fact, he even had a slight advantage. The scimitar's moves were strange and ingenious, but Qin Shiyue was able to evade it and was almost injured by it. As the soldier kept attacking with his scimitar, Qin Shiyue's smiling face slowly turned gray. Even if Qin Shiyue said that he was poisoned, no one cared. What kind of place was the Dragon God sect? A mere poison couldn't cause any harm to Qin Shiyue. At least, Ying Fei knew that Qin Shiyue's poison-repelling pill could cure all kinds of poisons in the world. However, the soldier seemed to have calculated everything. First, he used a trick to injure Qin Shiyue slightly and poison him. Then, he kept attacking without stopping so that Qin Shiyue didn't have the time to cure the poison. Qin Shiyue was careless and fell into the trap. Now, he was really suffering. Seeing the change in Qin Shiyue's expression, the Su Jiao king was the first to jump into the field. Murong Jian's eyes were looking at the field. When he saw the Su Jiao king move, he immediately stepped forward and said with a smile, "Uncle Su, what are you doing? Are you going to win with numbers?" This? The Su Jiao king couldn't help but stop and hesitate. In the Jianghu, everything was about trust. Although the soldier used poison, he didn't say that he couldn't use poison. Moreover, Qin Shiyue agreed to let the soldier use 3 moves. If the soldier injured him in 3 moves, he couldn't say anything. This contest was originally a contest between Qin Shiyue and Murong Jian. It was just a substitute soldier. If Su Jiao king rashly made a move, not only would it damage the reputation of Heavenly Dragon Divine Religion, but judging from the soldier's skills, Su Jiao king might not be able to take him down easily. Seeing the Su Jiao king's hesitation, Murong Jian smiled and said, "If Lord Qin admits defeat, this contest can be stopped. Uncle Su will have to agree to marry Jiaodong to me." The creeping Wyrm king looked at Su Jiaodong, who had already stood up. He didn't know what to do. Su Jiaodong looked at the situation in the arena quietly. There was not a single ripple in her heart. Naturally, she would not go up to help. Even if Qin Shiyue died from the poison, she would not go up to help. She knew that this was the dignity of a man. Born as a hero, dead as a ghost. This sentence was not just for show. Moreover, ever since the gray-haired man had called out, Jiao, her heart had already flown out of her chest. She had long been conquered by that cold gray-haired man. Faced with this situation, she only had one thought in her mind. If Xiao Yu died from the poison, Jiao couldn't live on by herself either. How could an ugly man like Murong Jian desire a woman like her? Su Jiaodong's calmness puzzled the Su Jiao king. He anxiously rubbed his hands and paced outside the arena. It was not only him. Among the people in the hall, only Zhang Xiaohua was still using her divine sense to scan the people in the arena with interest. She kept stuffing food into her mouth and thought, the chef in this villa is really good. If I can hire one, my parents will be happy. Everyone else had already stood up and walked to the front of the table. Yingfei was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. He only wanted to go up and help. He was not like the Su Jiao king of the South Sea. He was Qin Shiyue's subordinate. If anything happened to Qin Shiyue, not to mention whether the Dragon God sect would punish him, Lord Garuda would definitely not let him go. Right now, he really wished that the person in the arena was him. At least, if Qin Shiyue was outside the arena, she could reach out and save him. Murong Jian looked around the arena proudly. This was a dilemma. He was not afraid that Su Jiaodong would not fall into his hands. Qin Shiyue would either admit defeat or die from the poison. Either way, she would fall into his trap. The best part was that these people who always boasted of being heroes of the Jianghu could only watch as their VIP fell into danger and could not help. They could only watch as their own daughter fell into his hands and could not save her. Was this the difference between wisdom and brute force? Murong Jian felt a little smug. Uncivilized people were uncivilized people. How could an official family like ours compare to them? However, Su Jiaodong's reaction was slightly out of Murong Jian's expectations. He originally thought that Su Jiaodong would be a little nervous, a little scared, and even come forward to beg him to let her go. She would beg him to take her into his room in exchange for Lord Whitehair Qin's life. That way, his vanity that had been beaten down would be greatly satisfied, and he would be able to use the attitude of a victor to redeem this wild beauty and train her to become his plaything. Unfortunately, Su Jiaodong was cold and indifferent. It was as if she did not see anyone else's expression. She simply treated him as if he was invisible. This caused him to feel a chill in his heart. Behind the chill, there was a desire to be tamed. Perhaps only this kind of uncontrollable pride could arouse his ambition. At this moment, Qin Shiyue's right leg went soft and he almost fell down. The soldier's scimitar slashed like lightning towards Qin Shiyue's left shoulder. Qin Shiyue saw that he could not block it, so he clenched his teeth and stabbed his soft sword towards the soldier's heart. It was actually a suicidal move. The soldier sneered in his heart. The corner of his mouth also twitched as if he was mocking him. He dodged to the side and once again slashed down towards Qin Shiyue. At this moment, Su Jiaodong could no longer maintain her composure. Her face was pale and her eyes flashed with a kind of desperation. Yes, she knew that Qin Shiyue had reached the final stage. His face was deathly black, contrasting with his head full of white hair. He was dancing the last dance of his life on the cliff. Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense wandered around the field. He saw Murong Jian's complacency, Su Jiaowang's anxiety, Yingfei's fear, the soldier's aggressiveness, and Qin Shiyue's stubborn resistance. He saw them all in his heart. However, what did these have to do with him? He was just a prisoner. He didn't know how the Tenryu sect master would deal with him. Why should he care about other people's business? As the saying goes, everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door and doesn't care about the frost on other people's roof. That was true. However, when his spiritual sense swept across Su Jiaodong, his heart suddenly moved. That charming and cold face might not have attracted any interest from Zhang Xiaohua, but the desperation, desolation, and longing in her eyes suddenly touched a trace of memory in Zhang Xiaohua's heart. This memory might be his sister-in-law Lu Qian facing the 3 wolves of Mount Shichui, or O Yan facing the black-clothed old man, or Li Yinfeng facing the bandits of Mount Shichui. However, what made Zhang Xiaohua wake up was that the eyes in this memory were actually the eyes in the turbulent river, in the lonely straw hut. There was a trace of unwillingness and a trace of flawlessness in that pair of big eyes. Zhang Xiaohua was not a dreamless person. However, he knew that he had always been a kind of fleeting dream. He thought that he would not miss that pair of big eyes, and would not think about that towering bun. He thought that it was just a hurried passing by in the mortal world, and he thought that it was just a brief encounter in life. However, in the eyes of Su Jiaodong, who had nothing to do with him, he found, knew, and understood that he was not a dreamless person. It was not that he did not want to dream. It was just that this dream was too deep, too long, and too vague. When faced with Lu Qian's helpless eyes, he was powerless. When faced with O Yan's panicked eyes, he stepped forward bravely. When faced with Li Yinfeng's desperate eyes, he talked cheerfully and wittily and forced the bandits to retreat. However, when faced with Meng's panicked, reluctant, and shy eyes, what could he do? Yes, he did not know what he should do. He did not know before, and he did not know now. What about in the future? Perhaps he would know. However, if now, the thing in Su Jiaodong's eyes touched Zhang Xiaohua's heartstrings, what could he do? In an instant, Su Jiaodong's eyes overlapped with Meng's eyes. Even if it was just a flash of similarity, it was enough for Zhang Xiaohua to make some decisions. At this time, the situation in the field had taken a turn for the worse. Qin Shiyue's footsteps were crooked, and he accidentally fell to the ground. He clenched his teeth and did not cry for help. His eyes were filled with determination, but there was also some unwillingness. The flexible sword in his hand powerlessly stabbed upwards, wanting to stop the soldier's lightning-fast scimitar. However, he was very clear that it was just a fool's dream. At this moment, he turned his head. In this extremely dangerous moment, he turned his head and looked at Su Jiaodong who was standing there. Their eyes met, and they were both relieved. Their hearts were connected, and they did not understand. Qin Shiyue's dark face was somewhat red. Su Jiaodong's face was also flushed. Murong Jian looked at all of this with jealousy, and his fists were about to clench. The nameless soldier leaped high, and the crescent scimitar was like a thunderbolt, slashing towards the fallen prey. At this moment, a voice sounded, "I can't watch this anymore, I can't watch this anymore. When I see injustice on the road, I will draw my sword to help." Before he finished speaking, behind 3C7 waters, a thin and weak figure, like a large eagle, pounced from the sky. The figure came very quickly. At first, the soldier did not care and did not stop his scimitar. He only raised his head to take a look. However, with this look, his eyes could not help but shrink. Although the figure was thin and weak, its aura was majestic. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of him. Moreover, there was a jet-black sword light that shot towards his throat. The sharpness of the sword light did not make him doubt that if he did not stop defending, the sword light would immediately pierce his throat when he chopped off Qin Shiyue's head. Immediately, the nameless soldier made a wise decision. He immediately pulled back the scimitar that was slashing towards Qin Shiyue and used his strength to block the sword light that was shooting towards him. It was too late to say, but in an instant, there was a crisp ding-dang sound. The two weapons collided, and the two incomparably abundant forces collided. The nameless soldier took a step back and stood up straight. The thin and small figure that was rushing over was like a kite with a broken string. With a "hoo" sound, it was pushed into the air. Luckily, the hall was very tall, so it did not break out of the building. Chapter 279. The nameless soldier shook the small figure into the air and ignored it. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shiyue was already sitting on the ground. The soft sword was thrown to the side and he was taking out a white jade bottle from his bosom. The nameless soldier sneered. He had done so many things and even used words to provoke him. Wasn't it just to not give him time to get rid of the poison? Finished thinking, he raised his knife again and slashed at Qin Shiyue. Unfortunately, Qin Shiyue didn't care about the machete at all. He just quietly and steadily took out the jade bottle, opened the stopper, and poured out the detoxification pill. The machete once again hung above Qin Shiyue's head and was about to reap his life. Unfortunately, at this time, another voice sounded, "You bastard, how can you be so rude? I came to help you, but you actually ignored me. Won't you give me face?" When the soldier raised his head, he saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua, who had been shaken into the air by him. She stepped on the roof of the hall and used the momentum to fly over like an arrow from a bow. That small sword, which was like a child's toy, was held in front of her chest and stabbed straight at his throat. The first time Zhang Xiaohua used the floating technique, her speed was very fast. And this time, she borrowed the posture of flying down, her speed was even faster. The soldier didn't have time to kill Qin Shiyue. He could only turn around and attack the small sword. This time, he used all of his strength in order to kill this annoying little demon with one hit. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's skills were not the same as before. Not to mention how good her qin gong was, the abundant immortal true qi flowing in her meridians was endless and mysterious. Zhang Xiaohua saw the soldier's machete, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he knew that it contained incomparable true qi, which was not something he could block. When the small sword stabbed out, he held back 70% of his strength. When the machete and the sword met, this time there was no sound. Zhang Xiaohua used the small sword to knock against the thin machete and cut the soldier's hand. This move was obviously a flash of light, not one of the nameless sword moves. The soldier was shocked and quickly withdrew his hand to avoid the danger of losing his finger. And Zhang Xiaohua's move was already used, so at this time, her body was wide open. The soldier saw the opportunity and waved his hand again, which was precisely Zhang Xiaohua's flaw. Zhang Xiaohua was in the air and knew that it was not good. She circulated all of the true qi in her body and stopped in the air for a moment. Then she twisted her body and spun behind the soldier, and with a backhand, she stabbed at the soldier's neck. While the soldier was delayed, Qin Shiyue had already taken out the poison-repelling pill and swallowed 2 pills in one gulp. Then she closed her eyes and circulated her true qi to expel the poison. When Murong Jian saw this, he could not stand it and shouted loudly, "You little bastard, who are you? Why don't you abide by the Jianghu rules? We already agreed on a one-on-one battle, why did you interfere?" It was not that he did not want to go up and stab Qin Shiyue and send this person who made him gnash his teeth on the road to death. But Su Jiaowang and the others seemed to have already known his thoughts and secretly circulated their true qi, preparing to kill this person at any time. Therefore, even if he had more than enough strength, he did not dare to. He firmly believed that as long as he made a move, this group of Jianghu boors would definitely not care about the rules and would immediately kill the 2 of them in the Sea of People's War. Zhang Xiaohua dodged the soldier's stab and used her ethereal body technique. Like a ghost, she dodged to the other side and stabbed the soldier's throat again. Hearing Murong Jian's question, she laughed loudly and said, "You ugly man, you are really stupid. The Jianghu rules are naturally for the people of Jianghu to use. Your young master is also not from Jianghu, why would I care about your Jianghu rules? Your young master just does not like the sight of you and wants to get rid of the strong and help the weak. What are you going to do about it?" Murong Jian was stunned and could not say anything. He innocently asked, "Uncle Su, this servant, he is not from your Jianghu mountain manor?" Su Jiaowang laughed and said, "I don't know him." This person was brought here by Lord Qin. If you have any questions, you should ask Lord Ing. Murong Jian still did not give up and asked Ing Fei, Lord Ing, your Tenryu sect broke the rules of the competition. I will let the soldiers in the navy spread the news and make your sect lose all face. Ing Fei looked at Qin Shiyue who was recovering and laughed, that is not a problem. Go ahead and spread the news. This person is called Ren Xiaoyao and is not from my Dragon God sect. As for whether he is from Jianghu or not, I do not know. What's wrong with people helping out when they see injustice? Even if he is from Jianghu, it is our great fortune to have such basic manners. Murong Jian pointed at Ing Fei and did not know what to say. He could only say, You. Just you wait, I will definitely tell this matter to my seventh uncle. Zhang Xiaohua who was fighting at the side heard this and laughed, this is easy. Why don't we just kill the two of them? Who will know? Under the attack of the nameless soldier, this guy had no power to fight back and was forced to use his ethereal body movement technique to dodge the saber attacks. Yet, he still had the mood to say such vicious words. Lord Su Jiao and the others couldn't help but think, how can such a decisive person not be a member of the divine sect? It seems that we really have to kill him. At this time, Su Jiaodong's eyes were no longer colorful, only relief and joy. After Qin Shiyue swallowed the detoxification pill, the grayish-black color on his face disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Zhang Xiaohua was forced to the point where she could not fight back, his face had already returned to normal. It was no wonder that the detoxification pill was a good antidote. It was a must-have for Jianghu people. Qin Shiyue opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Su Jiaodong's concerned expression. He smiled at her and nodded. Then, he stood up and looked at the two people who were fighting with a strange expression. Zhang Xiaohua was forced into a corner. Inadvertently, she saw Qin Shiyue stand up. She was very happy. She used her ethereal body art and flashed behind Qin Shiyue. She shouted, I have the heart to kill the thief, but I am powerless to reverse the situation. Brother, your martial arts are strong. I can't beat you. I can't care about your business. I will leave first. You can continue. Continue. After that, she squeezed out and sat back at the table, ready to eat and drink. However, at this time, the table was already filled with leftovers. How could she have the appetite? Su Jiaowang saw this from afar and gestured to his family members. The clever family members quickly went out. Not long after, better dishes were served in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Murong Jian gritted his teeth and looked at the complacent Zhang Xiaohua. He really wanted to twist his little head off. However, he had seen Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts. Even if she was not as good as him, she was not at a disadvantage because of her ghostly identity. How could he have the chance to capture her? Qin Shiyue stood with his hands behind his back. He was not in a hurry to make a move. He looked at the soldier with a smile. The soldier was somewhat regretful. He said disdainfully, I have long heard that Qin Shiyue is open and upright. How can you be a coward who needs to rely on a servant to save you? Does our agreement still count? Are you admitting defeat yourself, or do you want us to announce that you have admitted defeat? Qin Shiyue seemed to have seen the funniest thing in the world. He laughed and said, the agreement between us still counts. When did I say that it did not count? Then your servant pretended to be an outsider and interrupted our fight. Does this mean that you have lost? Qin Shiyue touched his nose and said with a smile, first of all, I want to make it clear that if our fight is interfered with by unrelated people, neither of us will be responsible. Secondly, didn't you hear from Ren Xiaoyao that he is not my servant, nor is he a family member of Su Jiaowang? He is also not a member of the Tenryu sect. What do you think I should do? The soldier said, we can only listen to you on this matter. Do you dare to make a vicious oath? why wouldn't I dare? Qin Shiyue said, I, Qin Shiyue, swear that if this Ren Xiaoyao is a member of the Tenryu sect, or my servant, or someone related to me, I will be beheaded by the scimitar of this person in front of me. This oath was very vicious. The soldier was somewhat stunned. When he was about to speak, Qin Shiyue said, what do you think of my oath? Situ Yueming. The nameless soldier's eyes shrank. He immediately returned to normal and said with a smile, Lord Qin, you must be joking. This one is not called Situ Mingyue. Did you recognize the wrong person? Qin Shiyue rubbed his nose and said with a smile, I have indeed never seen your face before, so I might have mistaken you for someone else. But this swift and fierce full-moon scimitar technique is the family heirloom martial arts of the Righteous Alliance's Deputy Alliance Leader Situ. Although your scimitar has changed and your technique has also changed, how can the blade intent in your bones change? In the Situ family, other than you, I really can't think of anyone else who is as young as you and has such great skills. When the nameless soldier heard this, he laughed out loud and said, as expected of Qin Shiyue. You're a genius. I tried so hard to hide from your eyes, but you still saw through me. I've said it before, how can such a small scheme be shown in public? It's better to just kill my way over and convince you wholeheartedly. Qin Shiyue said, this Qin has been very careful along the way, waiting for your Righteous Alliance to make a move. But I really didn't expect that the Righteous Alliance, who has always been famous for their open schemes, would actually play such a dirty trick. The world is really degenerating with each passing day. Seeing Qin Shiyue shaking his head as he spoke, Situ Yueming became angry out of shame and said, no matter what kind of scheme it is, taking your life is a good scheme. Qin Shiyue, seeing that your name also has the word, you, I will let you die a little faster. After saying this, his scimitar flashed and slashed over. Qin Shiyue's lips curled into a smile. The soft sword in his hand was like a snake spitting out its tongue, touching the side of the scimitar. The scimitar seemed to have been struck by lightning and trembled incessantly. Situ Yueming couldn't help but be shocked. He had already exchanged a few moves with Qin Shiyue. He was very clear about Qin Shiyue's skills. That was why he boasted that he would let him die a quick death. But after exchanging blows, why did Qin Shiyue suddenly seem like a different person? Could it be that Qin Shiyue had really cured the poison in his body? Could he fully mobilize the Zhen Qi in his meridians? If that was the case, then the Righteous Alliance's information on Qin Shiyue was outdated. This guy's martial arts were a level higher than his. Chapter 280. Seeing that Qin Shiyue's internal energy was so pure, Situ Yueming could not help but think, could it be that Qin Shiyue had completely removed the poison in his body? Could he fully mobilize the Zhenqi in his meridians? If that was the case, then the Righteous Alliance's information on Qin Shiyue was outdated. This fellow's martial arts were a level higher than his. Situ Yueming was right. Just now, Qin Shiyue could not take the poison-dispelling pill and could only use his internal energy to suppress the spread of the poison. The Zhenqi in his meridians could only be used 3 times out of 10. 70% of his Zhenqi was used to resist the spread of the poison. Because of this, he fell far behind Situ Yueming and was chased by him, almost losing his life. Vengeance killings in Jianghu were all planned out before acting. They were all done with the basics. For example, Situ Yueming was sent out based on the current information from the Righteous Alliance. They believed that he would be able to deal with Qin Shiyue perfectly. That was why they sent him out. This perfection naturally took some effort, but it was not too difficult. Only then could they show the demeanor of a sect in Jianghu. If they sent out Zhang San or Nan Fengyun to kill Qin Shiyue, they would become a laughing stock. Even if they could easily kill Qin Shiyue, it would make the righteous alliance unable to raise their heads in Jianghu in the future. The accuracy and completeness of this information was very thought-provoking. For example, this time, the righteous alliance had clearly misjudged Qin Shiyue's strength and sent out Situ Yueming, whose strength was a level lower. The result could be imagined. Therefore, it was still that old saying. When comparing information in martial arts, sometimes martial arts were not important. In fact, if Qin Shiyue did not capture Zhang Xiaohua and bring her back to the Dragon God sect and did not meet Su Jiaodong in Jinghua City, it could be imagined that he might have died from the poison. But the truth was the truth. It was not that many possibilities and accidents were hidden. It was this ordinary-looking youth that reversed the situation in one fell swoop. The reason was that he missed a girl that he thought he had forgotten. Qin Shiyue did not know how he could repay Zhang Xiaohua. Perhaps he did not even think about it. Right now, he was only thinking about the righteous alliance in front of him, who was somewhat as famous as him in Jianghu. The people in Jianghu were the most nosy and there was no lack of gossip. Qin Shiyue and Situ Yueming both had the word "you" in their names. Therefore, the nosy people would use the word "you" behind their backs to faintly compare each other. Moreover, the two were similar in age and their martial arts were also similar. However, Situ Yueming was more secretive than Qin Shiyue. Everyone in Jianghu knew of his name but very few people had seen him. If it was not for the saber intent of the full moon scimitar, Qin Shiyue reckoned that he would not have thought of Situ Yueming who was as famous as him. However, the righteous alliance had miscalculated 2 steps. First, the Dragon God sect had a deep foundation and was far from what the righteous alliance could compare to. The poison-repelling pill for detoxification originated from the immortal path. Although the medicinal ingredients and refining method had the characteristics of martial arts, there were still many things that had been preserved. This kind of pill was more than enough to deal with the poison of martial arts. Naturally, it would be able to cleanse the poison in a very short period of time and allow Qin Shiyue to recover to his peak. Second, the martial arts of the Dragon God sect also originated from the immortal path. Qin Shiyue could be considered as a side branch of the direct disciples. The martial arts that he cultivated were naturally not ordinary. The information that the righteous alliance had was correct a few years ago. However, it could not compare to Qin Shiyue's rapid progress in cultivation. In these short few years, the righteous alliance had used their own disciples' level to measure Qin Shiyue. On the path of martial arts, the slightest mistake could lead to a huge mistake. Not to mention that Qin Shiyue was a level higher than Situ Yueming. Situ Yueming's scimitar could no longer release lightning at will like before. The moment the scimitar's lightning came out, it was strangled by the flexible sword like a spirit snake. In an instant, there was no sound. Situ Yueming knew that this operation could be considered a failure. However, he still had a trace of confidence. His Qinggong was one of the best among the righteous alliance disciples of the same generation. If he threw away his restraint and insisted on escaping, although Qin Shiyue's Qinggong was extremely good, he might still have a chance. Just as he was thinking, Qin Shiyue let out a long whistle. Full of energy, he smiled and said, "Situ Yueming, stay here." As he said that, he pointed his flexible sword at Situ Yueming's face. At the same time, his left hand slightly opened, covering the main pressure point on his chest. Seeing this, Situ Yueming knew that Qin Shiyue had used his ultimate move. His sword flashed and there were endless moves behind it. His left hand also felt that there was no room for him to dodge. He could not help but feel anxious. Without even looking at Murong Jian, he jumped up with the tip of his foot. His body turned in the air and directly flew out of the hall. His posture looked somewhat similar to Zhang Xiaohua. On the side, Zhang Xiaohua hid behind the crowd and used her divine sense to observe the battle. After watching for a long time, she discovered another use of divine sense. No matter if it was Qin Shiyue or Situ Yueming, under divine sense, their moves, real moves, feints, all kinds of moves, changes, they were all exposed. This was the last move of the two. Situ Yueming saw that Qin Shiyue's move could not be blocked, but Zhang Xiaohua saw a few flaws in Qin Shiyue's move. As long as Situ Yueming used these flaws, he would be able to block the move. Moreover, one of the flaws was very serious. If used properly, he could even directly defeat Qin Shiyue. Seeing that Situ Yueming actually ran away, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Could it be that her martial arts were actually higher than Situ Yueming's? In her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua had already seen that Situ Yueming's qigong was indeed very high, but it was not much worse than her. Her ethereal steps had only been practiced to the 3rd level, and she had no chance to practice the later cultivation methods. This levitation technique could only be used as a qigong now. Compared to Qin Shiyue, she was still a little worse. Situ Yueming certainly could not outrun Qin Shiyue. Sure enough, seeing Situ Yueming float up, Qin Shiyue's mouth curled up. She exerted force on her feet and ran from the ground to the door of the hall. In a flash, she was less than 2 steps away from the door. When she was a little closer, she rushed forward and reached out to grab Situ Yueming's feet. Situ Yueming heard the sound of the wind under his feet and couldn't help but be shocked. This guy's qigong was actually so powerful? However, he immediately understood that his knowledge of Qin Shiyue's martial arts was still at the level of the intelligence report. Presumably, her qigong was far beyond his expectations. But now was not the time to investigate the matter of the intelligence report. He immediately kicked his feet and dodged Qin Shiyue's hand. But with this delay, his Jin Qi became turbid and his body immediately sank. Situ Yueming gritted his teeth and forcefully reversed the flow of his Jin Qi. His body rose again and rushed out of the door. Seeing that he had rushed out, Situ Yueming was overjoyed. He was about to exert force again to break out of the cage, but at this time, there was a black shadow in front of him. When he looked carefully, wasn't it Qin Shiyue who was still in the hall? How did he appear in front of him in such a short time? Without waiting for Situ Yueming to understand, Qin Shiyue waved his right hand and the flexible sword slashed towards Situ Yueming. Seeing Qin Shiyue use the flexible sword to slash at him, Situ Yueming was puzzled. Could the flexible sword be used like this? But, Qin Shiyue's sword slash was smooth and the technique was strange. It was even faster than a sword stab. At this time, Situ Yueming was already at the end of his tether. He hadn't even stabilized his Jin Qi from reversing the flow of his Jin Qi, so how could he possibly summon any more Jin Qi? With a pu sound, Situ Yueming's head was separated from his body. The headless corpse stumbled forward a few steps before falling to the ground. You actually killed him. At this time, everyone had just arrived at the entrance of the hall. Murong Jian angrily pointed at Qin Shiyue and asked, "You didn't know that he was my guard?" Qin Shiyue shook the flexible sword and blood splattered everywhere. He smiled and said, "Commander Murong, you seem to have forgotten that mistakes are inevitable in a battle. I am truly sorry." Without waiting for Murong Jian to speak, Su Jiaoqing smiled and said, "Commander Murong, although Lord Qin made a mistake, the result of the battle has already been decided. Does Sir have any orders?" "Orders?" Murong Jian shrugged. He looked at the flexible sword that was still dripping with blood and said, "You have more people." Just now, a little brat that came out of nowhere was able to interrupt the battle. This Lord Qin even had the guts to slash my guard. What can I say? Just wait and see. We, the Navy, will not be bullied by anyone. Actually, everyone present was well aware that Murong Jian did not come here with good intentions to propose marriage. These guards were probably set up long ago. However, he had used words to trap everyone. He only said that it was a marriage proposal and a competition, so no one could do anything to him. Moreover, he was the commander of the navy and was also the relative of the city's garrison. If the 3 seas and 7 rivers wanted to live in Jingyu City, they had no choice but to lower their heads. After Murong Jian finished speaking, he was about to leave. Su Jiaoqing stopped him and said, "Commander Murong, Lord Qin won the battle today. A man's words carry enormous weight. Don't mention this marriage proposal again in the future. What do you think?" Murong Jian gritted his teeth and said, "A man's words cannot be taken back. Since this commander lost to Lord Qin today, as long as Lord Qin is alive, this commander will not see Lady Jiaotong for a day." These words were strange, but the meaning was in line. Su Jiaoqing smiled and said, "Commander Murong, don't be like this. The Navy and the South Sea are still friends. If you are free in the future, you are still welcome to come to our residence." Murong Jian coldly snorted and was about to leave. Su Jiaotong called out, "Lord Murong, please bring back the box you brought later." After speaking, she ran back to the main hall. Not long after, she came out with the box and casually tossed it to Murong Jian. Murong Jian bitterly smiled and received it. He patted it and said, "Su Jiaoqing, you didn't even open the box to take a look." Su Jiaoqing smiled and shook his head. He did not reply. Seeing this, Murong Jian felt bored. He held the box in one hand and stroked it with the other as he walked past Qin Shiyue. At this time, something strange happened. Murong Jian activated some mechanism. With a creak, a black light shot out from the small box and headed straight for Murong Jian's heart. Chapter 281. Qin Shiyue was very close to Murong Jian and had already let down his guard. The black light from the mechanism came so quickly that Qin Shiyue didn't even have time to react before it pierced his heart. Qin Shiyue's right hand immediately covered his chest. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he fell limply to the ground. "Little you!" Su Jiaotong finally called out and ran to Qin Shiyue with tears streaming down her face. The Su Jiaoqing and the others were also furious. Just as they were about to step forward and surround Murong Jian did not panic. He swung his right hand upwards and a whistling arrow shot into the sky. When it reached midair, it exploded with a "pa" sound. After that, a faint clamor could be heard from outside. Su Jiao asked, "Lord Murong, the Southern Sea Serpent Palace has treated you well. What do you mean by this?" Murong Jian sneered, "Old man Su, your Southern Sea Serpent Palace has been in the Southern Sea for too long. Isn't it time to consider changing owners? I'm soft-hearted, so I'll help you share your responsibility. From now on, I'll take care of everything in the Serpent Palace." "You?" Su Jiao couldn't believe his ears. He looked at Murong Jian and couldn't help but laugh. "Little Murong, I respect you as the navy commander of this city and have treated you well. Although I haven't personally dealt with you, Jiaotong and the others have always been respectful to you. I didn't expect you to be so ambitious and have been plotting against my Serpent Palace for so long. Ha ha ha, your Southern Sea Serpent Palace is nothing but a nobody in the Jianghu. In the future, you'll be recruited by the government and have a bright future. It's better than riding on the Tenryu Sex boat. Moreover, after you've submitted to the government, I'll take back the Southern Sea Serpent Palace's name. It's better than being a serpent under the Tenryu sect." Su Jiao didn't let it go and said, "The government and the Jianghu have always minded their own business. Everything in the Jianghu is decided by the people of the Jianghu. You're just a small commander and you dare to say such big words? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Little Murong, if you know what's good for you, let go now. You go your way and I'll go mine. I won't say anything about you in front of General Liu. What do you think? Ha ha ha, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Wait until I take you all down, then what's done is done. What can General Lu say? I'll first offer the wealth of the South Sea Dragon Palace. In the future, the income of the South Sea will be increased by 30%. Do you think he will still remember your friendship? You want to take us down? Do you think you're Situ Yueming? The Su Jiao King found it funny. Before the Su Jiao King could finish his words, Murong Jian's figure flashed, leaping towards Qin Shiyue. When Qin Shiyue collapsed on the ground, Su Jiaodong was the first to rush over, followed by Ying Fei, whose face was filled with grief and indignation. At this time, seeing Murong Jian rushing over, Ying Fei pulled out his sword and blocked in front of him, thrusting his sword towards Murong Jian. In Ying Fei's mind, his sword would definitely force Murong Jian to retreat. Unfortunately, reality always exceeded his imagination. Murong Jian's figure spun and dodged to the side. He took out a dagger from his bosom and casually flicked it. It was precisely Ying Fei's wrist. Ying Fei's heart jumped. How was this the clumsy and ugly man he saw at the city gate? He quickly retracted his hand and drew a sword flower with his sword, guarding an opening. However, Murong Jian didn't even bother with him. He flashed past him and moved to Su Jiaodong's side. Su Jiaodong was facing Qin Shiyue, who was lying on the ground. Why would she care about anything else? Murong Jian reached out and grabbed Su Jiaodong. The dagger was pressed against her throat. He turned around to face the crowd and said with a smile, "Naturally, I don't need to take you all down. I only need to follow Miss Jiaodong and wait for my subordinates to take over the manor. What do you all think?" While he was speaking, Su Jiaodong struggled forward and bumped into the dagger in his hand. Murong Jian was shocked. He quickly exerted strength in his hand and firmly held Su Jiaodong in his hand so that she couldn't move. Then, he looked at the crowd whose faces had changed and said, "Old man Su, look at you all. This commander originally wanted to take the soft path and start with Miss Jiaodong. First, I will let you enjoy being a father-in-law." However, this Su Jiaodong didn't fall for this young master's trick and didn't give this commander a chance. If it wasn't for the righteous alliance's Situ Yueming, I wouldn't have known that Qin Shiyue had also come to Jinghua City. I originally wanted to use the opportunity when Situ Yueming got rid of Qin Shiyue to persuade you with a betrothal gift. However, I never thought that my flawless plan would be ruined by a random person. However, fortunately, I still had a backup plan. Father-in-law didn't want to accept the betrothal gift, so I could only let Qin Shiyue accept it. You think I don't know that he is Qin Shiyue? You still want to act like an elder in front of me. If I don't kill him, who will? He still wants to snatch a beauty from me. He must be tired of living. Alright, father-in-law, this commander won't talk too much with you. Miss Jiaodong, come with me first. After we consummate our marriage, we will return to pay our respects to your family." After speaking, he hugged Su Jiaodong and was about to walk out. How could the crowd be willing to comply? They all pulled out their weapons and ran forward. Murong Jian used a dagger to point at Su Jiaodong's throat and said, "All of you stop. If you take half a step forward, I will make my move and slit Jiaodong's throat." Seeing this, the crowd didn't dare to go forward. Su Jiaodong struggled with all her strength to get closer to the dagger. However, Murong Jian was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Only now did he reveal his true strength. How could Su Jiaodong struggle? Zhang Xiaohua was also standing behind the crowd. She was considering whether or not to make a move to save Su Jiaodong. At this time, a gentle voice sounded from behind her, "I have long since found you an eyesore. Murong, Situ, Huangpu, Shengguan, I hate these compound surnames the most. Do you think you are acting in a garden?" Murong Jian was shocked. This voice was very familiar. Could it be? He didn't dare to imagine. He quickly turned around. What entered his eyes was a smiling face with a head full of white hair and a sword light that slashed horizontally towards him. This was also his last impression in this world. Immediately, his big head flew into the sky along with the sword light. Blood splashed all over Su Jiaodong's body. When Jiaodong heard this unforgettable voice, she was already in a daze. How could she care about this? She flew into Qin Shiyue's arms. Her blood also stained Qin Shiyue's body. Qin Shiyue smiled and stroked Su Jiaodong's black hair. After a while, Su Jiaodong understood what was going on. She grumbled coquettishly and pushed him away. She moved to the side with a shy expression on her face. Ying Fei was the closest to her. He also moved closer and asked with concern, "Sir, what's wrong?" Qin Shiyue looked at Ying Fei, then looked at the Su Jiao king and the others who were also filled with confusion. She opened her left hand. In her hand was a short arrow. There was no trace of blood on the arrow. Qin Shiyue then used her hand to pull out a hole in her clothes. She smiled and said, "I have frightened everyone. When I went out, my master gave me a treasure to protect my heart. I originally thought that my master was being too careful. I didn't expect that I would use it here. This Murong Jian is really a bastard. He actually acted so well. I didn't expect him to have such skills. Moreover, he has such big ambitions. I really didn't expect him to have such great skills." The Su Jiao king smiled and said, "Lord Qin is wise and resourceful. You have really opened my eyes. However, this Murong Jian's tricks are like child's play in front of Lord Qin." Lord Qin easily resolved it and even managed to get so many secrets out of him. This old man and the others are full of admiration. Then, he listened to the sounds outside and said, "However, this guy also has some influence in Jinghua City. The people outside the villa must be his subordinates who are attacking. Lord, this old man's villa is only a temporary residence in Jinghua City. We are also familiar with the government's forces. We don't have much defensive power. After attacking for a while, we must have reached our limit. Although we are not afraid of the soldiers, we do not fight with the officials. Moreover, they are using the government's name and have other plans. Moreover, we killed Murong Jian. It will be difficult to explain to General Liu. The guards of Jinghua City won't let us go. In this old man's opinion, Lord Qin, why don't we hide for a while and talk to General Liu after these things have calmed down? What do you think?" Qin Shiyue said apologetically, "Su Jiao king, I acted quickly and killed Murong Jian. It seems that I have provoked a troublesome matter. The matters here have always been managed by the Su Jiao king. Naturally, I will listen to the Su Jiao king. We will do as you say." The Su Jiao king said, "It's not that we are afraid of the government. Murong Jian has been killed. Our dragon god sect has never been afraid of anyone. It's just that we are in their territory. It's difficult for two fists to fight against four legs. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Let's leave the city first." Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "We will follow the Su Jiao king's arrangement." When the Su Jiao king heard this, he turned around and said, "Everyone, let's go. Follow this old man out of Jinghua City. Let's go to the South Sea and have some fun." The other 2 seas and 7 waters laughed and said, "Let's go. We all live on the water. We don't feel at ease on the ground. It's better to go back to the water." After that, they followed the Su Jiao king to the back of the hall. When everyone moved, Zhang Xiaohua was revealed behind them. When Qin Shiyue saw this, he smiled and said, "Ren Xiaoyao, thank you for saving my life. I will not forget it. However, you still have the cauldron, so I don't dare to make the decision to let you go. Follow me back to the Dragon God sect. I will report everything to the sect leader and ask my master to put in a good word for you. As long as you tell the truth, I guarantee that the sect leader will not make things difficult for you. As long as your sect can hand over the cauldron, or you can just tell me your sect, the sect leader will naturally let you go. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua laughed in his heart. The cauldron is in my arms. What do you want me to say? I can't take it out. It's really difficult for me. In fact, ever since Zhang Xiaohua discovered the wonderful use of divine sense in martial arts, he was no longer afraid of Qin Shiyue. He was confident and capable of escaping from Qin Shiyue's pursuit and even winning. However, looking at the current situation, there must be a lot of navy outside. He would not be stupid enough to leave Qin Shiyue's protection and make trouble for those soldiers. Therefore, he said with a smile, since Lord Qin said so, I will follow you. Please put in a good word for me in front of your sect leader in the future. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.